Welcome, cowpokes and cowpokettes. I am, I don't know, Desperado Fist, and I am joined by Sheriff Gale. Boy, howdy.
Howdy.
boy, boy, howdy. You got to put the boy in front of it, just in case you're speaking to a Negro. I mean, anyway, so let's time, folks. We were supposed to do Super Mario RPG tonight, the remake, but I decided against it because we were going to do Soul Reaver, right? The ongoing playthrough. I wanted just one. Hi, everyone. I wanted just one ongoing playthrough at any given time. So I was like, you know what? We're probably going to finish Soul Reaver either the next time we stream it, which will be maybe the week after next, or the one after that. You know, we're pretty close to the end on Soul Reaver. So as we're nearing the end of that, I'll put the complete playthrough up on the RazörFist Arcade VOD channel. By the way, go subscribe to that if you're not already subscribed to it. And in the meantime, we'll play the new Red Dead Redemption Remaster for PC, because we've been putting that off for a bit. And folks, you don't have to twist my arm too hard to get me to play a good Western. My shout out to my man, Tom Conkle, by the way. Tom freaking Conkle was in this game. I didn't even know. He's a actor, voice actor. He does all kinds of stuff. And he's in this game. I'm going to have to, like, look for him. I don't know what character he played. You should look that up, actually.
Maybe just like additional voices or
Probably
something.
just additional voices. Who knows? But still, he was in the freaking game. It's more than I can claim. I wasn't in no Red Dead Redemption, for crying out loud. So anyways, I am going to go ahead and jump into Red Dead Redemption now. Let me boot her
Tom
up.
Conkle.
And maybe 10 minutes after this stupid Rockstar launcher gets going, we'll actually be able to play the game. You never know. You never know.
Oh, he was in Red Dead 2. He did some voice work.
He did both? This prick.
It's just NPCs.
I'm gonna have to listen out for him. I missed that opening, dude. Now, they need to do Red Dead Revolver. They do. It's such an underrated game. All right. This game always had such a good menu, too. It was so good they copied it in Red Dead 2.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Show map got speed. And you, welcome you to the party. Oh, right. Subtitles. All right.
Tavoxia, thank you for subbing for 21 months.
Yes, sir.
No LA Noir, no Blade Runner, not even a movie stream of Escape from LA. What about conflagration map for Hunt Showdown?
What is it? It's not conflagration. Dark Inferno, right?
Yeah.
The Inferno.
For shame, Razor Cool.
I don't control what maps the Hunt Showdown people make live. Okay. That would have been... How hilarious would that have been, by the way? Because Hunt Showdown has events all the time. What if they had brought back the Inferno and then this big LA fire happened?
Dude, you know they would have pulled it immediately.
No, instead they had a much worse situation. They put Post Malone in the game. All right, so this is Red Dead Redemption. We'll kind of start our playthrough here, and maybe we'll continue it later. It'll be one of the continuing playthroughs. What we'll do is, like I said, we'll finish Soul Reaver. That's probably next stream or the one after, because we're pretty far into the game. Then we'll pick up Super Mario RPG, which we're also pretty far through. I mean, I think we did 1 or 2 streams. We're about halfway through. They were pretty long streams, y'all. And then maybe we'll give this game the time of day. Do it from beginning to end. From the A to the Z, Bubba. Normal, hardcore, undead nightmare. I don't know what that means. I don't know what hardcore mode is. Create a new save game, retard. He's retard. Has the retard escaped? You are retard? You are retard. Holy Toledo. They may have touched this up a little bit even from the Xbox Series X version, which we did stream for Undead Nightmare. That's why we're not streaming Undead Nightmare right now. We did that one Nightmare Arcade, I believe. Look at that sexy car. When does this game take place? 1911? I know World War I's about to happen.
1910, I think.
Game has such a banger of a soundtrack.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Just a moment.
There's a limit to revenge.
Well, I guess I haven't reached one yet.
Why it gotta be Blackwater? Why can't it be Whitewater? A scandal that the media largely ignored.
People are saying 1911.
1911. That's what I thought. And yet there is no 1911 in the game.
Notifications are allowed. Did you leave the desktop volume up?
Well, yeah, because I turned the game audio down so we could hear the notifications.
Oh, okay.
Well, I, for one, am grateful, Mrs. Bush, that they are finally bringing civilization to this savage land.
Mrs.
I could not
Bush.
agree with you more, my dear. My daddy settled this land, and I know he'll be looking down on us, pleased at how we help the natives.
Yes, they've lost
This was
their
one
land,
weak point of this game.
but they've gained access to heaven.
The dialogue is not as strong as 2.
Yeah, two was really good.
And by that I mean, it's not very Victorian. Like the way that they phrase things.
What I mean to say, Jenny, is that there is a great deal of difference between an innocent
Like
and
they
a
speak
savage.
more or less like modern people for most
Yes,
of the
they
game.
live like animals.
Actually, John Marston probably is the most articulate character in the game. Because he's always like quoting poetry and stuff like that. Beautiful.
Not only do people now have motor cars, Father, but I heard that pretty soon we will be able to fly.
No, only angels can fly, Jenny.
No, apparently people can fly. Didn't you
Rockstar
hear
and the
how
Hauser
Kansas
brothers got a
man
big
even got a
fucking
car
boner
to
about the
fly?
death of the West.
They sure do.
So, Jenny.
They sure do. The dark side of the American dream. That is the only story Rockstar has told in
Mr.
20
Johns
years.
wants to run for governor.
In GTA, in Red Dead, in all their games. Except maybe Bully, but I haven't played Bully. Maybe they managed to wedge it in there. Who knows?
This family
It's
is
probably
nothing
even
but
in
hillbilly
table
traps
tennis.
that came here after the war.
Taryn,
Huh?
I
Say
don't
it.
want to
What?
be judgmental,
Repeat the line.
but this state should not be ruled
And
by
table
such a
tennis.
disgusting
Oh,
family.
and table
A
tennis.
family without class.
you don't remember that?
Apparently,
Oh yeah, a long
the
time
Johns
ago.
family have made a lot of money.
I'm
and
getting
he has
old.
A lot of friends in politics.
Oh, John.
Mrs. Bush, money isn't everything. There are many things that money cannot buy.
So
It seems
tired,
that money
so sleepy.
can buy voters, though.
Gosh. You know, they remastered this, but the truth is this game had already aged very well visually.
Here to spread the word. And the word and civilization, they are the same thing. They are the gifts. It is the
There's a
opportunity
limit to
we have,
revenge.
Ah,
the chance to
Well, I guess I haven't
love
reached one
people
yet.
who are
Bonnie
decent
McFarlane
and who do not
is
kill
here.
each other.
Who, by the way, I don't know if somebody at Rockstar is friends with her or something, but Bonnie McFarlane is the name of a stand-up comedian, one of the few funny female comedians out there.
And who let you worship in peace.
It's so confusing, Father. Sometimes I find it impossible to make the distinction between a loving act and a hateful one. I mean, they often seem to be the same thing.
Yes, Jenny, it is confusing.
Well, the difference
only
is your
have to ask
skin
me.
tone, dear.
Indeed.
Well, here we are, Mrs. Bush. Armadillo.
Armadillo. I'm always confused because they have all these made-up places, and then they mention New York. And you're
Apparently, Laszlo said that she's not named after the comedian.
like, what? Really? Interesting.
Might be a coincidence.
All right, now how can we pull the camera in a little bit? Just a hair. All right, let's see here.
Armadillo.
Gamepad controls, camera, shift left, shift right. Ugh. Okay. Look behind. Pause. Camera / quick pick. Okay, huh. I wonder if it's just going to be more pulled out. I don't know. Okay, you can kind of shift it to the left or to the right. Back and to the left.
this, my friend?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Dude.
How's it look?
It,
Especially in widescreen.
yeah, how about you have a look, man?
I'm looking over your shoulder. I see it.
It's working. It's working. What are you doing up there? How's it sound? Is it too quiet?
Let's find out.
Mexico rising up. Find out more. Get your news.
Mexico.
Yeah, I can hear distant sounds pretty well.
All the news that's fit to spin.
We meet again.
All right, I'm just enjoying being back in Armadillo, because I don't know, Armadillo, because it was in a plague in Red Dead 2, it didn't really feel like Armadillo. I'm talking about Nurse of the Plague tent, working with the people in the tent.
What's better, Deadwood or Hell on Wheels?
Deadwood, not even close.
Yeah. I mean,
And
Hell
I
on Wheels is pretty good,
It
but
is really good.
She said he's a pussy. That's all right.
It's all right.
it's terrible.
Over here.
You ever see that clip of Donald Trump giving the speech and he kills the mosquito?
Sometimes.
No.
I'm Jim.
He's up there at the podium and he has had to kill the mosquito. I hate the mosquito. Sorry. And he's like, oh, hi, Hillary.
Your friends from Blackwater hired
That's
me
pretty
to
good.
They ain't my friends. They're pleased to meet you, Jake.
I got the horses saddled up and ready out front.
Yeah, front. We're gonna have to listen for our man Tom Conkle.
I don't hold with your gossip.
I don't hold with no gossip. Yeah, I do think the dialogue is more Victorian and ornate in the second game. I think the dialogue improved in quality.
In all the new office.
If you watch my review of this game from 2013, 11-year-old review, which is crazy to think about, and it was a late review too. We reviewed the game like 3 years after it came out. That was one of the things I mentioned. I said I wish the game had a little more Deadwood and a little less fistful of dollars.
Oh, we don't need to draw undue attention.
And I don't know if they ever watched my video, but they took that advice whether they were aware of it or not.
Oh, if our mods are here, if you could go to the Rumble chat and just type something in for me.
So it's Port Mercy you want to visit?
That's right.
Ain't taking nobody up to the port in a long time. Strange place for a decent
God,
fella to
that
wanna
looks so
visit.
good.
This
If
game
you
has
don't
eight.
mind me saying.
Now,
Who said I was a decent fella?
like I said, as much as this has been remastered,
Court's adjourned.
much as this has been remastered and as good as it looks, man, The vanilla game on 360 didn't look much different. It still looked really good.
It's been abandoned for
It must be
years
said.
now.
They did a good
Folks
job
say
on
it
the
was built
visuals.
during the Mexican War. What kinds of soldiers around back then?
Why'd they leave?
Well, I ain't entirely sure. I heard they had to go up north to fight Indians, or maybe they got tired of being soldiers and went looking for gold. You know how things is. So what are you doing up at the fort?
The Great
looking
Gold
for an
Rush
old
of
friend.
1911.
Well, like I says, you ain't gonna find many folk around those parts.
This
these
is
days.
another
Don't
problem
you
with
do
this
find
game.
about a
Both of these games, really. It's kind of like a lot of Western movies where they want it to take place later so they can get to the death of the American West myth, but they don't want to let go of the Gold Rush myth either. But the Gold Rush happened in the freaking 1840s and continued into the 1870s in certain parts of the country. But by the early 20th century, Gold Rush, not really a thing. But they still want to keep it around because they want their cringy capitalism is bad myth and all that propaganda in there that's in so many spaghetti westerns. So they kind of get this gestalt of all these things. Classic example of this, Red Dead Redemption 2 with the women's suffrage thing. That makes no sense. Because the women's suffrage thing was just not a thing at that time when the game takes place. It wasn't a thing yet. They put that in there to make a cringy political point,
I mean,
and everyone knows
I
it.
ain't one to judge a man by the company he keeps, but
Well, he ain't been friends for a long time.
More like lovers and confidants. Woo, it looks pretty.
are you planning on spending any time in Armadillo, Mr. Marston?
I doubt it. I ain't planning on staying very long.
Like
Well,
a
if you're
Californian.
fixing for some female company, you can do a lot worse than Armadillo. Fine as cream gravy they are. Not like Thieves Landing. Dang, those girls ain't even fit for a drinking man to hold up with.
I'm a married man, I'm afraid.
Ain't we all?
I'm gonna go ahead and buck you off your horse. I love it too. This is Uncle's voice actor.
Yeah. So it was the marshal who hired
does
me.
sound like
Lee
him. It's
Johnson,
him,
do you
yeah.
know him?
I think I heard
Let me
his
ask
name.
another
Says he
one.
got
Wonder
a
if this guy
telegram
has
from a
lumbago.
black lord of big bugs asking for a guide. I guess it's none of my business.
That's
My
right.
business.
A poor horse abused by Jank. Does this remake feature the orange glow on the horizon?
I don't know. Does that look orange
ain't
to
really
you?
talkative, are you?
Nope.
I'm just chewing the dog, mister. It's how I am.
It's a
I
beautiful
don't mean
skybox.
nothing by it.
Trust me. There's things you better off not
It's just a
knowing.
plain, beautiful game. Did a great job with this game. It still holds up. You know, Red Dead 2 obviously added a lot of stuff. Makes
I
it
tell you, Mr. Marston, those coyotes eat better than I do. Not far
Like-
now, Mr.
like
Marston.
Cicero.
The fort's just over this hill.
like Red Dead 2 added a lot of features and stuff. It's almost an RPG.
Yeah,
So obviously, gameplay-wise, it's superior, but this game has aged very well regardless.
Listen, mister. This here's what's left of Fort Mercer. Some gang rode in and took the place over.
Thank you, Hobo. I just wanted
So
to
I
verify
understand.
that that was you.
You
This
want
is
me?
where we part ways, friend.
Dead or alive?
You have your
One of us must die. Dead then.
Dead then.
Let's party!
Let's do it. Let's assail the fort. I'm sure this will go well.
It's been so long since I've played
Who are
this.
we about to meet here? Do you remember?
Is this Javier or is
Which
this
member of the
Bill?
gang?
Huh?
Which member of the gang?
Is this Javier or Bill?
Bill!
It's Bill.
It's the Bulldozer. He's like my favorite from the second game.
What does turn you on?
This game.
Bill, I've come for you. Bill Williamson! Come out here right now!
They got his voice actor, I believe, in the second game, right?
Go away now, John.
That's him.
Don't make me kill you.
Nobody needs to kill anyone, Bill.
You must think I was born yesterday. You always did think I was an idiot.
I mean,
That ain't fair, Bill.
I played the second
You raised my
game.
brother. I've come to try to save you.
Oh. Do I look like I need saving?
Bill, please. They want to kill us all. I can help you.
Well, you never tried to save me before. You only seemed to save yourself.
Bill, I implore you, think about this.
You implore me? You implore me. You always were one for fancy words.
Not really.
Oh. Well, things are different now, John. Now I'm in charge. No more Dutch. And no more you.
They added...
Implore.
I don't think the hat's flapped around in the breeze like that before.
To go
I think that might be a new thing.
Tell them to send someone just
see
a
that?
little bit more.
I see it. I can't
time.
remember though.
I don't think that was in the game before.
Well...
Ooh! It's okay. You can get another spleen. No big deal. Lots of people have organs they don't need, like Laura Loomer with her brain. She just happened by, I guess. All right. Random dead body patrol.
Dustin the Grim spent today listening to Tenure, Pardo's new book.
Ooh.
Pretty good listen, especially if you hate the wannabe brown shirts from the Northwest.
Oh, yes. If you want the Punisher versus woke hipsters. Or kind of like Paul Kersey Death Wish situation.
Well, you're alive.
So it would seem.
So, how do you feel?
Somebody order some platonic sexual tension?
I do. Stupid is the word we use around here. What were you doing?
I was doing something stupid.
Well, you'll be okay. Once you didn't die, the doctor said you'd be fine. He got the bullets out a couple days ago.
Good.
It cost us $15.
God, what is that, like 9,000 in 2025 money?
Should have left me there to die.
Did you want to die? I mean, was that it? Was that why you went straight out to Fort Mercer and picked a fight with the worst bandit in the county? To die, Mr.
Marston. John Marston.
Bonnie McFarlane.
So that's his name. He doesn't mention it enough over the course of these games.
Well, you may be right, Miss McFarlane. I don't know.
Huh. So what were you doing?
Was trying to give Mr. Williamson a chance. For old time's sake.
You know Bill Williamson?
Knew him. Long time ago.
Well, what was he like?
Dumb.
Just like you.
Slightly stockier. With a different vocal delivery for some reason.
And, what will you do now?
Now I'm gonna take my time and go after him the less kind way.
Well, that sounds very fun, Mr. Marston. Quite heroic, just like in those penny dreadfuls my brother used to read. Meanwhile, if you'll excuse me, I've got a ranch to...
Court's adjourned.
Feeling better, why not take a ride with me later and help me patrol the perimeter? You can earn back some of that money we wasted on doctor's bills.
Yeah.
Of course.
You can see how bad the herding mechanics have aged.
Saved my life, I mean.
Next time, Mr. Marston, I strongly recommend you don't try to lose it quite so earnestly.
I'll bear that in mind.
All right. What do you think they do time period wise with the next game? Oof.
I would like them to go back and make a sequel to Red Dead Revolver.
Yeah, or maybe a remake. Maybe take the narrative of Red Dead, gussy
And
it up.
make it like open world like this?
Yeah, gussy it up, make it conform a little bit more to the Red Dead 1 and 2 formula, and have a proper Red Dead revolver, and make that available to the public. Because I was mentioning before the stream, I'd like to see Red Dead Revolver remastered in this way, because it's a great game, very underrated, different, but you could go a step farther and just do a full-on, hey, like, remake, reimagining type thing.
Is this true?
What's up?
Still no 60 FPS upgrade for PS5 Red Dead Redemption 2? Red Dead 2 doesn't work at 60 FPS on the PS5?
Well, I think... Oh, what was it? Xbox got a great big update for Red Dead 1 and 2. So this game's backwards compatible. This version, by the way, this remastered version is on Xbox and Series X. And if you have the disc from the 360 and you...
Court's adjourned.
Adjourn court. And no, if you have the actual physical disc and slide it into your Series X, it'll download the whole remaster and you can play it backwards compatible, right? But I don't think they did that for PS3 and PS4 and PS5.
Mr. Marston.
That was considered something of a coup when that came out for the Xbox One.
I started paying back that $15.
I sure can use an extra pair of hands around here. Let's see if we can get you back in the saddle.
Let us continue.
Yes.
Josh says, please diss Oasis.
There's
I
the
hate
foreman's office.
I hate
It's
that
also where we
band
lock
more
up
than
good
ISIS,
for nothing outlaws.
Hamas, and Al Qaeda put together.
My current quarters right
Hey,
now,
who'd
Mr.
like the
Farley.
Beatles without songwriting?
Hop on up. He won't bite. Yeah.
Also,
Let's make a
Noel
tour of the
Gallagher
ranch so you can
couldn't
get your
wear
bearings.
Phil Collins' jockstrap.
Come on.
Okay, ma'am. I'm accompanying you. Okay. Ah! Alright, there we go. Yeah, I feel like the camera should pull in just should zoom in just a little bit, and I can't figure out how to do it. I mean, let me take a quick look at the settings. Maybe I can... Gamepad display. Maybe a field of view.
Moving from SF to Houston, I assume you're talking about San Francisco.
Whoo, what a culture shock that's going to be.
For 5 days and driving past LA, Phoenix, San Antonio, etc.
Oh, yeah.
Thought I gave LA one last chance and again reminded that what I love is its history, not the present city itself.
It's true. Yeah. Like, if LA were LA of the 40s and 50s, I would have considered moving there a long time ago. But all that history's been bulldozed over, and now it's burned to a crisp. A lot of it.
If you're passing through San Antonio, check out the Riverwalk and the Tower of Americas. And, of course, the Alamo.
Display, kill effect. Yeah, I'm not seeing a field of view.
Houston's weather seems awful, though. I haven't spent enough time in Houston.
This time of year, everywhere's weather is awful. Heck, San Francisco, you should know, has some pretty bad weather sometimes. One day, I walked across San Francisco, which doesn't take too long. It's a pretty small city in terms of, like, square footage. You can do it in an hour or two. And just doing that, going down to Fisherman's Wharf, seeing a bunch of walruses jump up on the rocks and all that stuff, doing a little bit of touristy stuff, I got both sunburned and windblown, such that, like, the whole next week, my face felt like it was just radiating, like I was Captain Atom or something. Yeah, I don't think there is a field of view, gang. Boy, it's pulled out, though. Look at that. Look how far he is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Really far. And I don't think you can...
store before.
There's no key that I can see to zoom in. You can do that with the... the gun or whatever, but...
And here's the corral. This one's for the horses. What do you think?
I'm no expert, but it certainly looks like a fine corral.
A golden corral,
you've
even.
stolen more horses than you've broken.
Now, where'd you get such an idea?
First impressions are hard to erase.
Maybe it's the massive facial scars you have.
Hello. That's the train station. Things sure have changed since the line finally got finished, bringing in all sorts of new folk like yourself.
Yeah.
Is that such a bad thing?
Change is only good when it makes things better.
We'll ignore the fact that this train station was already fully intact in the second game.
Mr. Coconut, here's a thought. Next Red Dead to take place during
That's
the
barn
Texas
over there.
Revolution.
Paul built it himself when I was just a little girl.
That's another weird one. Hey, it's Rio Bravo, and
here we are,
instead
back at
of
the house.
instead of Amarillo, it's Armadillo. But then Texas exists, and you're like, what? And Mexico exists. You didn't come up with a name for Mexico. What?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with like
Let's stop
Vice
for a while
City.
before we head out on patrol.
You'll get no complaints from me, Miss McFarland.
How are you today?
Whoa there.
Liberty City.
Yeah.
So.
What are you waiting for? Come on, I don't fight.
It's kind of like, speaking of L.A., it's kind of like Raymond Chandler. How he wanted to tell stories about the corruption in the Santa Monica Police Department, and he wrote that into his mysteries, so he made up a name of a city because he got in some trouble when he started writing about it. So he made it, what was it, like Bay City or something like that?
How about a cold drink, Mr. Marston?
Thank you, ma'am. Getting shot, then riding a horse seems to take it out of you. I could use a rest.
Sure. Come on in. I'll show you the house, and then you can sit for a while.
Thank you.
This is a great way to get sexually
Mr.
assaulted
Marston.
and murdered.
Remember me telling you about the trouble we've been having with rustlers and other undesirables?
I do.
Will you help me keep watch on the property line this evening?
Sure.
Hey! They just added that gun to Hunt Showdown.
This is a fine weapon.
Come, let's head out. The country is really beautiful at around this time. We'd best get moving. This is a dangerous time of night for us.
As opposed to all the safe times of night.
Matthew Hammond. If rumors are true, then it looks like Microsoft is going third party with the Xbox brand. Sony, PS5, and Nintendo Switch 2 are getting Halo and other games.
Keep your eyes open and try not to.
I don't understand this dichotomy. You've got MLB The Show, which is a first-party Sony game, and it has been on Xbox for the last 5 years. Pretty much every Sony exclusive now is on Steam. Several of them are on Xbox and have been for the last 5 years. But Sony doing that didn't turn into a story on IGN about how Sony is going third party. But when Xbox does it, it's, Xbox is dead. It's going to be third party now. What is it about the gaming media that just sucks Sony off from dawn to dusk? What is it? Like, did they just pay them off? Are they all fanboys? Is it... And in the absence of I'd say they're paid off, except that in the absence of payola, they still do this.
Well,
look at what's his name? Colin Moriarty, right? He hasn't worked at IGN in years, and he still fluffs Sony at every opportunity. What is it? What did they do to earn this brand loyalty? They haven't released a good game in 10 years at least. What is it?
We should make quite a team.
And heck, PS5, they've barely released a game. It's a weird one, man. There is such this weird double standard, and it happens to Nintendo too. It's not just a Microsoft Sony thing. It's a Nintendo thing. How many years before the Switch came out, do you distinctly remember, Taryn? How the rumor was Nintendo were just going to drop out of consoles entirely and just be third party? Sony has vanquished them. The PS4 is too successful. They can't overcome it. Nintendo are going to go third party. I remember talking about it on the Hate Bit podcast all the time because that was the rumor. They were reporting in IGN, Polygon, everywhere. And then what happens? They come out with the Switch and they dominate Sony and Microsoft. And they've been dominating them, right? Because the Switch is awesome. I just don't get that. Sorry, I keep pausing.
I don't believe it. Those damn rabbits
If you
are
don't
back.
pause,
Give me a
how are
hand
you
with that,
able
will you?
to gesture?
I need to gesticulate, Taryn. Gesticulate! Or you could hitch the horse, John.
Sigil Stone. I'm going to read a newer one here. Sigil
Okay,
Stone.
whatever. I'm just getting off
Get
of
your
it.
rifle out. It's about time these little thieves met their maker. Better
Woo!
shoot them outlaws, I see. Good shot. We got one.
In the most foul, evil rabbit you ever seen.
We eating good tonight.
You're a good shot, Mr. Marston. Them rabbits didn't stand a chance. Mount back up. We should check out the rest of the range.
Here's a newer one. Sigil Stone. See that Atari is making a new handheld system?
No.
Thoughts, comments,
Let's
concerns?
get going.
Looks
We've
cool
still
to
got
me.
plenty of ground to cover.
I'm just glad if Atari are going to be making another console. I hope it works out. I hope it gets them back in the console
If it's not the
space,
rustlers
because
stealing our cattle,
we need to
it's the
shake
rabbits
something up
stealing
about
our
this.
crop.
Because this whole thing where
It ain't never easy
Nintendo are
living
the
off
only
land
company
like
making
this.
games
Maybe you should move
worth
to a big
anything,
city. Become a lady of
and
leisure.
Sony and Microsoft are fighting over table scraps, and there's a fanboy war basically over the rubble
Damn coyotes
that
are
Nintendo
bad.
has left in its
Can't
wake.
afford
Like
to
this
lose any more
can't go
livestock.
on forever.
Kill him, Mr. Marston.
It's not sustainable.
Come on, boys.
Woo!
Nice shot.
Coyotes! My grandpa. Grandpa used to shoot coyotes out in Buckeye. Yes, that's the name of a real place here in Phoenix.
Good shooting, Mr. Marston. Yes, we got one.
Yeah.
They used to have a house back when Buckeye, like, a lot of it was desert. They were kind of right on the edge of Buckeye. And so there was just desert in their backyard, just rolling desert in their backyard. And he'd keep a BB gun or a real gun there, depending on what it was.
We saved all the chickens. Come on, I'll show you the way to your room.
The Great Scalzini.
You know, you can actually handle a rifle.
It's something I've had a little experience in.
Maybe Bill Williamson did get lucky after all.
Luck didn't really come into it, miss.
You're a useful man to have around the ranch, that's for sure. But don't think I've forgotten what brought you here. We'll do whatever we can to help you.
I sure appreciate that, Miss McFarland.
Boy, he
Here we
healed
are.
quickly.
You mentioned in your Red Dead 2 review that John Marston was the single most overrated protagonist in video games. Can you elaborate further?
Makes me kind of
He's
happy.
not because he doesn't play to the strengths of this game. He doesn't play. So Red Dead is the closest Rockstar has come as a series. I mean, to going full open world RPG. GTA has elements of RPGs, little bits and bobs, but like you look at Red Dead 1 and compare it to the GTA games that had come before it, and it's clear they took a really big step into RPG land. And you can really see, contrast with Red Dead 2, where Arthur, your playstyle directly affects that game, affects how the story plays out, all of that. And all the simulation aspects wind up kind of complementing that. There are simulation aspects in this game, but because you've got this really scripted protagonist who never really has a choice, he's super well-defined. I would say too well-defined.
Your life. Get some sleep and I will see
You don't feel like you're playing a role. You feel like you're being given a role. And that's my issue with John Marston. He's nowhere near as good a protagonist as Arthur in that sense. Because he doesn't play to the strengths of the game that he's featured in. Still a good game. Still a good story. And a good character in that sense. But I think you could feel this kind of character.
Reserve's got nothing to do with it.
I think you could feel this kind of character bridling at the style of game that this was becoming. What's this? Open container. What's in here?
Big Swingin' Rich, thank you for that 20.
Revolver.
Buckeye is a part of Phoenix Metro, as much as Greenland is a part of Denmark. That's coming from someone in surprise.
Right. Gentleman's attire. Any outfits that were unlocked right off the bat? Ooh, Deadly Assassin outfit. That was a DLC pre-order outfit, correct?
That sounds familiar. Like I said, it's been ages.
I believe it was. Expert Hunter. Gentleman's Attire is the white suit that lets you play the high-stakes poker game once you get to Blackwater. So we'll go ahead and sleep it off, and save.
The Copper Owl. How was Forgotten Weapons a commie again?
He palled around with In-Range TV. He was an overt communist. They were at the range photograph. And lest you think that Ian was just kind of, oh, I'm kind of in his orbit. First off, they're both in Tucson. Leftist hellhole. The number of conservatives left in Tucson is maybe down to 20-30%. The statistical likelihood of Ian from Forgotten Weapons being a conservative, virtually nil. Second, he's in videos with In-Range TV, who he admittedly has distanced himself from recently, but they were in videos together talking about politics. He was advocating common sense gun control. In one of those videos, and they were not firing Chinese weaponry, by the way. He's wearing a military hat with like a communist Maoist star on it, and emblems and stuff from the Red Army. In Q&As and stuff, he'll say random things, and you're just like, pay closer attention to it. See if I'm wrong. See if I'm wrong. Carl from In-Range TV is an overt Marxist. And, man, they were joined at the hip for a long, long time. People like Forgotten Weapons, but it's like, you know, it is not likely he's even remotely based.
Oh, Mr. Marston. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Miss McFarland. Thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, how are your ribs?
Fine. A little sore, but apart from a couple extra scars, it'll be as nothing happened.
Good. Come in. You know, you never did tell me how you met that Bill Williams.
Well, the other end of a rifle.
Wanted from him.
No, miss, I did not.
Well, why not, if you don't mind me asking?
I certainly don't mind you asking if you don't mind me not telling. See, it's a complicated and somewhat pathetic tale. And
we'll make a whole game
by
about it.
telling you, not only would I be putting your life in danger, but also threatening the lives of some people that I hold very dear.
Well, I apologize if I seem to be prying.
And I apologize for my reticence. Hope you believe me when I say that it's simply out of respect for you.
Of course, Mr. Marston. I understand that a city dweller such as yourself likes to have some exotic secrets, so us country folk are impressed.
I'm no city man, miss.
Yeah, but I saw you get on the train at Blackwater.
Are we just
you with
doing the
those
do-si-do
gentlemen
here,
with
or?
bowler hats?
I'm still no city man.
But I bet you can't ride, Mr. Marston.
I hate to take money from a lady, miss.
Oh, you won't be. I'll race you right now.
If it makes you happy.
We'll see.
I'll just turn this polygonal doorknob now.
All right, I'll show you how we ride around these parts.
Inspector Javert.
Come on.
Hey, Razor, can you do Vince's "I'm going to inject the WWE with a deadly poison" as Trump?
I'm going to inject
On the
U.S.
three.
economy
3, 2,
with a poison.
1, go! I trust you're
You can't do it without being Vince McMahon.
You don't know me at all, Mr.
It just don't fit. Whoa.
I'm gonna inject a poison.
Did you see his charges basically got dropped?
Yeah, I heard. I didn't actually watch.
All the criminal charges against McMahon looks like they were pretty much dropped. Boy, there are some people on YouTube in the commentary space who look pretty stupid and aren't saying much right now. Oh, I messed that up. So wait, your horse will run up the hill just fine, but it won't run down. Ah, I lost. Thanks, horse. Horse just decided to veer off and jump up that hill. Has the stamina of Movie Bob, too.
Come on.
I think I done lost.
Pretty big ranch.
Beaten by a girl. Now I know how Johnny Depp feels. Aw. Yikes! Oh, I'm close! He's closing the gap!
Call yourself a dangerous outlaw?
Yes?
How's it feel getting beaten by a lady?
I don't know, it's kind of working for me.
I think you chose the wrong horse, Mr. McFarland.
Alright, there we go.
How you doing back
Should have
there?
picked Ann Coulter like me!
Would you like me to slow down?
The voice actor for John Marston, though, is excellent.
Should I wait for you to catch up?
I can't believe I'm actually winning. I thought it was done.
Grenado, wow,
you
is this a
saving the
secret
best
level
for
in Mario RPG I missed?
I bet you're starting to regret your brave words, Miss McFarland.
We're gonna pick up our Mario RPG playthrough in a couple of weeks. I just wanted to finish Soul Reaver first.
No one wants to ride Ann Coulter.
Ah. Well, I'm not
That
black
was
enough
fun.
for that.
Sure.
You know, you should go pay the marshal a visit in Armadillo sometime. I'm sure he could help you deal with that nice Mr. Williamson.
Yeah, I might just do that, Miss McFarland.
You do whatever you think's best, Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston. All right. Fame plus 20. Ah, the days before the morality system. Actually, there is a little bit of a morality system in this, isn't there? A little bit.
Maybe?
I can't remember exactly how that works. Is the general store open? It is. Oh, and now there's other side quests to do.
John's VA actually sounds like that. He's a farmer.
Yeah, he does. He sounds exactly like that. It's not him putting on a voice.
All genuine
Thank you, Jack.
stuff.
All right.
Sir Cool, USA is now a battleground of the Heat Miser in the West Coast, Snow Miser in the East Coast, West Coast, East Coast. Wild times. Why is the East Coast freezing right now?
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Doing business with you. I'm very proud of my store. I hope you like it.
Overkill. Trump prosecutor.
sorry,
Your Honor,
sir.
we ask the court to find President Trump a big meanie and a cock-a-doodle head
Morning, friend.
Yes.
and sentence.
I'm
no
pretty
punishment
sure I
whatsoever.
just tipped my hat at the chicken.
You commit a crime, can the chicken run off and tell the sheriff?
Right?
Like Skyrim.
All right, there we go. A chicken run, as it were. That's a good movie, by the way.
Did you see the latest progress video for Skyblivion?
No.
They're almost done.
2 console generations later.
Yeah. Norm Al, man. It's neat that you added the Queensberry Bridge to the new intro.
Hello.
Yeah.
Why, Razor? Why did you add that? Well,
Howdy, mister.
Well, howdy.
I'm the one who made the intro,
hola.
so...
Wow. Mexican guy, so he says hola instead. Oh my. What do I got? I got the Cattleman revolver. I got the repeater carbine, 1865 carbine. All right, let's do this.
Ah, Mr. Marston, how are you?
Good, Miss McFarland. How are you?
Yeah. Nice
well.
and comfortable in the friend zone, or?
Me to Armadillo. I've got to get some supplies and I could do with the company.
Of course.
You can take the reins. It wouldn't do for a terrifying bounty hunter such as yourself to be seen driven around by a woman. Take the reins, Mr. Marston.
Well, that and you're part Asian. All right, there we go.
You're looking much better, considering you were almost buzzard food a couple days ago.
I have you to thank for
I
that,
don't work
miss.
the word
So just
buzzard
tell me,
into conversation
have you needlessly
nearly
risked your
enough.
life since we last spoke?
No, miss.
Hey,
I have
doggo.
not.
Well, that's relief. Perhaps there's hope for you yet.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Oh, there's always hope, Mr. Marston. You can't be a rancher in this kind of country if you don't believe that.
An admirable attitude, miss.
I suppose so. I can't think of any other way to stay sane, to be frank. What about you? Have you ever given up hope altogether?
Hope hasn't really entered into it. It's not really something I think about.
A peculiar outlook. I can't really say I understand you.
I can't always say I do either.
Oh, don't be so deliberately enigmatic.
I'm not, miss.
Yes, you are.
No, you can look
being
behind.
deliberately obscure as a substitute for having a personality.
I just know there are two theories to arguing with women, and neither one works.
I'm not even going to dignify that gibberish with a response.
See? See? I'm right. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
Great Scalzini, who
think it's
knew
kinda funny
almost
I found
every
you
person
dying
in
on the
LA
side of the
was a
road, and
sodomite
now
with
you're
an
driving
eternal
me into
flame
town.
coming out of their butthole.
have a
Because
strange
it's all
sense of
on
humor.
fire.
Well, you must admit, it's an unusual start to a friendship.
I didn't realize we were friends, Miss McFarland.
Oh, please. Now who's being funny? Listen, I know that
Are you
business
one of the
is Williamson is
sodomists?
your business, but I don't
Go ahead, bring another sodomite on.
know.
They're all
You've been
sausages.
virtuous, and I don't think you're a
Dude, that needs to be a super chat. The freaking Michael Savage.
bad man. A little
I can
stupid,
find
Bring
perhaps,
another
but not
sodomite
wrong.
on.
I just
You
worry
should
about you gallivanting
Should get AIDS and die. Go eat, go eat a sausage and choke on it. Get trichinosis. Jesus.
around
I'll
these
make that
parts like
100.
some kind of deranged
Oh,
bounty hunter.
it's the
Like
best.
Paul always says, don't go waking snakes.
I appreciate your concern for us lesser mortals, Miss McFarland. I really do. And if there was any other way out, I'd take it. I can assure you of that.
Whoa. Imagine, like, that has to be the most grand suicide run of any media figure on a major
I have a
network
small
ever.
holding up in Great Plains.
A farmer?
That happened on
Yeah,
MSNBC.
And I'm the Queen of England. And at what point during your day of hunting down outlaws do you find time to raise chickens?
Only been at it 3 years or so. I guess I'm kind of new to it.
You're telling me? So who's looking after this farm of yours right now?
Uncle. Well, he's not my uncle, as far as I know. Just an old dog who's as lazy as a lizard on a hot day. The kind of fella laboring under the delusion that age brings wisdom.
Sounds like the perfect person to leave in charge of your entire livelihood.
We go way back, and I didn't have a lot of choice.
I'd be getting back there if I was you.
That's what I'm trying to do, miss.
Okay. I thought he was going to talk about lumbago. I refuse to miss dialogue about lumbago.
Manhattan it is not, but it does okay for us.
I refuse.
Black Metal Gamer.
So, you gonna wear that faggy vest the entire game?
Office to purchase some medicine. The first one's on me.
Thank you, miss. I'll pay you back.
I'm sure you shall. The doc's a good fellow. He saved your life, so be polite to him. Meet me in front of the general store when you're done.
Watch, he diagnoses John with tuberculosis.
Black Metal Gamer. Howdy, RazörFist and Texas Gal.
Yeah?
How about them fires?
How about them fires? I just did a video. Go watch my video. Got all of Pacific Palisades is gone, bro.
Just finished helping a patient. How can I help?
Dear sir.
The entire
I'm
thing.
selling some good tonics if you
I
need 'em.
I heard a rumor. Of course, it's a Twitter rumor.
Yeah.
I don't know how true it is, but is it true that Gavin Newsom is trying to rezone it for apartments and shit?
That I don't know. I do know that companies are already making offers to people, lowballing them on the land. And I suspect a lot of them will take it. Because think about it, how retarded are California property prices to begin with. Okay, now you've got an excuse. It just got burnt to a crisp. Okay, I can lowball the crap out of them. If I'm BlackRock, I am slobbering at the mouth.
Thanks for driving me. It was nice to be able to enjoy the view for once, and a little company never hurts now and
Yeah,
again.
well, this is the last time you'll be out of your house.
Least I can do. Thank you for the medicine.
Yeah.
Why don't you have a look around Armadillo? You can always take a stagecoach back to the ranch later.
I might just do that. Travel safely, miss.
Try not to get yourself shot. I won't be around to save you this time.
Well, I have to get back to my 20 cats.
MC Corleone, Destiny claims Trump cut out the Palestinians from the Abraham Accords peace talks. This incited radicalization and October 7th attacks. How wrong is he?
He's wrong because what ultimately caused a lot of that anyways, Biden deciding to go into business for himself on the plan between Israel and Palestine, that condition wouldn't have existed if they had gone along with the original program. Trump likes to apply leverage to parties that are in any way aggressive or not cooperating. I hate to break it to all the Free Palestine people, but Palestine has been a belligerent nation for years, you know, with the U.S. and lots of other countries. So he's doing the same thing he did to Russia. He's doing the same thing he did in Syria, and keeping him, you know, speaking softly and carrying a big stick. But of course, the problem really with following somebody like Trump with somebody like Biden is Biden wasn't even running the country and didn't even know how to use the big stick, even if he had one.
Murphy's the name, and I got all the armaments.
So a lot of the hard work that Trump did on diplomacy, where he was getting ready to, hey, I'm threatening them with the big stick, now I'm going to apply the honey, there was no follow-through on that. And morons and midwits like Destiny and Hassan Piker and whatnot love to take that out of context, ignore the greater diplomatic strategy that was going on. They did the same thing in Afghanistan, right? Oh, look, it's Trump's fault. Even though if you look more closely at that, go watch my video about Afghanistan. I went into detail on exactly what was happening there with the strategy on the Afghanistan withdrawal, right? Biden basically went the opposite way on everything. And then when it turned out the way it did, he just passed the buck to Trump, and so did all the commentators.
Howdy, friend.
Nope, we can't put no price on safety.
I am poorer than Oakland. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Chrono Guru with the 20 over on Rumble.
Yo!
Says, which body part of a Megazord would you be and why?
Which body part of a Megazord? I don't know. Isn't the leader of the team usually in the chest for some reason? They're not the head, usually.
I mean, I think the chest part is the head.
Yeah, I don't know. What's this? Oh! Now here is one area where this game has one over on Red Dead 2. Right here. Red Dead 2 ruined the high noon pistol duels. Ruined them.
You a tough guy, mister? I hope so. We gonna have a showdown. The only way out for you is down.
Like, it's almost impressive how much they messed up the pistol duels in that game. Like here, I'm probably going to have to get my bearings. I might lose, but once I get it down, I'll understand what I'm doing. You never get a sense of the duels in 2. So they hide them. There's hardly any pistol duels in Red Dead 2. Because they know it's crap. They knew they ruined it. Okay. Right in the head! Power right in the kisser! Boom! Dude, the duels in this game are so much fun. So, not as good, though. I think the game with the best high noon pistol duels is Call of Juarez Bound by Blood. That game has the best.
What you got on you, friend?
What you got on you, friend? See, in Red Dead 2, that would have been a crime. Ah! Thanks, prick. Oh, and I can't steal his bowler hat. That is a feature Red Dead 2 has over this. I love just stealing hats all game long. All right. Taryn, if you want to read some that are not questions, I will be right back, folks.
Shackley Rusterford. I always thought lumbago was a made-up word that Uncle came up with. Turns out it's actually an antiquated term for lower back pain. Oh, so I can use it. Awesome. Danny boy. Met Marston's VA at a con. His handler stopped me. Said he's on break with a bitchy tone. He came over, shook my hand, talked for a bit anyway. Nice guy. Hey, awesome. Let us see. Jack Stein, oh God, howdy Razor and Terran. I hope you're gonna join us Eastern Razor Force cowpokes by going in the snowy mountains, or be West Coast and Molotov yourselves. There's only the two choices, huh? Shlomo Bagelstein. It's not murder if the other guy agreed to it.
All right, I walk back in on Molotov yourselves. I don't... What? Oh.
Amanda, I recently saw Nosferatu. Before the movie started, my theater showed an ad telling me that I shouldn't fat shame obese people. During the movie, I was worried the cat was going to be a vampire snack.
They just ran an ad that was anti-fat shaming before the movie? Really?
How the fuck did you watch this thing?
Right? I don't have any money to buy into the,
I mean, the most we get out here is car commercials.
Poker game. What? Oh, I have $4. Is there anything I can play? There's 5-finger fillet over here. 5-finger fillet of fish. Okay, apparently not. I could do me some 5-finger fillet. I'll tell you what.
Have a good night, mister.
Street preacher. And this is... You had a preacher at the beginning of the game getting off at Armadillo, and then he's not here.
Good evening, sir.
The devil has deceived you citizens.
I mean...
Give up the whores, the whiskey, and you will be safe.
Based. Where's the live-o? Folks, behind that door lay a legend. An icon of Americana. Not a man, nay, an institution. Folks, let us check in on Herbert Moon!
Welcomes you.
Howdy, mister.
You won't find anything Jewish made in this establishment.
What did he say? I didn't catch that.
Drop it!
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't catch it.
You won't find anything Jewish made here in this establishment.
Fuck.
Ah! Oh my gosh! This guy... The first line out of his mouth, people. The first line.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this game. I can't afford anything, but that was worth the price of admission. Oh. Herbert Moon. It's a black, Jewish, Catholic, Fabian, homosexual conspiracy. Oh, we'll have to go to the movie house and watch a movie at some point.
Emperor Creatine, new from Daily Gondor. 20,000 acres of Fangorn forest burned in freak forest fire. Saruman of many colors claims land for settlement of unhoused orc migrants.
How are you, mister?
Hello.
It's not very ladylike.
Article by Rafney Gem Gobbler.
Who's this? The Marshal? The Marshal's awesome in this game. I'd like to know where he was when I was getting half killed, but...
Drop it! Excuse me.
Hey, you gotta visit.
The first freaking line out of Herbert Moon's mouth, bro.
Shut up, you!
Shut up!
What you want?
My name's
Silly
John
woman.
Morgan.
Whoa!
You wanted to speak to me.
That's...
I did?
That's Simon!
Really so.
Wow.
I guess because we're both in the business of the law.
Oh, this is great. This stream is epic. Thank you, guys. Shut up, silly woman.
You that fella from the train company?
No, I'm from Fort Mercer.
Fort Mercer? You them, one of them Williamson boys.
Calm down.
Go on, shoot him, mister. Shoot him.
Come on, what, you getting kicked with me, boy?
What's going on here?
Hey, the Marshal.
I got me one of them Williamson boys.
Marshal
I got me one
Commander
of them idiots who
Shepard.
give marshals a bad name.
Jonah.
Hello,
Shut
Melanie
down.
Mac Go Boom.
Hey,
What the fuck you call 125 murders in
did
5
she
years?
walk,
Work in progress.
did she walk in on
be the man from
anti-Semitism?
Maybe.
Not
Yes.
my anti-Semitism.
Listen, that dog ain't too bright.
No, we saved that for later streams.
We'll have to check in
Don't
on
get out of here for a minute.
Herbert Moon later.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson,
Ridiculous.
sir. And you. Oh, I done seen enough of your hide around here, friend.
I think there's some school children down the way you can go and frighten.
Oh, hardy fucking hard.
Hordy.
What are you doing here, Mr. Marston? Apart from frightening my deputies.
Yeah, this is Shepard, right?
I'm here to capture
That's
or
Shepard's
kill
voice actor.
Bill Williamson.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you help me?
He's outside my jurisdiction. He's in the next county. Of course, Bill Williamson and his boys have tended to keep themselves away from my...
It is.
It's him.
So you're
I'm
happy
telling
to
you.
have him out there.
Well, I ain't happy, but I also ain't suicidal.
Steak.
My
John.
My
brand.
job is to keep this town safe. not
Right?
clean up all of these
Where's
other
that
towns.
chat, dude?
It's hard enough around here.
You know, I hear you speak, and suddenly I'm reminded of how some of the people I respected most in my life had a problem with authority. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm sure you and your fine friends have enjoyed spending your time running around pursuing noble causes.
That communism.
My cause is to keep this town from turning into a living hell for the folks who live here. Whole world has problems.
Say what you
mister.
want. The sheriff
I'm here.
has some drip.
Doing what I can.
Why? What's
Look at this man. And people say white men have no aura. Look at this.
I got the railway, the people who pay my salary, trying to get me to turn a blind eye to them burning down settlements up there. I got a bunch of
Not
cavalry
wild
troops
about
out
the
near
Alex
Box
Jones
Canyon
comb
needs
over, but-
shutting down. Not forgetting the gang that keeps murdering homesteaders out in the back country, and I got a bunch of hoods over in the saloon, drunk, threatening to shoot up the whole town.
There's a word that
That's
needs
all I
to
got
come
to
back to.
But
Hoods.
it's early yet. Give me a couple more days. There'll be more.
All right, tell you what. Let's go deal with them hoods in the saloon.
Now that I've drank out of
discuss
that empty
Williamson.
glass.
Okay, boy. You're a persistent little cuss, ain't you?
There's another word that
Things
needs to
matter.
come back. I haven't called nearly enough people a cuss.
Saloon's this way.
We did it. We need to reorient American nomenclature back
What are we looking for?
to old-timey Victorian insults. Like, when was the last time you got in an argument with someone and they said tarnation? When?
Does it count if I used it?
Right.
You're happy to let them drink in your saloon.
Happy? No. But the way I figure
This stream is both rootin' and tootin'
That's an interesting
simultaneously.
I do what I can, Mr. Marston. We ain't the government.
Yes, you are. You are literally the government.
There's a dumb rat bastard now.
Thank y'all for the greetings and have fun, Razor.
See what kind
Thank
of
you
hole
for
he crawls
stopping
into.
by, Melanie.
Gotta go watch your Steelers lose.
Yeah.
Kidding. Kidding.
Mount out, Marston. Walton's our man.
HD Arcade, if Power Rangers killed the Green Ranger in Season 2, they wouldn't have lost most of the cast due to complaints about low pay and lack of screen time.
It's true, man. Like, he was the Steve Urkel of Power Rangers, was he not? It was all about the Green Ranger / White Ranger once he showed up. And of course, there's a reason for that, right?
Why don't we just beef him now while we got the chance?
Because that ain't how the law works.
Is that right, Marshal?
And alive, he can still talk.
Doesn't sound like he's a man to be reasoned with.
He ain't. But a few days of my hospitality and he'll be telling me what I need to know. Walton's gang's been growing fast.
Outlawing's easy money for easy work.
Outlawing's easy money.
Tooth Ridge, these boys get around. Walton's a start, but there's plenty more where he came
Gap
from.
Tooth Ridge. So, Uwe Boll's mouth. I shouldn't say that, dude. I met Uwe Boll on Side Scrollers, and he was amazing.
Yeah.
He was awesome. Like, I want him to direct a Red Dead Redemption film for crying out loud.
The old Pleasance House.
If you guys haven't seen that, you should go check that
You
out.
should. It was cool.
One man savage. You've yeed your last haw.
You did.
Bill Williamson.
Right.
Looks like we got company,
And Herbert
boys.
Moon, you've oiled your last vey.
Damn. Take cover.
Oh, here we go. Let's do it.
Our way up this hill. Over here, move up to that wagon on your right.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
cover you. First.
Woo! Let me get my revolver.
Now move up to that crate. I'll cover you.
Woo! Oh boy! This is decidedly rootin'. Uh-oh. Oh, I just missed him. Woo!
When are you sending the men out to fight?
That is so not how you reload a single action revolver.
We've seen the last of them. There's two more defending the house.
Oh, where is it? Ow! That hurt.
Just Walton left now. Try to take him alive.
Okay.
Just a little
Oh,
something.
no, don't loot! Ah! I got killed for looting! So, California on opposite day.
Rootin', tootin'.
Did you see that, by the way?
And lootin', what?
Freaking Elon Musk pointed out that California decriminalized looting. Right?
Yeah.
Certain cities did. San Diego, I think, and San Francisco, and parts of LA, something like that. And Gavin Newsom, just lying through his fake teeth, says, stop spreading misinformation that people can loot. You're causing crime. Bro, you pushed the law. You passed the law. That man's political career is over. His national political career is
I
over.
shouldn't leave the body lying around.
California's retarded enough to reelect him. But that man's national political career, I don't know if you agree, it's done. It's done. Whatever presidential ambitions he had, au revoir. You can kiss them goodbye. They are gone.
Our Marston, I got you covered. Move up to that
Can't
wagon.
believe I got shot while looting on accident.
You're outnumbered, Marshal.
Damn! Too
Got it.
close!
Yeah, let's try the rifle.
You boys just ain't that tough.
Mercenary X, thank you for the 2. Not notified again.
We are on more platforms than just YouTube this time.
Charlie.
He's everywhere.
Charlie, Red Dead 2 is prog shit. Why'd you like it? Red Dead 1 is king.
Because it deepens the gameplay.
Jesus, well, you ain't getting away this time.
It becomes a Western RPG, basically. And Arthur's a better character than John. Eat my shorts.
Don't think you'll be needing
Now I'm
this.
gonna loot safely. Oh, I got an apple. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa! I'm trying to get you alive.
Wolf's escaping. Take him down, boy. You ain't got me yet, old man.
He's escaping. How do I get him? How do I... What's the melee button?
Nice use, boy. I'd have preferred him to swing, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. At least we got this son of a bitch.
I tried, but I don't have the lasso. So I couldn't get him.
We could punch him.
Bad shot, Mr. Marston.
I couldn't figure out how to punch.
Check in with me next time you're in town.
It was like Mike Tyson in that Jake Paul fight.
Nor did I, my friend. I can promise you that. I'll see you soon, Mr. Marston.
What, Bill Williamson through?
Montez! Montez! All right. Look at those cowboy bell bottoms. I'll tell you what, man. Old West trousers, they are comfy. Gotta be careful they don't shrink at the wash, but they are comfy.
You could have shot him in the leg.
Oh well. One less dirt bag.
The Grand Inquisitor.
Where's he at?
You say that Razor about Newsom, but I think you underestimate the memory of your average voter. No. There's no coming back from this. He dumped the water in the fucking ocean.
No kidding.
Like, there's...
They call it it's flow. They call it water flow. Boop.
Joel says, cue the Razor Dutch impression.
Yeah, when are we gonna run into Dutch?
Sigil Stone says the game, the top right, or sorry, the top left note that it had in the corner said shoot him in the leg.
Did it?
Yeah.
I'm so retarded.
Let's go.
I'm so retarded. I didn't even see it.
Boss Tigger.
I guess this is a murder playthrough, guys.
Question for both of you upstanding gentlemen. Hypothetically, if someone made a game with only 2 characters, protagonist and antagonist, why will leftists complain if there is not enough persons of color in it?
Make them both black. That's my
But then it's racist for...
That's one of my favorite Norm jokes. Where he was talking about, you remember that controversy over Huckleberry Finn and how it had to be censored out of public schools because
Yeah.
N-word Jim, right? He's like, it's a thorny issue. It's kind of a thorny issue because you don't want a young black kid to read the book and feel bad about himself, but you don't want to take the pen out of Mark Twain's hand, one of the finest men to ever put pen to ink, or ink to paper, or whatever he said. It's like, so it's a thorny issue. So I have a humble suggestion. Just make Huckleberry Finn black. So he can drop the N-word as much as he wants. go. There's a skunk. There's a skunk. Goodbye, skunk. Boom! Imagine the smell.
Lance Corporal Hawk.
This is nasty.
Some sad news. The game I got paid to voice in Universal Conquest just got removed from Steam. Something behind the scenes, I don't know what. And it was before my lines could be added. But at least I got paid. That sucks.
Yeah.
Frogs are gay. In reference to your comment about Gavin Newscom's national political career, I'm reminded of a fantastic quote from Michael Savage. Never underestimate the stupidity of the American voter.
They just jumping this guy.
There's much treasure here. You want map? I retire. Here, take map. You earn it.
I'll happily take this off.
Take my map, go and find the stuff.
Excuse me, mister.
Why didn't you kung fu them?
Sumo Orange. Will Blue Oyster Cult ever get a Mythos? Their newest albums are solid.
They are really good, yeah.
Could future Mythos alumni include Queensryche, Exodus, Overkill, and David Bowie?
Yeah. Probably do Peter Gabriel before Bowie, but yeah. I like Blue Oyster Cult, and they're definitely a band that I'd like to do. I may even have, like, collected files and stuff, like, for one to... Because before I do a Metal Mythos, I track down as much interview, documentary, everything. As much information as I possibly can, and I just, like, gorge on it for a while. Steep myself. Drape myself in velvet. Okay. Now I have some dollars, 82 of them to be exact. So I'm well in advance of California. And my budget is balanced.
Brother Cormac. Howdy, gentlemen. It's nice to see the better Rockstar game that's not from the GTA series. Also, why hasn't Call of Juarez done a game that is like these Red Dead games?
Dude, they just announced another Dying Light.
I know.
The last one underperformed and was under-reviewed. Whereas Red Dead 2, God, what is it at now? Let's do a quick progress report on how much money Red Dead 2 has made. You guys ready for this? I'm not even sure. So this will be new for me. I don't know how many copies it's sold since the last time I checked, but it was tens of millions last time. Let's take a quick look. Guess how many copies it has shipped. Since 2018, mind you.
I'm going to say 8 million.
67 million copies shipped.
Oh. 67. Well, I was close.
Yeah. Why would the Call of Juarez series, why would the retards at Techland want to emulate that success? Why? I mean, really, the cheek. I just don't understand it. It makes itself. And the last Call of Juarez game, Gunslinger, did very, very well. And people were anticipating a sequel.
Please feel free to browse my selection.
Open world, first person, Western RPG shooter. Is there one person watching this stream that wouldn't buy that? Oh gosh! Oh gosh! Not like this!
Did you mean to do that?
They were shooting up the town!
Oh.
They were bandits!
Bandits?
Yeah, I had no cover though. I opened fire from a bad place.
There's a snake in
I forgot
my boot.
how much, like even more than Red Dead 2, this game really punishes you for not using cover. which was actually one of my big criticisms of the game when it came out. Not because it's not realistic, but because who watches a Western movie hoping to see Clint Eastwood duck for cover? You don't want that in a game. Gosh, look at Wyatt Earp. And this is real life. Wyatt Earp in the gunfight at the OK Corral stood perfectly still and in place the entire time. He didn't duck for cover. He didn't do anything. He just stood there. Pow, dead. Pow, dead. Pow, maimed. Pow, dead. So it makes you feel less like a Western badass. You know what I mean? That's kind of my gripe with this. Is it's cover based, and why is it cover based? Because they used the same engine and everything as GTA 4, and you weren't meant to feel like a Western badass in GTA 4. It was all cover based. Red Dead 2 has some of that, but they did tighten that up a little bit, so you can stand your ground a little bit more and feel a little bit more like a rootin' tootin' cowboy. All right.
Come on.
Oh, the night patrol. Let me do that real quick. It's easy money.
Frosted Glass Red Dead 2 was in the frontier, didn't feel like Old West.
All right, here we go.
Follow Charlie. He's a good one to sniff out trouble. Stay close to Charlie.
My boy Charlie. Cheer up, Charlie.
Norm L, man. We can't build proper water reservoirs because we need to save one endangered fish, Arthur. Think of the goddamn planet, Arthur.
Did you see that dude's joke?
Huh.
I've never heard of this stand-up comedian, but he dropped this joke, and it made me mad that I didn't think of it. And I had in the back of my mind a joke about the water reservoirs, and I had a joke that was similar to this in the back of my brain, and I didn't put it in my video. It made me mad reading this. You ever just read a joke so good, it like makes you angry you didn't think of it?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm surprised California didn't have enough water in their reservoirs after hiring 3 dykes.
Oh. Shit.
I know!
Now I'm pissed.
It makes me mad. I was like oh, genius. I wish I could remember the guy's name because it was just brilliant.
Think of the smelt, Arthur.
Think of the smelt. We've got to preserve the mangoes. All right. Citizens on patrol. Charlie, buddy, do you know where you're going? It's like Biden looking for an address. Listen here, Jack. Woof.
Where did I leave off?
I think Biden's probably licked his own ass as much as this dog.
Inspector Javert, the hypocritical reverend. I've never seen that trope before. That is so subversive and brave.
Gosh, it's so new and exciting and not at all cringe. How cool is it Deadwood, like the Reverend is the only good character? And by that I mean just uniformly, there's no dark side to him, good. He is the purest person in the town of Deadwood. Which is why horrible things happen to him.
Get away from me, you animal. You're hard to kill, mister. I'm the man for...
Emperor Creatine. It's Charlie in the bush, my friend.
Don't let me catch you here again.
There we go. Scared him off. Buy a shotgun. Fire 2 shots into the air.
The gunslinger. We gotta make sure the Skittles rats are preserved, Arthur.
We can't rake the forest, Arthur.
Mercenary X.
We need those Mexicans to pick our oranges.
That's terror.
F you, Razor, for that. That joke was so good that I'm mad.
I know! It was so, and I was thinking in the back, like, okay, reservoir, dike, there's got to be something I can do with that. And I just couldn't put the joke together before. It just makes you mad.
Sir Cool, Red Dead 1 is a better cowboy game and less paused main character. RD2
Arthur's not paused.
Is a better hunting and survivalist game with a cowboy dress-up game in it, too.
Nah. Freaking Red Dead 2 is a Wild West simulator. You can ignore the story completely and just exist in that world. And you can just zen out. It's amazing. I encourage you, if you've never done it, to play that game in first person with headphones. And just, hunt stuff and fish and ride your horse and do random stuff. And it's
Wait, Red Dead 2 is on Steam now.
Yep.
Is there a mod to do Steam VR?
I don't know.
For Red Dead 2. That would be cool.
Yeah, it's been out for a long time, so...
Walking around in that... Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Come back between 5 and 6 p.m. Was this woman a vampire? Not that I'm complaining. That's kind of awesome, but...
Frosted glass.
Being a vampire overlord myself.
I have a plan, Arthur. We're going to Ghana.
Okay. Complete Twin Rocks hideout. Search Coots Chapel. Capture or kill Movan Bar. I don't know who that is. Complete the American Appetites. I do remember that. That's the Hills Have Eyes side quest. Let's go do some of that stuff. Where'd my horse go? Blackie. Yeah, I'm naming him Blackie. What about it? You want to fight?
Sumo Orange. Are all 3 Call of Juarez games worth it?
Call of Juarez, the cartel is not. There are technically 4 Call of Juarez games. Don't do the cartel. Do not. 1 is fantastic. 2 is even better than that. And Gunslinger is about as... It's like it mixes 1 and 2, but it's much more episodic and linear. But I think it's a tighter game experience because of that. They didn't try to do as much with Gunslinger. And because of that, it probably works better beginning, middle to end than the first 2. So, all 3 are good, though. They're absolutely worth playing. Do not play the cartel. I don't even think the cartel's available anywhere. So, you may not even have to worry about that. I've never seen it on Steam. The only way to play it is to buy a 360 disc and put it into a 360. That's the only way. It's a shame because it had cool ideas. It was a modern Western where you were going up against Mexican cartels and stuff. Like, it sounds like a cool premise, and they just botched it. It was technically just an abortion. The story was kind of dumb. Stupid girl boss characters. Just not good. Not good. All right. So let's go back to Armadillo. Where's Coots Chapel? Coots Chapel is over here, I think. Isn't it? I think so. I think this is it. This is Coots Chapel, right?
Possibly.
I believe so.
Crossfire, thank you for resubbing for 28 months. Howdy, y'all. Great to see us back in the Old West again.
You might say he got caught up in them.
Oh. Damn, Razor, after hearing that Callie Dyke joke, I almost spewed my Spreckers all over my room. Damn, but that is a great one.
Oh, it's a banger, dude.
I will look for the guy who made that joke and praise him to the
Do
moon
it.
and back.
Look it up on X because the guy deserves his plaudits. If it helps, I think Chrissy Mayer retweeted it out.
Come on.
It was genius. go. Going to Coots Chapel. Howdy. Wow, I pushed the tip my hat button and he didn't do anything. Can you not tip your hat on horseback in this game?
I don't recall being able to.
I know you can do it in 2. Okay, here's Coots Chapel. Oh. This is a spooky little gothic western mission. This is a weird one.
Where can he be? Dear, oh dear.
I totally misinterpreted this whole side quest when I played it the first time.
Everything all right, madam?
It's Miss. Oh. Oh, let me look at you. My gentleman caller. You remind me of my Peter. Have you seen him?
I don't think so.
Where is that man? We'll be late for the ceremony. He must still be at the saloon in Armadillo, talking to the musicians. He's such a fine man. Must be making things right for me, as usual.
Well, I gotta get going, ma'am. I'm sure your Peter will be just fine.
Wait, I beg you. Would you possibly go fetch him for me? This was meant to be my perfect day. Please, sir. Something must have happened. I can't bear it.
So you want me to go find your Peter so you can have a perfect day?
Yes, please, sir.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh.
Steve Byrne.
What?
The guy who made the joke.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Let's go.
Alright, here we go.
John A. Douglas. There will be rootin' and or possibly tootin'.
Yes! Come on! And the tootin' will be an eternal tootin'! The saloon, correct?
The great Scalzini. I don't know what hardcore mode is. Charles Bronson. What is hardcore mode? What does it do? It's for jacking off, isn't it?
Warren! Warren! What is it used for? What? Oh! You alright, ma'am? Okay, she's alive.
Don't think you'll be needing this.
Okay, she's alive. You okay, lady? He started to stab her. I think I got her right when she was about to expire. I think that was a glitch, a little bit.
What brings you in here, partner?
All's well that doesn't end. What's up?
Just so you know, I don't take requests, mister.
I'm looking for a man. Name's Peter.
Bring me
Fellow's meant to get
Peter
married
Pan.
today. Seen him around?
Who?
Who?
Peter is what she said.
You ain't after no Pete Turner, are you?
For all I know. Where can I find him?
Well, my memory escapes me when not properly stimulated.
Then let's see if we can refresh it.
$5 will do.
Wow.
Or you
Do
could.
you have any idea how much money that was at
run a
that
little
time?
errand for me.
What do you need done?
It's my wife. She packed her things this morning and left me. The dumb wench is still at the freight station waiting for the stagecoach. If you could convince her to take me back. Her name's Rose.
I guess I'll go have a talk with her.
I asked her
you'll
to
need more
let
than
me on a
talk.
piece of rubble.
That bitch.
She said she'd never let go and then drop me into freezing water.
Norm Al, man.
Over here?
The most underrated Egyptian pharaoh is Tutankhamun.
Excuse me, miss? Rose?
If that useless, whoremongering bastard sent you, get lost!
Miss, please. If only...
You know what? Tell that bastard I ain't going back. Not this time. Not even at gunpoint.
You signed an oath, miss. For better or worse. Way I see it, you should give him one last chance.
Stop bothering me, you dumb cowpoke, or I'll call the marshal. Well, you sure ain't no gentleman, are you? Sure, I'll go back to him, but trust
I need the
me,
lasso
this
so
guy,
bad.
Kill him when he's asleep.
I forget
That's
when
your
you get
business,
that.
madam, and I wish you luck with it.
Too yellow to come and get me himself, Busy. I'll poison that little maggot.
What did he do?
What didn't he do? He's a fiddler who can't stop fiddling. Ain't a woman in Armadillo he ain't had his sweaty paws on.
He says he
I'm
wants
glad
you
you
back.
said woman.
If I even see you look at a whore again.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Well, you sure know how to talk to women.
Yeah, I
You
do.
better do some talking now.
Truth is, Pete Turner ain't been in Armadillo for near on 20 years now. Kind of a queer fella and all. Wasn't here every night. Sure as the moon in the sky.
What happened to him?
Well, what happens to all of us? I reckon you'll find him at Odd Fellows Rest. Yeah. That's where he'd be.
Does
I
anybody here not speak cryptic?
Jurassic Templar, what is your interpretation of the third commandment? Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
My interpretation? I mean, I think it's pretty clear. You're not meant to invoke the Lord in an inappropriate context. There we go. It's part of showing due deference.
Let's go.
It's why back in the day, if you read older books and stuff, they'd say he muttered an oath or something like that, right? It was that. It's like an oath you plan to never honor, which is a disgrace.
Come on.
That was seen as like the same thing as a profanity today would be. That's what's interesting about the Victorian era was there was profanity of that time was more about like the moral state of the person saying it. It wasn't about the words. Today it's like, oh, he said a saucy word, she said a saucy word, but the words are kind of empty because there's nothing behind them. You're just using it for flavoring, right? People back then, it was like hellfire and damnation, damnation to your eternal soul, a pox on you and your house, right? That's what a swear was. It meant to literally swear something in vain. So it was more like apostasy.
Whoa there. Come on, easy up now.
And all that, of course, derives from the Ten Commandments. Is this him? Boom. Yeah, there is an honor system in here.
Yeah. Mercenary X, what does this word cryptic mean?
Let's go.
Is that a joke?
Maybe, possibly. It's coming from Mercenary X, so I never really know.
Do I go back to her, or... do I go back to... I don't think I go back to her. I don't think... Hold on a second. Outfit. I think I did it already.
Kim?
No.
Hey, Razor, did you know that the voice actor for Agent Milton in Red Dead 2 is related to Bill Hickok?
Nice!
Master Shake, I don't take it in vain. When I use it, I get results.
Oh, this one.
Hello? Hello there.
Howdy, miss. What are you doing out here?
I'm thinking.
Have I seen you before?
Oh, yes, I think so. On the train from Blackwater, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking with the preacher.
Yes, sir, I was.
I don't know if it's so safe out here, miss.
Oh, Jenny. You can call me Jenny.
We would like peas and carrots.
All right. I'm safe because I have faith. So, faith can move mountains. That's the whole point.
Is that why you're wearing a gravy boat on your head?
You're trying to move a mountain?
Oh, no, I can't do anything. But with faith, I can achieve great things. I know that. I know it.
You want me to take you back into town, ma'am? You seem kind of unwell.
Oh, I get such clarity out here. I see things purely. The world is so beautiful.
And full of things that'll kill you. Including illness.
Nothing's gonna kill me, sir.
Well, take care then.
Do I have? I think I have medicine, actually.
Miss Jenny. Miss Jenny. Don't look like the Almighty's much inclined to help you out here. I was kind of worried about you, so I brought you some medicine.
Oh, heavens. Oh, praise you, Lord. I knew you'd save me.
Excuse me?
You see, it was only through his will that you were ordered to save me. Tell me, were there angels in your vision?
Were there Calvinists in the writer's
Can I
vision?
take you back into town?
Praise you, Savior.
Because I think
I
there
knew
were.
you'd save me.
You think someone at Rockstar has issues with
come with me?
Pentecostals? I think so.
I'm here, mister. I'm in heaven. Heaven.
All right. There we go. All right, there we go. Where is...
Random nobody. Thoughts
just
on...
remember all the people earlier who were saying this game isn't paused at all. Just remember.
Thoughts on the video, Do Gamers Know What They Like? By Timothy Kane, the creator of Fallout.
Haven't seen it. I haven't really watched his channel either. I've heard it's been recommended to me many times, but I haven't watched it. I see it his videos get shilled by the algorithm a fair bit. Like, I've never watched one of his videos, and yet I get recommended his videos constantly.
Lampshade, to any leftists from my state hate-watching, know this. You did this. Every single time we gave you an alternative to the leftist hegemony here in California, you spat in our faces. Now your high horse burns.
You spat in their faces 3 years ago when you refused to recall Newsom and bought into that Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy nonsense. You had an alternative. Larry Elder is not a nut job. He's not even really that Trumpy. You know, it was a pretty normal conservative Republican. You didn't have to go through this. You could have had your reservoirs full. You could have raked your darn forests. Because I believe Larry Elder even talked about this issue on the campaign trail. You guys had a clear fork in the road and decided, nah, we'd rather light on fire. Okay. Enjoy it. Honestly, that's a more germane analogy to the woman dying in the desert that we just experienced now than any cringy faith analogy. Because, of course, to the California left, leftism is a religion. It's a religion of the state. I just have to have faith.
The whole town needs my...
Dear sir, hello.
Any trouble, let me know.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I think that's good for now.
HT Arcade, you can tell the writer was forced to go to church.
Hello.
I was forced to go to church as a kid, and I still don't resent it enough to do that.
How are you, friend?
Zero, the recall was rigged, Razor, blatantly so.
A fine transaction.
If you say so.
I'll buy anything that meets my strict standards.
I mean, look, it was definitely ballot harvested into oblivion because ballot harvesting is legal. And not only is it legal, it's actually illegal to propose a measure to get rid of it, which I don't know how that's constitutional. Pardon me, at all. All right. Yeah, Armadillo just feels different in this game. I mean, beyond the plague thing in Red Dead 2. It just feels more alive in this game. What's your favorite town in this game? Do you remember him, Darren?
In the original?
Yeah.
There's Armadillo, there's Valentine.
No, Valentine's in 2.
Oh, okay.
Armadillo, Blackwater, Thieves Landing, Tumbleweed is not really a town anymore in this game.
Yeah.
There's, of course, all the Mexican towns, Chuparosa and things like those.
Thing is, with this game, the towns are really small.
They are real small, yeah. Technical limitations.
Yeah, at the time. I would have to say Armadillo.
Yeah, I'd go with that too, honestly.
And
Tumbleweed is cool in Red Dead 2.
Why not?
Really, Tumbleweed fills the role that this town fills in this game.
In 2, it would for me it would have to be oh, it's not New Orleans.
Yeah, Saint Denis.
Saint Denis.
I can't believe it's not New Orleans.
I once saw a man cut his own pecker off trying a variation on this amusement.
I'd appreciate you not using the word pecker in my presence, sir.
Patrick,
Or
if
in
you're
anyone else's.
if you're wanting to lasso you should do more missions for Bonnie. If there aren't any available, you may need to do missions for the Marshal.
If I want a what?
The lasso. Do missions for Bonnie, or you might need to do missions for the Marshal.
And you didn't even lose a finger.
Mercenary X, Larry Elder won the recall. They cheated.
Knew I could win some.
Oh!
Someone else want to challenge me?
Fraud don't work that way, gang. Ballot harvesting can only get you so many ballots, even if it's completely legal. I'm sorry, you gotta have a margin of fraud. And when you look at the margin that Gavin Newsom has compared to Larry Elder's margin, I'm sorry, it wasn't even close. California elected to keep Gavin Newsom. Sweetened ballots or no. No one wants to hear that. I mean, look, I warned you guys how many months before the 2020 election about what ballot harvesting looks like, about why mail-in ballots were going to be used in the 2020 election. I do know what I'm talking about here a little bit. You do have to have an election that's within the margin of fraud. They didn't need ballot harvesting in the recall because Gavin Newsom won. Because California made a really stupid choice.
Let's do this.
Mercenary X, it's illegal to ask for ID when voting.
Yep, it is. Which is hilarious because the Supreme Court upheld Arizona's right to ask.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, just once. Okay.
Black Cat, thank you for that donation. Janice. Regarding the last rant raiser, what would you recommend for Cali conservatives who can't leave for outside reasons like family obligations?
No!
Hold on a second. There we go. I would... I think you need to be working toward getting them out of there, to be honest. I mean, if family obligations and stuff, why isn't your family wanting to leave? What are the reasons that are keeping them there? The founders believed strongly states are not one size fits all. They believed people would move around a fair bit. Now, keep in mind, at the time, there were only so many colonies, and they were a lot less distant from one another because we didn't have the Western United States yet and all of that stuff. We didn't even have most of that as like territories yet. So,
Who's next?
but that is the prescribed remedy for the Founding Fathers, from the Founding Fathers. And it's mentioned in the earliest writings of Thomas Jefferson when he's excoriating the British Crown, right? He points out in his earliest missives, he points out, hey, why are we here? Why are the colonists here? We're escaping you as a political alternative to political change back in Britain. And you kind of need to think of it in those terms. Should the Founding Fathers have remained colonies so that they could reform Britain and get rid of the crown? How effective do you think that would have been? Do you think that ever would have happened? Put it this way, in 2025, it still hasn't happened. You kind of need to think of it in those terms because California is about as monolithic in terms of the size of its government and the authoritarianism of its government as Britain was.
Hello, friend.
I'm selling some good tonics if you need them. I wonder what I need.
Skunk meat!
I hope that helps.
Ryan,
There, that's
libs
what I
were
got.
contained in LA, now they'll spread.
Stay away from the soft pork tobacco.
All right. I can see the trap being laid for Trump already.
Well, I guess I haven't reached one yet.
You can see the trap they're laying for Trump right now. Can you see it? Biden came out. Did you see this and said that the federal government will pay 100% of the damages?
Jesus.
So you can see they're setting the stage. They're already going on podcasts blaming Trump for the fire. I mean, completely in defiance of all logic. Blaming Trump for not cooperating, even though they were suing Trump for trying to get them to rake their forests. Trying to get them for opposing their environmental regulations. I said in my video, the state of California sued Trump on average every 12 days throughout his presidency. And that didn't stop after he left the White House, by the way. There are still pending lawsuits. It was well over 100 lawsuits by the end. Just insane, right? They're setting the table so that they can blame Trump when Trump comes out and goes, no, we're not paying all of that money. We're absolutely not. What he should do is say, you can have 100% of this money. You can have all of it if you agree to rake the forests and repeal those environmental regulations that caused this disaster.
And keep those reservoirs full.
Yep. And if Trump volleys that back into their court like that, it's game, set, match for Gavin Newsom. I'm sorry. The media is irrelevant now. They won't even be able to spin it.
If one drop of water goes into that fucking ocean.
Yep.
Hey, mister.
I keep foreign and Jewish-made goods out of my store.
What did he say this time?
I keep foreign and Jewish-made goods out of my store. Oh my gosh!
Zero. People went to the polls in person on election day only to be told they already voted. Their ballots were stolen. They pulled a Maricopa County.
That's nice, but they didn't have harvested ballots enough to do that. It had to be within the margin of fraud. I'm sorry you don't understand how voter fraud works. You can't pluck them out of thin air. Why did Trump win in 2024? Because they didn't have enough outstanding ballots or enough registrations ahead of that election. They didn't have it. And California wouldn't have had those. Do you know why? Because 2020 is a different election cycle from 2021. Those registrations do not remain on file for the next election, which would have been the recall in 2021. You don't know what you're talking about. California elected Gavin Newsom. They did. Cry, cope, Whine, sob, masturbate with your own tears. It's not going to change a single thing. You don't understand how ballot harvesting works. Now shut up and stop saying this over and over again. My goodness. Guys, it's reality. You got to accept this fact. It just is.
Janice, you probably missed it, but I was very happy to see you at Drinkers a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, it was a blast, man.
Nearly a perfect lineup. Just wish Platoon was there.
Yeah. That's why 2020 was allowed to happen, by the way, was because they slackened the registration laws ahead of Election Day so they could register as many people as possible, because you have to have ballot. You don't need the ballots. What you need are registered voters. So because it's a different election cycle from 2020 to 2021, they wouldn't have had the same number of voters on file. And of course, it being an off year for elections, why would they have so many registrations, right? It doesn't make any sense. No, California voters did that. Yes, was there fraud? Absolutely. Ballot harvesting is legal in California. 100%. You will never hear me say otherwise. I was warning you guys about that before it was even a big national issue, right? But no, California voted Gavin Newsom back in, and that is the truth.
Come on.
They probably didn't do it by as much as he would have liked. That's for sure. Like, I would say between, like, if I were to ballpark it, 5 to maybe 10 points at the most. And honestly, that's a stretch. 10 is a big stretch as far as what difference harvested ballots could have made. That's a big stretch. And if you look at those numbers, that math just doesn't add up. He still wins.
Let's go.
Ever since I put that video out, I've been getting that response from people. It's like, guys, do you not know how harvesting works? Like, this is, you can't just conjure, like the ballot. I mentioned this actually in the 2024 post-election video, because it was a really important point for me to make after Trump won. The ballot printer go brr meme is funny, but it's a falsehood. They don't print ballots. They don't. They fill out ballots for people who don't claim them. That's why what you're mentioning happened. Those people who are complaining about their ballots already being filled out had registered. You can only steal it by as many votes as you have registered voters. What is going on here? Somebody just died.
Come on. Slow up.
What the? What?
Sir Cool? Biden
Oh,
said...
no! The heck was that?
That was a weird ambush.
What was that?
Biden says they'll pay 100% of reconstruction. Not a cent to Tennessee or Florida post-hurricane.
Or, North Carolina, nothing.
Who still need help, with FEMA pulling aid even now.
That's the most contemptible thing about Gavin Newsom's behavior after the fire is, how dare he politicize this disaster? How dare Trump politicize it? Which, politicizing is not correctly pointing out that you could have headed this off down the road, right? That you were warned by the person who's criticizing you, and that you should have listened. That's not politicizing. But it's ridiculous, because of course Gavin Newsom...
Let's go. Terrible.
Gavin Newsom, after the Florida hurricane, the last Florida hurricane, was the one who paid for all those ads defaming Ron DeSantis. Remember that? And then they had the big debate and everything? Or it may have even been after the debate thing. So stupid. I'm going the wrong way. I got turned around.
Yeah.
Trenchcoat Sword. Herbert Moon. Absolute gutbuster. Woman on drugs in the desert. Total straw man.
Oh, 100%.
Never happened. Evidence of an anti-Christian conspiracy.
Anti-Christian, black, Jewish, homosexual conspiracy.
Lance, consarn it, Razor, where's your hat?
Oh yeah, I didn't dig out the hat. I do have the Ghost of the Badlands mask back there.
Mercenary X, no, Razor, I can never accept California voted for Newsom.
You better stop believing in low trust societies. You're in one. All right, let's do more Bonnie McFarlane missions.
Shlomo Bagelstein.
Mr. Marston, I've been hearing about your plan.
Miss Spinster. I mean...
Yes, from Lee Johnson. To settle here and build a life for yourself.
I'm afraid those aren't my plans. See, I already have a life. Well, I had one, and I'm trying to reclaim it. Or maybe what you could say is I had two, and I'm trying to end one of them so the other can survive.
You do so love to talk in riddles, Mr. Marston. Do you do that, I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarlane.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
She just got friend zoned, I think.
Miss McFarlane, I'm married.
Oh, yeah.
I have a son.
Deep in the friend zone.
She died. Years before that, I rode in a gang.
The daughter, but she died. Is that referenced in Red Dead 2?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
I don't remember that. Had a daughter, but she... Was it with Abigail or with someone else? That's the first time I caught that.
We robbed banks, trains.
Does anybody know what the lore is on that?
We killed people we didn't like. Bill Williamson was in that gang. Now, if I don't capture my former brother in arms, great harm will befall my family. Now, I don't suppose any of this is very interesting to you, but I hope it explains why I wasn't so eager to talk about it.
No, I do understand. I had no idea. You poor man.
Even in this new country, memories don't really fade. My father was an illiterate Scot born on the boat into New York.
Many such cases.
He never saw his homeland, but to hear him talk about it, you'd imagine he only ever ate haggis and wore a kilt.
Also many such cases.
He hated the English for what they had done to his great-grandparents that he'd never met. People don't forget. Nothing gets forgiven.
That's true.
You might say it's
Especially
unforgiven.
when it comes to money. And you know, even now, after all his labors, my father's debts are still terrible. I worry every day about us losing the ranch. It would kill him.
My father died when I was 8 years old. His eyes were, well, let's just say he was blinded in a bar fight south of Chicago. My mother
On the
died
plus
during
side, he didn't
childbirth.
have to look at Chicago.
She was a prostitute, and he was her... Well, I don't know what he was. So I was sent off to an orphanage and ran away and fell in with a gang.
My word. What a difficult life you've lived.
Wow, you're like an
The leader of the
honorary
gang
black
taught me
guy.
how to read, taught me how to see all that was good in the world. He was a great man in a way.
Shit.
Sure. And I've suffered for it. And that's the life I left, or tried to leave. Said too much, Bonnie. I'm an uneducated killer, sent here to do all I can do well. Kill a man in cold blood so that another man may do his part to cut crime in an area, and a rich man can be elected governor on the back of these promises.
Civilization is a truly beautiful thing, Mr. Marston. Listen, can you help me?
Well, I can try.
Wow, what a
What do you need,
what a
money?
switch! I'm gonna help her.
Nothing so complicated. I need an extra hand to take out the herd to pasture.
I'm so sorry, officer. Be careful now.
I didn't mean to skip that. There we go.
Shlomo Bagelstein. Sadly, I don't see Justin Castro resigning, changing much for Canada.
Yeah, I agree.
They'll just be replaced with some WEF stooge with a slightly higher approval rating.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you for telling me all that back there.
You guys do need to understand Justin Trudeau Justin Trudeau was out there. I remember I have friends in Canada and stuff, and before he was even in charge over there, before he even ascended to the office, you got rumblings for years, for a half decade or more, about, oh, Justin Trudeau, he's going to be the next guy. Oh, he's the next guy. And of course, it's because of the connection to Pierre Trudeau, who's legendary in Canada. Do the left in Canada even have a figure on the order of that? Justin Trudeau, it's not just because he's handsome or whatever.
It must have been hard
It's because
for
of his name value and his Q rating in the country of Canada. So if the left don't have that figure,
Then again, I don't think
it might be a little more open.
They're lucky to have a man like you.
I ain't so sure about that, but thank you.
How are you, Miss McFarland?
Come on, boy.
Oh gosh, not the herding. Not the herding.
All right, let's see if you can herd cows as well as you can charge humanity.
See if you can pretend to be the Google algorithm.
That's it.
Keep 'em moving.
He's got it.
Yeah.
Easy.
You, go watch a top 10 video. Yeah, there we go.
You know what you're doing.
Ain't that hard, is it?
Yeah, video essay. No talent required. Watch that. Yeah.
The gunslinger. Okay, but if John wasn't such a set in iron character, I would have just romanced Bonnie, if that was an option, and just get it over with. She needs the D.
Man, you run into her, don't you, in 2 at some point?
I think she's like a cameo.
Yeah, and she's a spinster then, bro, when she's 10 years younger or whatever. Whatever it is, however many years.
Hello, Mithrin.
It breaks the canon, though. Because you run into her before you should have run into her.
Dylan killing the Castro bloodline messes up any country.
Right? I love how just everybody assumes he's Fidel Castro's son now. Like, there's not even doubt anymore.
He's just showing off now. Keep going, Mr. Mothman.
They have babies with a goblin.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Come on.
I know it's not your neck of the woods, but could I get your opinion on the recent UK development? Why is the UK on righteous fire right now?
Keep them nice and tight.
It's not recent. That's the thing. This has been a controversy that's gone on since the 70s. What's interesting about it is, boy, talk about a ready illustration of what freedom of information, the free flow of information makes over social media. This never would have happened before Elon Musk bought Twitter, it must be said. Because Elon Musk himself signal boosted this. And a bunch of other figures signal boosted it. And why did it happen? It was all because of the Tommy Robinson controversy. So Elon Musk drew attention to Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson drew attention to the rape
really
gangs.
pay money to see
right?
this stuff.
And so we've all been talking like Tasha Yar for the last freaking month. Rape gangs, rape gangs, rape gangs. But yeah, make no mistake, it's not a recent preoccupation. This is an issue that's been going on for decades, ever since the first big waves of mass migration into the UK. And really, the only thing that changed is social media, the status of social media.
You're not bad with the herd. Ranching might be your true calling, Mr.
Look at them watching top 10 videos from Watch Mojo.
Thank you, Miss McFarland.
I'll see you later. I have work to do back at the ranch.
Ryan Cannon. Insurance guys in LA apparently pulled their coverage of fires.
I saw that.
LA insurance CEOs best be careful if Luigi gets out.
Right.
Lots of McDonald's to hide in.
Come on.
Yeah, I heard specifically it was State Farm.
State Farm?
Yeah.
Serves them right for recasting Jake from State Farm as a black dude. What was that, dude? Why did they do that?
I don't know.
That was so bizarre. Because the first guy who did it was really funny. You know, they're like, what are you wearing? Khakis? And the way he delivered it was really funny because he's just a big, fat, dumpy white dude. It was funny, right? His delivery was funny.
Whichever one of us gets back here first with the right plans wins on the bet.
What's this? I don't know what this is. What is
Sure.
it?
I'll give it a try.
Oh.
Yeah. Slow down. Whoa.
Get back here.
Ah.
Don't get.
Let's go. Whoa there.
All right. Speaking of social media, how's everyone feeling about Mark Zuckerberg, huh?
Yay, I'm on his side
You trust
now.
this guy? Would you trust him approaching from behind and advantaged with a weapon? Anyone?
Easy.
Did I do it?
Shackley Rusterford.
All right.
Best and worst chapter from Red Dead 2.
Best chapter. Worst chapter, I think, is the prologue, which sucks because I like all the snow and whatever, but the prologue is entirely too long in Red Dead 2. It takes hours to get going, and it turns people off of the game. It just does, dude. I know so many people who have been mean. They look at Red Dead 2 and they're like, I'd love to play that game. Look at the Wild West. Look how rich the simulation is. And it looks amazing. And then they get in this super linear opening crawl. And I mean literal crawl. It just crawls from minute to minute. It's ridiculous. You know what? Go watch my Skyrim review. What did I always say about Skyrim? The problem with the introduction to Skyrim is you're suddenly, okay,
What a shame.
the primary attribute of Skyrim, Elder Scrolls games in general is they are open, they are rich simulations, you can do pretty much anything you want, you can be whatever you want, you can wear whatever armor, be whatever race and gender you want. It's open-ended is the whole point. And to introduce you to the mechanics of our big open world game, here's a completely linear hayride to Middle-earth. It's horrendous. It's horrendous. It's the opposite of everything the game you're about to play is going to be. And that's the problem with Red Dead 2. Hey, big open game, you can do whatever you want. You don't even have to continue with the story. So here's a completely linear segment that goes on and on and on. It's terrible.
Too slow, my friend.
So that would be the worst. What was that?
Swallow this.
I don't know what that was. But anyway, best. You know, it might be the epilogue. And for those who have not beaten Red Dead 2, I won't spoil it for you. But the epilogue of the game might be the best.
Mercenary X. Mark Zuckerberg's apology video looks like pure AI.
Oh my gosh. He looks like AI and sounds like AI and is AI.
Normal man.
Let's go.
Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have birthdays, he has yearly system updates.
Right? We're on Mark 3.
Stealth Creations, thank you for that 50. Talk about hurting. This is looking like YouTube content making. Little does the viewer know, there were worse depths that one can find. Camera switches to Amber Heard's bedsheet.
Oh no!
Exercised by a priest. No, we weren't meaning
Oh, no.
those foulest depths.
Oh, there's a turd on my bed. All right, there we go. All right, we're saving. We're saving. I don't think I have anything unlocked yet. I have to search Coots Chapel. I guess there's something else I had to do at Coots Chapel. Let's go. Let's get to Coots Chapel again.
Did Razor like that clip and lore of the other vampires from Razio's clan in Nosgoth?
I don't know what you mean. Did you send me something?
Possibly.
I don't know. Be right back in just a moment.
Sheogen, I looked into the State Farm actor some time ago. Original guy was an actual employee, and he didn't want to continue to act and be in the commercials, so they had to find a new guy.
Really?
Lampshade, I've seen more life from Skynet than Zuckerberg. Let's go back to the original list. 0, there were still lots of gold prospecting in Alaska. God. Red Dead 3, or whatever, should drop the modern politics and grow a pair and set the time in the late 1860s or 70s and talk smack about Lincoln. MC Corleone, Dana Stroom's Slaughter and London, LA glam metal band, are coming to Whiskey A Go Go. I can only afford to see one. Which one should I see? What say you?
Who's coming to the Whiskey A Go Go? Which bands?
Slaughter and London.
Oh, London, dude. London, for sure. Slaughter sucks. Slaughter's terrible. All right. Yeah, I'd go London, hands down.
Composite Frylock.
Okay.
We can't give up on the MCU, Arthur. We gotta have some gosh darn faith.
Gosh darn! Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I, like, slammed a bunch of water before the stream like a retard, and now I have the bladder of, like, a Girl Scout.
Speaking
Terrible.
of which, would you mind if I grab something?
Go for it. Okay.
Go.
What we got here? Okay, Bonnie McFarlane. No, let's go to Coots Chapel. Let's go to Coots Chapel.
Come on.
And I don't have the campfire, so I can't fast travel yet. Whoa, that guy wanted to... He wanted to duel!
Come on.
Say it, Taryn.
Hey.
Rootin' tootin'?
No!
What?
It's time to...
Man, I wish we were, like, using this as the stream computer. I could just play it.
Oh, he left. Wow, he lost interest. Jeez.
You can always kill him later.
Come on.
They used to call me Baby Bladder, Arthur.
That sign looks like an Orthodox cross.
Have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
No.
Does that not look like an Orthodox cross or anything? Anyway.
No, Harry. Wrong game again.
Why are those still in there?
I left that one up on purpose. It's just funny to think that Harry's going from stream to stream looking for his daughter.
Right? Gavin! Gav! Gav!
Yeah.
Alright. Jackrabbit. So I left one unmurdered. Let's get down to Coots Chapel. There must be something I forgot to do.
Come on.
I mean, I didn't really technically get down to the chapel, so... Let's get on down.
Jeffrem Denkar.
Look at that draw. This game did not, I think, have that draw distance originally.
Yeah.
What would you say is your favorite piece of Old West history and your favorite Old West myth or legend?
Ooh. That's a good one, man.
What does turn you on?
Yeah, what does turn me on? Let's go. Favorite bit of Old West history. I love the shootout at Canyon Diablo, obviously. I set a whole comic book in Canyon Diablo because of little bits of history like that. Trying to think what else. There's so many little cool like tidbits about Old West history that are like a lot of stuff in Deadwood, like the guy who he owed a guy money, and so they got in an argument over whether it was going to be repaid. This is in Deadwood. And the guy got shot. Like, he emptied the whole damn thing and kept shooting at him. Emptied the whole gun into the guy. And he was not expected to live. He got shot right through the brain. And every day in the Deadwood Pioneer, they'd have a new update. Oh, Jim, he's still clinging to life. He's somehow still alive. And keep in mind, this is 1870s medicine that's available to this guy, right? Nothing. And then all of a sudden, the newspaper articles keep going on. Eventually, they get to, hey, Jim was seen up and about today, and whatever. This guy got freaking massacred. I mean, he got Murphy from RoboCop, which was one of the reasons that I opened Ghost of the Badlands with that, with Righty Redstone getting absolutely murked, right? Because I knew that there were Old West stories of people just getting turned into Swiss cheese and somehow surviving. And this guy went right through the brain. They had to scoop a chunk of his brain out to save his life. And he survived. Dude.
Some really crazy stories of people just being absolutely filled through the holes. And he lived to be 96.
Yes! This guy lived forever!
It's amazing.
I forget the guy's exact name. It was in the Tales from Deadwood. The thing that David Milch wrote, which I highly recommend, by the way, because it's a mix of lore about Deadwood, the TV show. So he's talking about the characters and backstory and stuff that you don't see on the show. But then a bunch of real life Old West history. Search Coots Chapel. Oh, this is Coots Chapel.
I've always liked the meme of...
Oh my.
I've always liked the meme for Fallout, all the Fallout games. Oh, I have to find my son. I have to find my father. I have to find my husband.
Mm-hmm.
New Vegas. Who shot me in the fucking head?
Well, that stays the main story until you run into Chandler from Friends, and then all of a sudden, hey guys, now you're saving the entire Mojave Wasteland, and it has nothing to do with the guy in the checkered suit. And that's actually pretty bad writing, it must be said. People love to slobber all over Avalon's knob, but that was pretty bad writing right there. You replaced your central conflict with a central conflict in which your character has no stakes. And you just did it awkwardly after you met with Chandler Bing. What? I love that game, and I still recommend, Taryn, that you play it, especially now that you can mod it and it's all stable and...
Can I put Trump in it? Oh, what? I can't? Fuck you, Nexus. Anyway.
Don't get political unless you put trans flags on everything. Okay, so we found that.
Oh, and Obama. You can put Obama in things.
Oh, yes, you can. Of course. Twin Rocks Hideout. Okay, where's that at? I think it's... Well, I guess it's over at Twin Rocks, isn't it? Twin Rocks is up here, isn't it?
Norm Al, man, I remember hearing an Old West News article where a guy talked about an encounter with a mountain lion, like he stubbed his toe at night.
Dude, different breed of cat out there. Or what about the Mormon Angel of Death? You ever heard of this guy?
Oh, God.
What, like the A1 man killer in the West that wasn't named Wild Bill Hickok. He was basically a hired assassin of the Mormon Church. He just went around murdering apostates. He would commit robberies to fill the coffers of the church. What is it? Porter Rockwell. And look at a picture of this guy. Look him up real quick.
Okay.
Porter Rockwell. Look at this man. You can tell he's an angel of death.
Wow, that is an evil-looking son of a bitch.
That is an evil-looking man. I used him, incidentally, as inspiration for a short Goes to the Badlands story that I wrote. It was supposed to be in one of the Ripazines, but they weren't looking for other properties, I guess, at the time, so... But it's a short, like, 20-pager. This? Oh, that's Hanging Rock. Isn't like Twin Rocks is like over here or something? Where's Twin Rocks at?
ZB man, can you name the horse and Coulter?
You can't in Red Dead 2. That's another thing I hate. That was so retarded. It's a single player game, Rockstar. Blow me. This is...
but you might stream it.
There's your monkey paw wish right there. Okay. Hanging Rock. I need to do Twin Rocks. Where's Twin Rocks? I think I know. Oh, I think I know where it is.
Matt Metzchen.
It's in... Oh, no, that's Pike's Basin. Never mind. I thought it was in here.
Going for high honor here or low? I will never do Red Dead 1 or 2 with low honor. This is one of my favorite games of all freaking time.
I have done this game with low honor, and it's fun. You're kind of robbing yourself of some fun. A little bit. Cholla Springs. It drives me nuts when the freaking Californians that are hired to do voice acting in this game call it Cholla Springs. Drives me freaking nuts.
Cholla. Lampshade. Mormon bro looks like...
Californians love to fancy themselves like worldly, and we understand Latino culture. So anyway, Cholla Springs.
You ever see the original... I'll get to you a second, Lampshade.
Like, they turn into Peggy Hill.
You ever see the original Taco Bell menu?
No.
The original Taco Bell menu had all of the menu items enunciated. It's taco.
Oh! Well, it makes sense, dude. Taco Bell was one of the first places that, like, introduced... There were parts of the country that didn't really have much in the way of Mexican restaurants.
Yeah.
Is this
it's
it?
taco, not taco. Lampshade, Mormon bro looks like prototype Kaczynski.
Dude. He looks like Rasputin. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, I would say more Rasputin.
He's like Mormon Rasputin. But look into his history. It was nuts. Another one is Augustine Chacon. I don't know if anyone's aware of who Augustine Chacon was. Probably the biggest, most wanted outlaw in all of Arizona. And he rubbed elbows with some of the most famous Old West characters there are.
Mind if I join in?
I could really use a hand, friend. I'm way over my head here. Them animals. Walton's boys have taken my daughter.
Say no more. Human traffickers get
Looks
the first
like we
bullet.
got trouble heading our way.
Ooh. Wasting human traffickers. Let's do this.
This is getting intense.
Let's do this. Donde está Boleto?
Super Bear. Porter Rockwell children, at least 7.
Which means that madman's genes are floating around somewhere in the gene pool. Somewhere.
Jake Steino God.
Rockwell. Wilhelm scream.
Rockwell had to sit for 5 minutes for that photo.
Yup.
I hope you got money for a funeral.
Oh, he's back here. That's good. Woo! Running headshot. Don't mind if I do.
Colin, there seems to be rumors or leaks of DEI. Not so white folk.
Play it smart, buddy, and get on out of here.
No!
Oh.
Dang it!
Restart.
Freaking collision glitch. Really, man? Come on. Give me that. Give me that.
Not so white folk in Kingdom Come 2. Do you have a review copy? That would be great.
No, I wish. No, I don't.
Do you have any, can you give any credence to these rumors? We don't know.
Nah, wish I knew. I'd let you guys know in a heartbeat. I don't... I've had review copies before, here and there, but...
It's been very sporadic.
Yeah.
And that's when I believe Screenwave sent those over to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Mercenary X, since Obama is allowed on Nexus mods, do you think Mully mod of Obama will be accepted? It has me modding a... Oh my god. Why would you send that? The gunslinger, his name was Orrin Rockwell Porter.
Orrin Rockwell Porter.
And he was nearly 7 feet tall and was so strong he could pull a stove heater that was bolted to the wall clean off. He does sound like Rasputin.
Freaking terrifying, dude. Freaking terrifying. Like, I'm glad I live in this time because I don't have to live at the same time as this man. This guy. His fatality. Look on Wikipedia, his rumored fatality figures. Like, it's not... Oh? What's this? What's this? The heck? Okay, whatever.
Come on.
I never killed anyone who didn't need killing.
Actual quote! Actual quote! Which, how many westerns have ripped off that line, dude?
John Wayne was the first.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
I wanted to say, he was born in 1813 and died in 1878.
Yeah. He was in the early Old West.
Rasputin.
Rasputin was obviously during the October Revolution.
1869.
Yeah.
It's possible they could have been related. Maybe a cousin?
Oh my gosh, horse, come on.
You want me?
Dead or alive?
One of us must die.
Dead then.
I thought black horses could jump. Alright, there we go.
Normal man, can we get 1 minute of silence for all the Wilhelms who died to produce the screams in every movie and game?
Right?
It's literally one dude.
One dude.
Gunslinger, read my $10 chat. No! I won't.
You'll read 50 Mercenary X chats in a row, but not his. Come on.
Seems like you could
That's just not fair.
You read his
Now
$10.
this is worth the price of admission.
I'm way over my head here. Them animals.
Well, I scrolled up and I don't see it, so
have taken my daughter.
you're gonna have to wait.
Oh my god.
Looks like we got trouble heading our way.
The Copper Owl. Remember, guys, help spread word for NC. FEMA was caught kicking people out into a blizzard. The Biden admin is trying to wipe out those people.
Are you supposed to be almost?
Woo, come on, John. Thank you. Got him. Love this carbine. It's good in Hunt. It's good in this game.
I scrolled up in the chat, man. It's not there. Mad Cat, so California makes a movie about Satan taking over Christmas, and they expect it not to burn? Plus Gavin News scum, mismanagement of the state, drove it off a cliff. It's almost biblical.
You made a big mistake by coming here, my friend.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now, what's the best way to do this? I gotta make sure...
Toss in dynamite.
Save my daughter.
No, it'll kill her.
I'm kidding.
Play it smart.
Got him.
God, you're safe. Let's get you back home.
Oh, he died? Of a leg wound, but Biden said those were non-lethal.
The leg was badly damaged.
It was badly injured. I thought
Danny boy.
had only a broken leg.
Taryn, stop super chat harvesting. No.
We have a 4 a.m. super chat dump.
Oh my god, it's all Mercenary X. Frosted glass. In Red Dead Online, my friend and I would play Border Patrol, park at the bridge to Mexico, and shoot players who try to cross.
You remember, dude. JBL in real life is kind of a retard and a giant mark, but JBL, when he first became the WWE champion in 2004 and he was feuding with Eddie Guerrero, he took the title from Eddie Guerrero and he's like, so he cut a promo at the U.S. border with Mexico. And he's like, I'm patrolling for Guerreros. There's one. Look, there's one trying to cross.
It would be funny if they got like a cousin of Eddie Guerrero to go out there.
Yeah, like Chavo or something.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, JBL was great as the heel when he was, you know, champ at that time. He was freaking great. Oh, up here.
Mercenary X, Gavin didn't mismanage anything. It was all intentional.
All part of a plan.
James Woods' house survived, but not Mark Hamill. I thought James Woods' house did burn down.
No, it turns out his house somehow survived. Somehow. He thought it was burned down. He was convinced it was burned down because he was getting, like, notifications on his phone of, like, fire alarms going off. Because he has a smart house, because he's an idiot. Why in the world would you have a smart house? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. Watch me buy a house with a smart shit in it and just rip that shit out.
Let me just install a HAL 9000 in my wall. Let's make that happen.
You know what's even crazier? Any house, and the people who do this are fucking stupid. You know, it's not just the Ring company, but people have these fucking home cameras inside their houses.
Yeah. Yep.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What an absolute... And then, like, I'm glad that Nick Fuentes had a Ring camera so he could catch that freaking psycho who wanted to kill him, but...
But that's outside the house.
And it is outside the house, that's fine, but bro, isn't this guy supposed to be against surveillance state? I'm super based, I understand what's really going on here. Let me go ahead and buy this smart home stuff that's gonna spy on me and everyone who knows me, and like, what? How blue-pilled can you be? What in the world?
No, Mel
I'm glad he
Gibson-
had a camera, though. He should have had a camera, just not one that spies on you.
No, Mel Gibson's house did not survive.
No. It was, apparently it was burning down as he was in the studio with Rogan.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Because he was away in Texas. Of course, that's probably just one of the few houses for Mel Gibson, let's be real.
I'm sure he'll be okay.
He made so much money back in the day, it doesn't matter how canceled he is.
I hope Michael Jackson and Elvis's house survive.
Michael Jackson's home is in San Bernardino.
He had several.
Well, he mostly lived in Las Vegas toward the end. But Neverland itself is in San Bernardino. Alright.
A smart thing a few people out there did. They have sprinkler systems on their roofs. I heard that saved a lot of houses.
Wow.
Jake Stenogod, you said don't care about the age of piracy because you saw Treasure Island and was bored. What version is boring? Wait, Orson Welles version?
Whatever the old color one from the 50s or 60s, whatever it is, that one. It was so dull when I was a kid. So dull.
HOA doesn't allow external cameras. The ones I have indoors are only looking at points of entry. What HOA wouldn't allow you to have security cameras?
You all right, sir? Oh my gosh, he's gonna run all the way here. All right, let me come to you. Remember to give me a good rating on DoorDash, all right? I'm gonna come to you. Oh, the freaking quest reset itself. No reward
You
for
have
me.
to use pronouns. It's like, fuck you, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Lampshade, I vividly remember one fire years back when I was studying in our family's backyard, and ashes from this fire reached our area and started falling around me. Creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You don't know anything about Silent Hill.
Sir, cool. Day after Jan 6, the fires start, burning one of the richest, bluest places in the country, shattering rising President Newsom. It is almost biblical.
Almost. Somebody posted that photo of when the fire was spreading out from that massive hill into the surrounding neighborhood, and just this massive wall of fire all focused on the same spot. And the tweet was just, I don't know, does this look like biblical judgment to you? It's certainly biblical judgment adjacent. You know about Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Like, they found archaeological evidence that the stone in that area, it actually shows signs of being exposed to extreme, uncharacteristic heat.
It was a solar flare.
Oh, yes.
Or did Jews have space lasers back then?
Possibly. Dr. Evil Blatt put that one together.
Intrinsic Dark, how did postmodernism get off the ground to begin with if its fundamental basis is self-refuting? Is it intrinsically nihilistic in nature as well?
It is one of the reasons postmodernism is so Marxist, is because it shares the same philosophical...
I have a bad feeling about this.
The same philosophical bent. And that bent, of course, is it's not defined by what it is, it's defined by what it is the opposite of. That's why Marxism, it's tough debating a communist who knows what he's doing, because if he knows anything about communism, he knows that it's impossible to pin down, because it's really a refutation of a philosophy rather than a philosophy in and of itself. It's not about what communism is. It's about what it isn't, which is capitalism. Which is a giant straw man constructed by who? Communists. Because capitalism isn't a thing. Capitalism isn't a system. It's the absence of a system. It's funny. It's a negation
Well, hello, Mr.
of a thing that
Marston.
doesn't exist.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you meet my
You wonder why
father?
these people are crazy.
John Marston, this is my father, Drew McFarland.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Marston.
Howdy.
Please. So, my daughter informs me that you're here on some secret mission to remove some undesirables from the county.
Yeah, we call it Operation
Something
Wetback.
like that. I'm grateful for the hospitality, sir.
Well, you know, we've lived here for 30 years now. Came here from the east. The land had never been settled. For 10 years, we fought the Indians. Tough men. Then we had outlaws, and we had drought, and we had smallpox.
This speech was in the
Terrible.
trailer. Remember that?
Cholera. I buried more of my
I think
children
so,
than I
yeah.
raised.
This is Herbert Moon, by the way.
Sorry to hear that, sir.
I've seen strong men wither and die under that unforgiving sun.
Damn Jews.
That whole herds of cattle take sick and die. But I've never once doubted my life here.
No, sir.
When I hear about this so-called federal government sending out agents to covertly murder and control people, then I start to worry.
You should.
Yeah, all right, Williamson is a menace, and men like him are the plague. But isn't a government agent a worse menace? And all
Ooh,
that
based.
symbolizes, I mean.
You may be right, sir.
That might be more based than Herbert Moon.
Well, you're a brave man. You're always going to be welcome here. But you tell your friends out east.
Could tell there were some,
we don't want to live
at
like
least
that out
lulberts at
Sneaking
Rockstar.
around and spying and secret missions. Huh? It's preposterous.
Trust me, sir. I agree with you.
Good. Good. Well, we won't insult you any further.
Cocksucker.
Come on, Bonnie. We got things to do.
Mr. Marston, do you want to join us? It's Daddy's favorite pastime. Apart from political discourse, that is.
What is?
Breaking in horses. Come
I
on. I hear
think
you're
this
a
is
pretty
where I
decent
get the
rider.
lasso.
For a city dweller, that is.
All right. Let's do this. Yep.
You're gonna need this. Mr.
Lasso.
Marston. Let's see if we can put that new lasso of yours to good use. That
What
red
does
tail
turn you
has
on?
fine horses nearby.
Death Rides a Horse. Good movie, by the way.
Let's read some.
Speaking of which, it was Lee Van Cleef's birthday the other day.
Oh.
Yeah, and if you want to watch a good Lee Van Cleef movie, watch Death Rides a Horse. It was released on Blu-ray recently.
Yeah.
Or watch for a few dollars more.
You sure have some interesting theories on what the government's doing, sir.
They ain't theories, Mr. Marston. I saw the telegram Marshall got from Blackwater. It ain't exactly a state secret that sent you.
Well, is he wrong? I saw those men from the train.
The government can go to hell if you ask me. Those sons of bitches would steal a coin off a dead man's eye.
Mr. Marston!
He's right. Now, I don't know much about politics.
Please, Paul, can we just enjoy
But I
the
know
ride?
we're only as free as they say we are. I don't like to drink. The more you have, the more you want. And there's few men
The
who can
men
handle
are
it.
talking.
There's certain
Right?
things in this country a woman could do much better if you ask
here we
me.
go.
I ain't gonna argue with that, Miss McFarland.
Yeah, just not government.
Let's read some Rumble rants.
Like if we need someone to jibber jabber and make a sandwich.
Jay reads, hey, Razor, enjoyed your last video. I really liked the part where you said, what about the other Republicans? In California, there's a good amount of right-wing Twitter users who live in Cali or in New York.
Yeah.
There they are! Let's get after them!
Come on, let's rope one.
Lasso!
I've come to view some of these conservative Twitter users as the right-wing version
What am I going for? Brown horse? Let's go for brown horse.
of champagne socialists.
Oh no!
If their views weren't so consistent, I'd deem them as psyops.
Whoa there.
Take him to Detroit.
No! No, not Detroit!
The thing you gotta understand is even
No!
Come on, baby.
The thing you gotta understand is if you're talking about Republicans in states like New York and California, those states have a long-standing Republican tradition. It is true. But when people say California was a red state for years and then Ronald Reagan ruined it and blah, 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 not really. The Republicans in the state of California were progressive Republicans. This is a Western game. We've been talking about Deadwood. One of the main characters in Deadwood, at least after season 2, is George Hearst. And George Hearst became a senator, and he was a Republican. But he was a progressive Republican, because that's what the Republicans were at the time when the show takes place. Those are the people, those are the Republicans that settled California. So it's not that the state went from red to blue, it's the progressives went from red to blue. Now, we still have progressive Republicans, and California still has progressive Republicans, right? You look at Mike Cernovich, typically just as normal, you know, completely misunderstanding the situation and being a thunderous midwit, not knowing what a progressive Republican is, not realizing that's essentially the political heritage of California, is shooting off at the ignorant mouth, talking about how, oh, well, you know, this is a prime opportunity for Republicans to recapture control of California, and isn't there a leader who's going to step up, right? He's ranting and raving about this, and it's like, you imbecile, California never changed from what it is, which is progressive. What happened is it's really more correct to say Democrats changed in or around the 60s and 70s to become the Progressive Party. It was only a matter of time before California went blue, because they're more married to progressivism than they are the Republican Party. And when Mike Cernovich talks about how he wants this Republican or that Republican to step up, he's really asking for a Roosevelt-style progressive Republican to step up, because that's the brand of Republican that exists in California. Crack a damn history book and stop selling your stupid nootropics, you wall-eyed retard. Why do people listen to Mike Cernovich? What has he ever done? Oh, that's right. He had a massive divorce, sued his wife for millions of dollars, and used that fortune to cultivate the fiction that he's an expert on politics. In case you were ever wondering what Mike Cernovich's origin story is.
Yeah.
Just an utter imbecile. Imbecile. And I see people on our side freaking retweet him and talk about what a brilliant tactician he is, and there are actual politicians here in Arizona who took his advice. The Arizona GOP ran itself into the side of a mountain listening to Mike Cernovich's stupidity. I roll my eyes into the back of my skull every time someone talks about it.
Wasn't he one of the people who was like, Trump can't win, we need to back DeSantis?
Yes! And then he backed slowly away from that because he saw which way the wind was blowing and tried to act like he had been all Trump the whole time. He pulled a Fuentes. He just was a little more graceful about it.
You leave this one to me.
Going back to Rumble Rants, Entropy Nomad, common sense gun control, like a holster and my trigger finger.
Yeah, right? Hey, let's see. Maybe grab that paint.
What are you waiting for? I'm coming.
Oh, did I get it?
Jump on. I've got a feeling this one's gonna break easily. He's there for the taking.
Let's go.
Come on.
Dude, this is such a cool... Can we just take a moment to process what a cool mechanic this is?
Oh, yeah.
I always was impressed with this. The fact that you could just rope horses, break them in, add them to your stable. And Red Dead 2 expands that even more and makes it even cooler.
Come on. Nearly there. There. That wasn't so bad.
Look at that. Pure and natural. Nice work. I think that'll do it for today. Let's get back to the ranch.
Ruin. Razor, I genuinely don't think Carrie lost at all. Numbers don't add up when she is a Trump populist.
Yeah, I mean, that's an election that was well within the margin of fraud. Under 2 points. And the election before that, she's separated from Katie Hobbs by, what was it, like 0.1 or 0.2? Like 0.2 points or something?
I like your father.
That's what an election theft looks like, guys. Gavin Newsom's recall is not what one looks like.
For me and my family, I mean.
We don't have a lot anymore.
You have enough. It's one that gets so many folks in trouble.
True.
It'll sap your spirit and make you poor, but it's straight and it's decent.
There's no better nights.
Well done, Mr. Marston. These are fine horses.
Hey, Bonnie. Amos was saying some horses been spotted somewhere outside of Armadillo.
Let's go, Mr. Marston. We can really do with those horses.
Let's go. I think I get a new horse here, right?
Nikki, thank you for the 20.
Come on, Mr. Marston. Let's head for Armadillo.
Someone needs to document the Californians dealing with the permitting process for rebuilding.
Aside from the
Oh, yeah.
And dealing with their local governments. I'll supply the popcorn. Thanks for the stream.
Yes. If I'm a documentarian right now, I start filming the documentary right now. I get as much footage on the night of the fire and everything, the nights of the fire as possible, and open my documentary documenting the human tragedy. And then the rest of the documentary becomes about documenting the corruption in California as people are bought out of their property for, you know, lowball prices, and as the regulatory committees screw people out of being able to rebuild their homes, and cap it all off with the complete destruction of the Gavin Newsom political career and Karen Bass.
Says it all.
No, that's not.
That's a free idea, by the way.
Free idea for a documentarian out there.
Please just take that and do it now, because, you know, this.
Here's your name. Here's your movie name. Fire Sale. There you go.
The husband, Amos, he's a little,
Fire Sale.
countrified.
Where'd you get your airs and graces,
Fetch
Mr.
me
Farley?
their
From a couple
souls.
of cheap governesses Paul hired to save us from being savages, I'd like to talk about more than just cattle and chickens sometimes, that's all.
That's all.
And after my brother left, it was up to me to become the man of the ranch. He never admitted, but my paw's a lot frailer than he looks.
You're worth two of any man I know, miss.
I'll try to take that as a compliment.
You're a real lady golfer, you know that, Miss
My wife's
McFarland?
kind of like you, Miss McFarland.
Is that so?
She's always been a woman in a man's world.
You don't talk about her very much.
That's because she's a
Kinda
whore.
painful, but she's never far from my thoughts.
There's my boys. Come on, Mr. Marston.
The engaged view. I've been misinformed. Biden said the federal government would pay for the state's expenses from the fire, not the rebuilding, because the state isn't going to let most homeowners rebuild.
Let's drive them up the canyon where it narrows. We'll trap them there.
Probably. Adam Carolla had a brilliant insight into this. Adam Carolla, of course, used to work heavily in construction, so he knows what he's talking about. He knows what it's like to deal with regulatory agencies and, you know, city councils and stuff to try and get properties built. He knows of what he speaks. And if you want to see a really good analysis of what that's going to look like even Elon Musk has been retweeting him out and being like, this is probably what's going to happen. He's correct. He's correct. As messy as this has been so far, it's going to be so much worse once people try to rebuild. To give you a little contrast, Deadwood burned down a bunch of times.
Wait for my sick.
Deadwood burned down a bunch of times. There was no government in Deadwood, right? There couldn't be a government, because if there was a government, the U.S. government, the federal government would go, what's this? Do we have rebels in our own midst? Should we send in the army and crush these people? Because you're not allowed to have a government. That's Indian land. You're not even supposed to be here, right? Well, by the time the massive Deadwood fire leveled essentially all of Deadwood, the fire was still burning, and Seth Bullock and Saul Starr were already rebuilding their freaking... they could see the flames like 5 doors down, and they were already putting bricks up. Like, okay, we're building a brick building this time, I guess. Like, that's... Without all of the government red tape, that's how quickly you can get back to work.
No, and don't let those horses out of your sight.
Right you are, miss.
Guide the herd toward the canyon. And this is where you get that super fast horse. Hey, hey! Back over here.
Primarch, wasn't George Hearst a member of the Democrats?
No, he was a Republican.
The engaged few. I find it hilarious that all those toads who laughed about James Wood's home must be seething to see his home was the only one left in his whole neighborhood. That's hilarious.
Hey!
Shoot!
Sky Shrimp, I always got the Silver Shroud armor in Fallout 4.
Everyone does. It's the best side quest in the whole game. And maybe the best story in the whole game.
Let's go.
I do like the Nick Valentine DLC, though.
B Sparks Gaming, thank you for the raid.
Godspeed! Whoa, 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 get back here. Get on back here. Here we are.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No!
Ruin.
Get back here.
Razor, what are your thoughts on who should run against Karen Robinson for governor?
Karen Taylor Robson?
Robson.
I don't care. I don't care. If the Arizona GOP want to cultivate the fiction pushed by people like Milo and Cernovich and others who have just lied about Kari Lake being a bad candidate, run Karen Taylor Robson. See what happens. She'll lose. She'll lose. I will take another 4 years under a Democrat governor just to shove the AZ GOP's noses in it. I'm sick and tired of this myth. Run your basics, bitch, bog standard, Mitt Romney style Republican. Run them. Please run them. I'm begging you. All you idiots who said Kari Lake was a weak candidate, some of whom were in the comments section of my post-election video. All of you idiots need to take your medicine. Run Karen Taylor Robson and see what happens, you imbeciles. Do it.
Looks like we got the lot of them. What magnificent animals they are.
And here's my logic. It's not just pettiness. We need to purge this wing of the Republican Party. It needs to go away and stay away. We know why Kari Lake lost. Okay? It wasn't because she was too Trumpy, because look how much Trump won the state by.
Hey, the stallion's getting away! Chase him down and bring him back!
Go get him. Go on, get! Yeah. Can I wrangle him up? I think
Sky Shrimp.
Doesn't he, like, go off the cliff if you don't get him in time or something?
I think.
Go.
Shoot.
Sky Shrimp.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Ooh, almost got him.
If you want an great example of what the Second Amendment is actually for, I suggest looking into the Battle of Athens, Tennessee.
Oh, got him.
Come on.
Yes.
Come on.
Oh,
Come on.
oh,
Come on. Nearly got him.
Sorry, it sounded like Colossus there. Relax. What happened to that notification, dude?
It's on.
We never get that notification.
I left it on.
We'll get Dolph Lundgren 500 times in a night.
Calm it down. You're mine now.
And RoboCop 1,000 times.
Well, it's exclusive to Streamlabs.
Yeah. That wasn't so bad.
Whew. There we go.
Ruin. Rerun. Thank you immensely, Razor, for speaking truth. Kari Lake is the best candidate I've seen since President Trump, sincerely.
Come on.
And yeah, and it's one of the ways you can tell how insincere it all is. Because it's like a lot of the people calling her a bad candidate were celebrating her candidacy the first time around. And she didn't do anything demonstrably different the second time than the first time.
Thanks for your help today, Mr. Marston. We got some fine horses. You know,
It's denial.
why don't you
It's a
keep that
refusal
stallion
to
as your
acknowledge what is happening in
thank you
Arizona
for
with
all
our
of this.
election
Thank you,
systems. What sucks is we've got the state Senate now pushing for Florida-style election security in Arizona. If that goes through, you may well see Karen Taylor Robson win. Not because she's a great candidate, not because Arizona loves her, but because we finally tightened up our election laws, and surprise, surprise, it's still a red state. Surprise. We almost went for Trump by 7 points.
It can be very, very nasty.
He's a
If
fine
I want
animal.
to be.
So can I.
Yes, Bronson. All right. God, this game looks gorgeous.
Shadow Gamble, California has been in bad hands from word go. Ah, nuts.
You're not telling lies, bro.
Common J, they give it a 20. I foresee a really dumb law where you can't let your car idle while it's running because it causes carbon emissions. So while your car is heating up, you could get fined for it. I don't want to give them any ideas.
Why are you saying this out loud then?
Did you hear? Speaking of carbon emissions, did you hear the stupidest shit? Like, this shit that I heard is like society civilization ending crap that you would expect from elitists. Listen to this.
Right.
They asked for help from other states, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, actual, like, more fire trucks and whatever.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten there yet because they're being held. Because they have to be tested first.
Yeah.
To be allowed to help.
So ridiculous. Dude, emissions tests and stuff, vehicle tests, that kind of stuff is just the biggest scam. It's just a giant money generator for the city.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry, we're not good enough to help you?
Yeah.
While your fucking state is burning to the
You
ground?
want to know how blatantly fake emissions tests are?
Yeah.
Beyond the fact that you can see, okay, LA and Phoenix both passed emissions laws in the 80s or 90s. Has the smog improved even slightly? No. It's just as bad, if not worse, than it ever was in the 80s and 90s. That's the first thing. You can use your own eyes. Second thing, my Firebird a while back failed an emissions test. Older cars, that'll just happen. Turned out there was a gas cap issue, something like that. Anyway, so I wound up sorting that out. It was no big deal. I go back, and there was something else. There was something else was just wrong, and it failed again. And I'm like, geez. And of course, I'm paying for all of this. I take it back to my mechanic, and he's now seen the car twice, and he's like, tell you what. And he takes the emissions test, and he writes a note. And I forget what the note said, but it was basically like, pretty pleased with cherries on top. But he's a mechanic, right? So he knows a lot of the people at the emissions place. So I take it through having changed nothing about my Firebird. Nothing. Passes. It's a scam. You're paying for nothing. You're paying for the privilege to use your car.
Those bandits getting more bold, getting closer to the border.
My goodness.
All right.
Slow it up now.
All right. This is the American Appetites.
Oh, they took my boy.
This is the one.
My boy.
Who did?
My boy.
He's missing. He's only a youngster. My boy is missing.
My boy.
Where? Who took him?
Them people in the hills. Them hills near Hanging Rock. They took it. Oh,
Can't the police force help you?
oh, they can't even help themselves.
True
Please,
enough.
sir, my son is missing. I need your help.
If I find him, I'll bring him back to you.
Would you be calling them the police in this time period?
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Nothing surprises me no more
I mean, wait, it is 1911, maybe?
Yeah, you wouldn't be calling them that in...
Not here.
Yeah, not in Amarillo, Texas. That ain't... You ever been to Amarillo, by the way? I've never been.
No, it was Texas is fucking huge.
Yo, no kidding.
I lived there for 14 years of my life.
Yeah.
I've seen like 10% of it.
I drove through the thinnest part of Texas. We crossed over into the border into Texas like before noon, and we didn't wind up in Oklahoma, having passed through until the following morning. Like it took like a full day to get through the smallest part of Texas.
Have a good night, Mithrin. And apparently Mithrin sent you the clips on Twitter about Raziel.
Come on. Slow down.
Oh, it's up here. It's up here.
Yeah,
Godspeed.
Texas is beautiful, but goddamn it, is it big. Sorry, I meant gosh darn it. New Braunfels is nice. If you are visiting Texas or you live in Texas and it's summertime, go to New Braunfels, Texas.
No, you go to Austin. They've got the best poetry slams, Taryn.
No, I'm talking about the #1 water park in America, Schlitterbahn.
Yeah, right. We got some water parks here, and they're pretty good.
Yeah, I'm with Lebronsky, or Lebrowski. Ain't nothing in Amarillo.
There's cannibals.
In Texas?
Referring to this side quest.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's Mexicans, Taryn. I bet the Mexican food's good.
In Texas? Yeah.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
You've had basis to compare. You've had more authentic Mexican food in Arizona, I assume.
Come on.
And you've had more authentic Mexican food in Texas, I would assume.
Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Hold on.
So which
Basis for comparison. You think one is better than the other? I think Arizona's slightly more Mexican than Texas for some reason, but I could be wrong.
I mean, we did invent Tex-Mex.
That's true.
I have to say,
I mean,
if I am comparing,
Tex-Mex is like Americanized Mexican food, though.
I think you're gonna fight me on this.
Maybe.
But I find that the Mexican food out here,
yeah,
they add a lot more vegetables. Now I'm talking about like 90s Texas, because that's where when I was raised.
That may be a decade thing and not a regional thing.
Because in Texas, when I had Mexican food,
oh dude,
like it was straight meat and potatoes.
Just meat.
Like, and it was good. Like, and I'm talking like seasoned meat.
I'm weird, and I have a basis for comparison, not just Mexico and Arizona, but also New Mexico and California, of course, and Mexico itself. What's this? Excuse me? You want to put that iron away?
Those bandits getting more bold, getting closer to the border.
Decided against a death sentence, I guess. Okay. Prick.
Mr. White says Tex-Mex is superior to regular Mexican.
Oh, stop that. You stop that. Man, you get some real Mexican food down there in Tijuana.
Tijuana.
Hello.
I
better get going. Bye. So long now.
Oh, let's see here. Who's this? Whoa. Mo Van Bar.
Howdy.
Walton's gang assault at Mercer Station. Huh? Oh, Mercer Station's down the way. I thought this was Mercer Station.
Excuse me, you mean it's down the road a piece?
Yeah, just a little piece.
Ruran,
You have to use pronouns. It's like, fuck you, buddy.
Glad President Trump appointed Kerry to run the VOA. She is truly an inspirational leader.
Yeah, that Trump hates Carrie Lake story that Milo and a bunch of other people were throwing out there didn't really age very well.
Let's go. I'm afraid you're mine.
It's like within 3 days of that goofy defamatory nonsense leaking out, Trump already had appointed her to one of the highest offices. Basically rehabilitating this freaking flailing network. And if it doesn't work out, she gets to take it down, too. Like, I almost wonder if that's not why he appointed her, because he can trust her to take it out. Whoa, did I get a volcanic pistol? When did I get a volcanic pistol? Here is a gun that needs to be in Hunt.
And the Carcano.
Where's he at?
Jack Stano got Americanized Mexican. AKA edible and not poison.
Oh, stop. You stop. You've not lived till you've had the street tacos. You don't want to know what's in it. But I mean, that's the first rule of Mexican food anyways. If it doesn't look like sewage, you're doing it wrong. The more it looks like raw sewage, the better it tastes. That's the rule of Mexican food. All right. Get on over here, mustache.
Now you're coming
I
with
thought
me.
you were gonna put him on the tracks.
Oh, stop.
The Copper Owl. Guess who's dying on the hill of the government did nothing wrong at Ruby Ridge? Dev. He's already tripled down and lied about a self-defense act to own the right-wing scumfucks. He's now scumfuck otaku.
That's two sound, reasoned men. I'm sure we can work this out.
Hug Nguyen, Arizona is also Mexican. Oh, sorry. Arizona is so Mexican, when I stopped at Phoenix, the waiter in the Asian restaurant I ate only spoke Spanish.
Oh, dude.
You're gonna get that a lot.
Dude, every Chinese food restaurant I go to has mariachi music playing in the kitchen. Right? Which we're all agreed, right? Mariachi music's just polka with big hats, right?
Yeah.
We're all agreed.
Let's go. I'd be extremely grateful for some compassion.
Fuck it, invade Canada, but just to hunt down Dev and kick his ass. Come on, stop.
Here we go.
Come on, easy up now.
Lampshade, on a related note, which Red Dead Redemption should I play first?
First one. Hey, you should play the first one. I don't think this is as good as 2, but it is a classic, great game, and we're talking like the difference between a 9.5 and a 10. You gotta play this game. And I recommend Revolver, too. Just check your expectations at the door, because it's a different kind of game. It's good at being what it is. All right. It's not this kind of game.
S. Razor, do you believe the Jonah and whale story actually happened?
Do I believe Jonah and the whale actually happened? Have people been swallowed by whales? It's happened. How it was retold or told originally, you don't know. If it was mythic, if it was intended to be mythic or not, you don't know. Right? Pretending to know the exact circumstances under which the Bible was written is one of the classic fallacies that leads to silliness, like assuming that Peter, a fisherman who was very likely illiterate, wrote 1st and 2nd Peter, when it's most likely someone like Sylvanus, or maybe he dictated it or something like that, right? Like, but it is surprising how often the Bible winds up being literally true in places. It's crazy. The degree to which... I mean, look at what's happening with the Shroud of Turin right now. I have lived through a time where the Shroud of Turin became a massive controversy and was debated and debated and debated. And then I lived through the time where it was basically roundly discredited as being genuine. I remember that happened sometime in the 90s or early 2000s. It was like they carbon dated it, and no, there's no way that it was from that time period. It's a forgery or it's something else.
Playing with power!
And now, apparently, science has gotten to the place where they can more accurately date the fabric and stuff, and they have now concluded that it actually fits the time period. Which is insane. So it's like a roller coaster with some of this biblical stuff. Although the Shroud of Turin is not mentioned literally in Scripture, but it's just an example. Where's my horse? I love that incidental line of dialogue.
Wasn't the whale's name Monstro?
Huh?
Andrew Van Halen. He gives credit to a joke that he's stealing.
Oh.
Cisco. Computer, play something soothing. Acknowledged. Sounds of Maquis women and children screams being nuked.
You betrayed your uniform!
Remember when the Dead Sea Scrolls weren't fake?
Right. All right. I have a little bit of spending money. Let's check in and see what firearms are available.
Sumo Orange, so I hear you walked out on a female pastor. I didn't know churches let the praise and worship leader give a sermon. Praise and worship music sucks.
How are you, friend?
Yeah, so I tried out a church that I had driven past a number of times because my particular pastor has been on like a family break for the last few weeks. It's the first holiday season he's had to actually spend with his family in years, so he's kind of taken it. So I took the opportunity. I'm like, okay, well, I've always been curious about this one church down the way. I thought that it was Confessional Lutheran, that it was LCMS, right? Missouri Synod. And it's a beautiful building, right? It's kind of Gothic-ish and it looks gorgeous. I drive past it all the time here in Phoenix. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to check that out. And a freaking woman pastor walks. And as soon as it happens, God, it's ridiculous. I'm like weighing my options, like, oh, what should I do here? What should I do? They had an offering envelope in the pew in front of me. So I write on the offering envelope the verses from 1 Corinthians and what where it's I shall not suffer a female to preach. And I lay it. My only regret is I didn't stay until offering was taken, but I would have had to sit through a woman's sermon in my defense. So I just left the offering envelope on the pew and got up and walked out. So stupid. And here's the hilarious part. She's teaching from the New Testament in the book of Corinthians. Like a few verses away from what she's talking about.
I think we'll just skip this one.
Yeah,
and,
we'll just pretend this one doesn't exist.
Hung Nguyen, wasn't the whale named Sterling? I know where I can get some whale oil.
Yeah. Jim Sterling. The Anglosphere. Okay, Herbert Moon.
Howdy.
You won't find anything Jewish made in this establishment. How do you do?
Are you not hearing this?
No, he's talking too low.
goblin.
I forgot he was this way in the main game. I forgot.
I don't know how you get away with these
I'm gonna listen back to it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay. He said the thing he said the first time.
Yeah.
Hello, friend.
We got the Second Amendment for a reason.
Yes, we do. I don't have enough.
This guy never misses.
Okay, buffalo rifle, double barrel shotgun. I really should save up for a a double barrel shotgun. And probably for a Winchester repeater as well, because it's a better repeater than what I have.
Emperor Creatine. In the Mirror Universe, Razor voted for Kamala. Believed Jan 6 was legitimate.
Ah.
His favorite game is Horizon Zero Dawn.
So in the Mirror Universe, I'm Nick Fuentes?
And listens to Nickelback and Tool.
Yep, definitely Nick Fuentes. Yeah. Interesting. When's it get to the part about the cat girls? Give me that newspaper.
GK got killed. If I recall correctly.
Oh, I love these things, dude.
You can play cards with Moon.
People missing in Cholla Springs. Several residents of Armadillo and the surrounding area have gone missing over the past few months in separate incidents, but none have yet turned up, either alive or dead. Local law enforcement bodies are urging residents to show extra caution when traveling in the backcountry on their own or when traveling at night. All right. An orgy of telephones. I don't like this.
Fast Tony.
Tobacco fights tuberculosis. Everywhere that fresh air abounds, man knows nothing of coughs, cold, or lung inflammations. However, as man creates cities and is herded into factories, sweatshops, mines, and mills, these soggy and unhygienic atmospheres spread the most deadly of pulmonary diseases, tuberculosis. Dr. Charles L. Heldon says workers can disinfect themselves and protect against disease through regular smoking in the workplace.
Fast Tony. Razor enters a new church for the first time. Sees a woman pastor. Biblically elaborates. Leaves. Cyan. Are you aware of or positive on the upcoming Exodus game? It's by former Mass Effect devs as a new studio.
I did hear about that. There were a bunch of people who left there.
Sure.
With Drew Karpyshyn writing?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be keeping my eye on it. I'm hoping for the best.
How much can you wager?
Let's do some finger fillet.
Tobacco fights consumption.
Let's see if I can match it.
Welp, doctor's orders, am I right?
Right?
I had it up to here. Well done.
The Illuminated One. Completely off topic. In the Avatar universe, do you suppose they call an alcoholic a fire water bender?
See, I thought you were talking about James Cameron's Avatar.
No.
Woo!
You beat me.
Sumo Orange, what Bible stories do you believe are literal?
Who's up next?
I think it's very possible Daniel in the Lion's Den is literal. The accounts of Jesus agree more often than they disagree. They're usually just different versions of the same thing. And the interesting thing about that is I highly recommend this video by Vaughty Bosham. I've seen a lot of people showing, what's his name? Cardinal... The really based Cardinal guy from the 50s, black and white videos. You guys know who I'm talking about? His videos get shared around. Jack Posobiec will share him around sometimes. I'm blanking on his last name. But he has a video that's been in social media circles recently talking about the verifiable Jesus Christ and all of the archaeological proofs and stuff, and why the Bible is true in the case of Jesus and such. Vadi Bosham did an even more detailed breakdown of that. He's also a minister, and he goes into the original Greek texts, the original Aramaic stuff, the original Hebrew, and he talks about all the preponderance of conspiracies that would have had to occur. Because what a lot of people don't realize about the Bible is that it was translated, and then it started to circulate, and then they found even more primary sources. So the argument is, well, the Bible has been changed a bunch. It's been tampered with. It's been corrupted and polluted by man. But what happened is they found more primary sources through archaeology years later, and they were like, wait a minute, this is the literal book of Exodus, word for word. Like, this is a direct translation. They didn't mess with this at all.
How much you gonna put down?
But it's a really good video. I highly recommend it.
Sure. Let's bet.
Or Vadi Bosham? I can't remember. His first name is weird.
Not bad.
Ah! Crap.
Rerun. So, Razor, why do you think Laura Looker's X account is potentially throttled, and some comments are marked as probable spam?
Who?
Laura Looker.
Laura Loomer?
Perhaps he does mean Laura Loomer.
She's been dogpiled a bit lately. That could be just people reporting her.
See that coming, did you?
That happens to a lot of
Any
accounts,
other
by the
buttons
way.
for punishment?
Sky Shrimp. People always ask why Texans have so much pride in our state, and I think it comes down to Texas being born fighting. And just 16 years after we joined the Union, we joined the Confederates to fight the Union.
Right?
How about this for starters?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. John Beck, thank you for the 5.
No way!
Whew. That was a little hairier. Or maybe it was a hind.
He did mean Laura Loomer. Okay.
I mean, if you falsely report someone's account enough times, they will get throttled like that.
Not good enough. Oh, damn! Yeah!
Okay. Let's get it.
Hey, you. Want to have a go?
I think I will take my winnings and go. Or can you? Can you just get up and leave, or do you have to stay till the end? Alright, whatever. Let's go for broke. A hundo.
All right. Money's down, mister.
I'm gonna get my butt kicked here.
That's the
Okay.
best you got.
Please, dyslexia, don't screw me. Alright.
That's one round one.
Alright. I'm still alive.
Mark the Martian.
Oh yeah, throw a question at me while I'm doing this.
Okay. My friend thinks that non-denominational Christians are the truest and most based Christians.
Some of them can be. Some of them can be very, very... Like, the movement that I grew up in was very, very biblical. But it was more like... It was less non-denominational than it was anti-denominational. So it was a little different. The problem with a lot of what is described as non-denominational Christianity is that a lot of it is like community churches and garbage like that don't have a strong liturgical or theological basis, that don't practice the orders of the church, right? They don't practice the sacraments. They don't observe them. They don't observe the holy days. It's rootless. And it's almost, I describe the ministers in those churches as like Tony Robbins in a robe. Like no one wants to walk into a church, hear a bunch of bad butt rock, and then listen to a TED talk from a guy in slacks. Like I get it. I get the criticism. It describes a lot of Christianity, but a lot of non-denominational Christianity does have roots, actually, cultural roots, particularly in the late 19th century. And the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because the theology of Ghost of the Badlands is rooted in that period of what I would describe as hellfire and brimstone Christianity. And that brand of Christianity is based, and I will happily die on that hill. Depends on what you're talking about, though. You know, is it like basic, like, I don't know, neutered modern Baptists? Is it, you know, community churches I don't find a whole lot of value in. You know, some Methodist churches and stuff like that I don't find a lot of value in, but... Oh, I hit the rock! My finger slipped! Ah! I keep screwed up right at the end. Whew. Right at the end, my finger kept slipping. Like I literally intended to hit Y and hit X instead. And like, oh.
Sumo Orange, so do you believe in Jesus' death and resurrection?
Of course.
And Emperor Creatine.
Hold on. Oh. Let me respond like Mel Gibson. Died. Got up out of his own grave, under his own power. Rose again on the third day. Buddha didn't do that shit.
That's a great interview if you guys haven't seen it. The Joe Rogan, Mel Gibson interview.
It's so genius. Buddha didn't do that shit.
Emperor Creatine.
I mean, put it this way. All of the apostles under withering interrogation from Roman authorities and the Sanhedrin and even some of the principalities of the area, not even Romans. None of them recanted their stories of what Jesus had done. None of them. And several of them wrote the books of the Bible thereafter. And Romans knew how to torture. Case, I don't know if you're a history buff or not. Romans could torture people a little bit.
There's a lot of boiling involved.
A lot of hot pokers.
How could, imports Italians, the Protestant work ethic, imports Mexicans, do this to us, imports Indians? We just need to work harder.
Oh, gosh. That really comes off as disingenuous after that story out of, was it Tucson? Remember when, Project Veritas uncovered that Jesuit charity out of Tucson that was basically just a front for housing and importing illegal immigrants to swell the ranks of the Catholic Church.
Have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
Oh, we got a shotgun.
She got imported.
Yes.
By Protestants.
What diversity is our strength, Taryn?
Trenchcoat sword. Razor. For the Bible to be made up would be a massive conspiracy on part of the people involved. Also, Razor. I think those numbers are inflated. Cesario. Garrick commenting...
Which numbers are we talking about here? Are they the numbers Elon Musk doesn't want us to talk about?
Garrick commenting on the LA fires as it's a conspiracy to eliminate pedowood evidence.
What? Man, he won't come back. I need to buy ammo really bad.
You see that one meme?
I believe in coincidences. Coincidences happen every day. But I don't trust Coincidences.
You see that one meme where it's like, it's a picture of Tom Hanks smiling, and it says, celebrities when the fire marshals find children's bones in all the houses.
Oh, it's dark because it's true.
So, and why does the Passion sequel have a writer, Lamau?
I can't wait for that. That's going to be great. Dude, The Passion of the Christ is one of the best filmed movies I've ever seen in my life.
Well, ain't you a fine side of beef?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Your stream is listed as Legacy of Kain here on Twitch.
Thanks for telling me. Freaking how many hours in?
Yeah, you would have gotten to it eventually.
Right! Well, the reason I didn't bother to change that is I thought that Restream had added that functionality, but apparently it has not.
It added some other stuff.
It did add some other stuff, just not what we needed. Here we go. Red Dead Redemption. All right.
We're on. So how could one help Laura get her account unthrottled? She claims to have reached out to X Premium and they haven't responded for the last 2 weeks.
I mean, gosh, I wish I could tell you. I mean, I get throttled all the time. If I knew, I probably would have unthrottled myself. Okay, how much moolah do I have? 33 Dara. Oh, there's a bounty available. Maybe I'll make a little scratch doing that. And then maybe I'll work with the marshal there. Is that guy back in his gun store? No, he's still vanished. That's a nice little glitch. Okay. I hope he comes back eventually, because I need bullets.
Show me comics. Would you recommend a lever... I think he means a lever action for home defense? And if so, what kind?
And I don't have enough experience to really make that determination. I have never handled or fired a lever action gun. I'd love to, though. They look like a lot of fun to use.
Also, some Raymond Chandler stories to read?
Oh, yeah. So... The Long Goodbye. Murder My Sweet. Killer in the Rain.
And I will be right back.
Jeez. I like The High Window and The Lady in the Lake a lot. The Lady in the Lake kind of inspired the basic plot conceit of the second Night Vale novel that I wrote, which is Death Mask, where kind of the conceit is... Oh, there we go. The conceit is, hey, my wife kind of went missing, and she's sort of a dilettante, and, you know, she's probably fooling around with another guy, maybe, but I still would like her back because I love her. And then, of course, Philip Marlowe goes to look for her, and it's, you know, it's obviously not going to be what it appears, and Marlowe knows from the beginning it's not going to be what it appears. So kind of like really, really, really loosely inspired by it, because, well, if you've read Lady in the Lake, you know it doesn't go anything like my book. Maybe I'll go check in on Herbert Moon. Let's see what he has to say. I apologize in advance for the anti-defamation lady.
Hello, friend.
Everything here is proudly made right here in the USE.
Okay, there we go. Finally, a comment that won't get us demonetized. I think.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Choya Springs?
That kind of thing don't concern
Ooh. Ooh. I'm buying that.
Thanks.
It's gonna make me poor, but I'll take it.
Please come again. I've never lost a single piece of merchandise.
All right. Horse. Ah, it's a horse of a different color.
Come on.
All right, where's he at? Where's he at? Oh, he's not far at all. Harlan Forbes. I wonder if he winds up founding the publication that is alternately really based and utterly unreadable. What is it with Forbes? It's like, dude, it is feast or famine with Forbes magazine and Forbes.com. Do you guys notice this? Sometimes they are the only people in the room saying the truth, and other times they are lying with aplomb.
I'm gonna lose my...
Harlan Forbes, I know you're here!
Die, Condor!
How's he getting so close?
I think that was a Condor.
Slow down!
Where you at? Oh. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. No you don't.
I ain't got any good news for you, friend.
Nin Sage, unrelated to the current stream, a copy of MechWarrior 5 is on its way to me, and I'm considering reading some BattleTech novels for the first time since middle school.
Cool, man. Except the MechWarrior 5 part, that game kind of sucks.
You comfortable there?
Hog Nguyen, have you seen the comments linking LA Fire to Gaza? Or likening, I think is what he means.
Oh, yeah. So retarded. Like, I could butter my bread on a different side one morning and someone would liken it to Israel and Palestine somehow. One time, I made like a one-liner on social media that had nothing to do with politics or anything, and somebody replied, but Israel-Palestine. And I was just like, what? Can people just work that controversy into anything? We could have a lingering discussion about the Three Stooges, and it'd be like, oh, well, those Israeli Jews, you know what I mean? Like, they'd find a way. They will force you to pick a side between Pharisees and Philistines.
Hey there, careful there, friend. Yeah. You smell like
All right, I'm gonna go save my game. I think I'm just one more journal entry away from... Yeah, I gotta do American Appetites.
Let's go.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go back here. Yeah.
Let's go back and read some.
Go back there so I can save my game.
Gunslinger, why does Bonnie have the biggest lady boner for John? What does she see in him? You'd think she'd be interested in someone available.
Again, many such cases.
G Phaser, your 21:9 monitor aspect ratio really does this Western justice.
Right.
Dollars trilogy aside, thoughts on Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West?
Oh. Slow. Really slow. But good. Slow but good. People are always like, I saw a video essay from some galaxy brain who was like, it's subversive and anti-Christian and like, what? Like, what?
Come on.
How is a story of a dude hunting down like this hired killer who has evaded justice for years over a personal offense that he committed years ago and finally getting his just desserts, and a woman who's, you know, basically brought out to the West to leave her old sinful life behind and decides to become a pillar of the community instead. Like, what is, if anything, that's ratifying of the concept of community, and thus would be ratifying of the concept of Christian community, would it not? But these... Talk about, like, parsing the tea leaves a little too hard. Some people just need an excuse to make content, I guess. And the worst part is, whenever a video essay like that takes off, it becomes the gospel for complete idiots. Like, remember... Oh. Remember the net neutrality video essay by, what was that guy's name? And that became just the gospel truth for everyone. Oh my god, if they repeal that, it's the end of the internet. We'll all die. It'll be raining cats and dogs. Hellfire from our freaking chimneys. And then they repealed it, and it actually kind of paved the way for social media to get a little better, which paved the way for Donald Trump's 2024 win. That didn't age very well. But you see this again and again with these video essays that pop up that are just, oh, this is the gospel truth now on this subject because I watched a video essay. Oh, anyone can say anything in a video essay. It happens with documentaries, too. Look at Living with Michael Jackson, when that aired on ABC, which wasn't even a documentary. Martin Bashir didn't even call it a documentary. And he later said that it didn't show what people thought it showed. But for, even to this day, that is the gospel truth about the personal life of Michael Jackson. It's a sad indictment of human intellect. So where's the other part of... I think maybe it's over here. American Appetites. Actually... Oh,
Sula Felix, Henry Fonda, was great as the villain.
He was fantastic, and it was kind of a... Oh, whoa! Oh, back off! Whoa!
Not a problem, sir.
He was, Henry Fonda was really intimidated. He didn't want to accept it at first, because... it was a super villainous role, and he had been the good guy in so many movies. Gosh, if they only knew his politics, they would have known that he's a freaking Marxist and a scumbag. And his daughter got all her politics from him. But he didn't want to do it initially because he thought it would harm his image. It was kind of like Fred McMurray in Double Indemnity. You know, he had been the nutty professor and whatever. He was seen as the good, wholesome, all-American guy, and then they come to him with this film noir idea. Hey, you're going to be an insurance guy who commits infidelity, commits adultery with this woman, and then you wind up killing her, and, right? He's like, I don't think I can play this. But he wound up doing it, and of course, it's one of the all-time classics. Kind of a similar situation. Taryn likes Once Upon a Time in the West even more than I do. I don't put it like top 10. It's good, but I like other Sergio Leone westerns a little better than it, honestly. Mostly because of the pacing. I think by that point, Sergio Leone was very indulgent with the pacing of his films. And that movie is probably the most indulgent he ever was.
Sigil Stone, with The Elder Scrolls 6 under development, how well would it work if it had a western tinge and very early firearms that could kick ass?
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. The most I'd like to see is maybe, like, you could have, like, the dwarves, like the Dwemer, have some kind of thing that fires a projectile of some kind, but not a gun. Maybe something more akin to, like, a blunderbuss, but like a weird fantasy-ish kind of version of that. And it would have to be very limited. It would have to be one-shot long reload or something and super scarce ammunition. I could see that working. Because you've already established in Elder Scrolls that the Dwemer were doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Farewell.
Hello there, miss.
Howdy.
Howdy. Okay, well, American Appetites, I don't think I can progress right now, so...
Podvoisky, do you think that web journos are going to make a comeback on fresh Trump hate articles? Or are they just cooked now?
That's a good question. My first instinct would be there are a lot of leftists who are like getting fired and laid off. Like you heard about all the CNN layoffs, right, dude?
Oh, yeah.
Tons of layoffs. And so a lot of them are leaving and doing their own YouTube channels. In a video game context, it was just reported, you know, Destin from IGN and from Screw Attack back in the day. He's left, and they probably tried to lowball him on his contract. So he split, and he is opening his own YouTube channel. He's going to do the YouTube game review thing. And I think he's got the sensibility for that. But all these guys who doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on the Trump, the walls are closing in stuff, who now don't have a job, I don't think they can help but try to collectivize because they're all freaking just this side of Marxists. I don't think they can be independent journalists. They don't even know what being independent is. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to wind up with them trying to congregate like all these people who are being cast off from CNN, cast off from MSNBC. They're going to try and make some kind of like TYT, like Young Turks or something like that. The Sam Cedar Majority Report, right? Something like that where they try to collectivize and make their own. They'll try to make their own Daily Wire. They'll try to make their own Blaze. That's what I think is going to happen. And there have been a few like fumbling efforts to try and make that happen to this point, and none of them have really taken off. So I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. Because they've got to find a home. I don't think they can be independent journalists.
Hello? It's Armadillo 731.
731.
What is it with these things? Hello? It's a new line. Hello? Hello?
Sounds fun. What's happening?
I have no idea. Yeah, if it's important, they'll send someone down like they did with you.
Suddenly, the world is full of days.
Yeah. I remember when we first got here.
Messages from invisible sources, or what some people think of as progress.
We used to consider people from Dade County to be exotic. Now,
One of the great Al Swearingen rants. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can. Might be able to find it. Yeah, let's see that.
I'm in bed with a goblin.
Yes. Oh, here we go. Guys, go watch this. For some reason, Deadwood doesn't really get copyright claimed much when you play it in videos, so I'm hoping that's the case here. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, I can find it.
To obey him, I want to ask you which ruler, which foreign minister,
Sorry about
which
that.
president, which...
Listening to a sermon earlier, and it just played. It's like the opposite of Nick Fuentes with the Catboy porn. my Christian sermons start playing in the background. Because I had another window open. Okay. Oh, gosh. That may be the most wholesome embarrassment in the history of video game streaming. All right. Let me see if I can get this going here. Game capture. Yeah, it is my capture. All right. There we go. Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, there we go. Messages from invisible sources. I'll see if I can get this to play properly. It's tough to set this up. Yeah. It's going to be plenty loud. All right, there we go. Okay, let me know if you can see that.
Keep your camera up so people can't contest you saying, oh, you're critiquing it or
right, exactly.
reacting
No,
to it.
It's still up. Can you see it?
I don't see it on the screen, no. Oh, wait, now I do. Now I do.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good. We're
Okay.
good.
Let's watch this. This is some of the best dialogue from Deadwood right here.
Messages from invisible sources, or what some people think of as progress.
Well, ain't the heathens use smoke signals all through recorded history?
How's that a fucking recommendation?
Well, seems to me like letters posted one person to another is just a slower version of the same idea.
When's the last time you got a fucking letter from a stranger?
Bad news about Paul.
Bad news.
Bad
As
news.
against our interests is our sole communications from strangers. So by all means, let's plant poles all across the country, festoon the cocksucker with wires to hurry the sorry word and blinker our judgments of motive, huh?
Giving it more thought than me.
Ain't the state of things cloudy enough? Don't we face enough fucking imponderables?
Well, by God, you give the word, Al, and them poles will be kindling.
I love that. Don't we face enough imponderables? All right, sweet. Let me.
Ruron, do you think JD will be the 2028 nominee?
All right. Good speak. Okay, there we go. That's Deadwood, guys. What do I think JD will be? It depends on what he does. Vice President is really powerless. It's really powerless. And by design, the Founding Fathers were super distrustful of the idea of a vice president. So because there was such a fierce debate about a vice president, because it seemed too much like a prince, right? They really wanted to avoid having a king, and they wanted certainly to avoid having a prince, somebody in waiting to become the president, because they wanted to make sure he wouldn't kill the president to become the president, right? So if he's just doing his office, J.D. Vance...
Now this is worth the price of admission.
Thank you. J.D. Vance is going to fade into the background, and that might hurt his presidential prospects. So I think he needs to find a project while he's because vice president really doesn't have any duties at all. He really doesn't. He just sits there and basks in the adoration, I guess. So he needs to find something to do. Get involved with a podcast or something. He needs a pet project to work on, and if he does that and he does it well, he definitely has a shot in the next election cycle.
Guys can get here from the Midwest, and they can do it in 6 days.
Oh, did you readjust the volume?
They've gotten away from me.
Didn't have to change
Hello?
it.
Okay.
I don't understand it no more, boy. Honest to goodness.
I'm not sure I do.
Marshall! 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 I've just been up in the canyon, spying like you said.
Spying like you
A couple of
said.
them rustlers. I think it was the Ballard twins and a couple of Mexicans.
They up there right now?
Well, it was a group of 4 men.
Mexicans, you say?
Rounding up Mr. Gulch's livestock, and none of them looked like any of Gulch's hands, so yes, sir, right now.
That sarcasm's most unbecoming, Eli. It's gonna hold you back in life, even worse than your lazy eye. All right, let's go.
I love the Marshal.
You ride with us again, Marson?
I would play an entire DLC of just the Marshal.
Will you help me?
I will
Really?
try.
I wonder if this guy does
Be
voice
my
work
pleasure.
regularly.
Right? No, I'm sure he's not available. Probably has no video game experience.
Mike Merchant, thank you for that 20. For the Elder Scrolls 6, it would be nice if they added throwing weapons, like bombs or javelins.
Yeah.
I'm also a sucker for the Artificer class, so the ability to make golems would be cool
Well,
too.
I got a telegram from some federal clowns in Blackwater that says otherwise.
Spears, dude. Spears.
You don't look like no government.
Oh, that's right. I need to turn down my main volume. There we go. All right.
Boy,
I guess it's complicated. I came because it was made impossible for me not to.
you sure are a tight-lipped son of a bitch, mister.
I guess I am. Ain't gonna dig this hole no deeper.
Ain't you all proud and superior? Don't forget you need us more than we need you. Bill Williamson folded you up like an empty purse.
Where do you
last
get that
time,
accent
if I
in
remember
Texas, dude?
correctly.
Simmer down, Jonah.
Listen to your boss, Jonah. There's a good boy. Otherwise, I'll put a hole in your hillbilly head and watch your tiny brain drain out.
Cyan
Be
should
honest
leave
with you,
the
Marston,
Senate
I ain't for
as
all this
intended.
government interference.
Believe me, Marshal.
Oh, I forgot to mention in that story, it wasn't Missouri Synod, the church. It turned out that it was ELCA. I had been misinformed I thought that it was with the Missouri Synod and it was with the ELCA. ELCA is basically just carnal Episcopal Christianity. They're the ones who hang the big pride flags and all that. I didn't see anything like that in that church because there is some variance, but yeah. So
Neither am I.
I stepped in it big time.
Federal boys happy. I mean, we need all the help we can get. But what does a flannel mouth city boy who's never forked a bale of hay in his life know about a state like New Austin?
What does flannel mouth mean?
Manifest destiny hogwash, taming a wild land, bringing modernization and betterments to the West. Not far now. Eyes open, boys.
Oh, I remember this part.
Down. All right, leave the horses here and follow me. Head for the fort.
I Cast Knife. JD Vance regularly showing up on the Joe Rogan podcast as his version of the press release would be very cool.
It would be cool. Something like that. A project. Write books. Go on a speaking tour. You know, make the regular circuit at like CPAC and stuff like that. He needs to be known for something is the main thing, because otherwise vice presidents vanish into the background and they wind up being like, you know, Dan Quayle, and just, you never see them. So the few times you see them, if they mess up, they become defined by how retarded they are. And you remember Dan Quayle, dude. He became the punchline to every joke in the 90s.
Sula Felix, Hamilton wanted a king. Hated the Bill of Rights, too.
Those bastards were waiting
True.
for us. Oh my good God.
Whoa! Did you see that?
Run away!
I freaking... He was falling off the cliff and I shot him in midair.
Hey, boys, you head down that left fork. I'll take the right. Marston, you come with me. Or go
That was
with
amazing.
My
He's
God.
sure he's dead, but not dead enough.
Let's go, Marston. Get a move on.
Norm Al, man. Red Dead 3 needs to be about a lawman dishing out justice.
Yeah.
It would be cool if the protagonist was based on Seth Bullock in Deadwood or something like that.
Yeah.
Boss Tigger. Willing to bet Nintendo will push back the official Switch 2 announcement until they reach #1 sold console, or at least close as
Move
possible.
it out. Stay together.
That was some pretty damn good shooting, John.
Yep. Maybe you ain't the tenderfoot I thought you was.
Coming from you for...
Oh, until they overtake the PS2?
Yeah.
Because they're pretty close. How crazy is that? Did you ever think Switch... I mean, the last several years it's been pretty obvious that it was going to overtake the PS2 or at least have a good shot of it. But I knew it was going to be successful. I did not think it was going to beat the PS2.
Follow me.
Not initially, anyway.
It's over. You hear me?
Did I get him?
Cost Lego Man, thoughts on dual wielding single action pistols?
I've never done it. I don't recommend it.
Looks like that's all of them for now. Let's push forward to the bridges.
I mean, how are you going to cock those back? I mean, I guess you can with your thumb, depending on the model, but...
Stay with me.
Sorry, partner.
You know, if you watch the single action pistol self-defense course or take it from Ruger actually offers it, but there's some videos on YouTube they did that are basically the self-defense course. Yes, with single action revolvers, because you never know. It sounds silly, but you never know. Depending on where somebody lives, that might be the restriction. You can only have single action revolvers. Believe it or not, there's some states where that's the case. So practical self-defense with single action revolvers usually involves a two-handed grip. It usually involves having the support hand being the hand that actually cocks back the trigger, and that saves you valuable time on kind of fumbling your thumb up to pull back the hammer. So having two single action revolvers, even if you could get that technique down, it would kind of put you at a disadvantage because you wouldn't be able to cycle the pistol as fast, which is important in a self-defense situation.
The John Beck, who's your favorite pastor to listen to online?
This way.
Favorite pastor? I mean, a lot of A.W. Tozer's sermons are collected online, and it's actually his voice, right? 'Cause some of those classic pastors, I have a taste for late 19th century, early 20th century pastors. I love that hellfire and brimstone Christianity. So A.W. Tozer's one of those guys. They actually recorded some of his sermons for radio programs, so we actually have those, and we can hear them in his voice. C.H. Spurgeon, there are other people who record his sermons as written, because thank God he had transcripts of them.
Don't just stand there.
So those would be two of mine. I'm a big Paul Washer fan.
What the hell are you aiming at me for?
You know, I get a lot of questions about, like, Christian dating and stuff like that from people sometimes on these streams. And if you want answers to a lot of those questions, if you want the ultimate red pill on dating in a Christian context, don't listen to some tradcath retard. Don't listen to Andrew Tate, for crying out loud. Go listen to Paul Washer. You will be red pilled for life on relationships, and it might actually, unlike their advice, it might actually help you.
All you gotta do is point it and pull the trigger.
Woo! Keep dropping them like that, boy. Let her rip, boy. We gotta get that bridge.
Whoa! Yeah, boy! Whoa! I did not see him there.
You sure put that feller to bed.
I don't have Deadeye yet. I wonder when I'm getting that.
We're clear, boys.
At least I don't think I do.
This bridge.
Oh, I do! I just haven't had to use it yet.
Ruron, if JD is the nominee, who do you think would be a good VP?
Ooh. Not Vivek.
You have made me a happy man.
Next, I'll make you a dead one.
Yeah!
Yeah, I don't know.
Just a little something for my troubles.
That's a good one. I'm not sure. I haven't even given that any thought. Usually a VP pick is about consolidating support with a group of people that aren't behind the main nominee or maybe aren't fully sold. So you'd want somebody who contrasts a little bit but is loyal. I'd have to think about that one. I have not given that one any thought. I don't know. Taryn, you have a thought on that?
No. Like, I might have said Vivek.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Well, we'll see in the next 4 years.
Of course, could you even fit his last name on the posters?
Damn, those Baller twins got themselves an army.
Yeah, rustling's a profitable business, and they ain't short on willing recruits.
If I'm being honest, I want Don Jr. to run.
Yeah, same. Certainly don't want Ivanka.
Sons of bitches are robbing his cattle.
Yep, it's one of them vicious circle things the marshal keeps jawing about.
How awesome would it be if Melania ran out of nowhere? Like just
wow.
Like just a freaking president with a German accent. Or not a German accent. What is it? Czech? She's from the Czech Republic?
I think so, yeah. They could had a different name back then.
Like, yeah. Well, no, she's a bit younger than that, I think.
Boys, the marshal's by himself.
Never pull your gun on somebody meaner than you.
Stop falling behind. We gotta push forward.
Shut up.
Black Mesa, in my opinion, the Switch has outsold the PS2. The last few million sales for PS2 mysteriously appeared last year and are as legit as Arizona's vote tabulations.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't put it past Sony to cook their books just to hold on to that title a little longer. They are that petty. Do you doubt that, Tara?
I mean, it's possible.
Sony are that way.
I plant you shallow without a reason, boy.
Clayton Machine, thank you for the 20. Remember, the idea of carrying two pistols came from cavalry forces with early revolvers and not the real.
Yeah, but like Schofield.
Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
For a long time.
That's an interesting thing though about the Old West. You will see a lot of cowboys with two pistols on. And that did happen a lot, right? But it was a backup gun. right? They would empty the one gun, and if they needed a reload, they didn't have time to reload. A freaking single-action revolver? Are you kidding? Especially when a lot of these are percussion pistols. So they just whip out another Colt Navy and pow, pow, pow. That's why Wild Bill Hickok, he carried a brace of Navy Colts. Because, dude, they were muzzle loaders.
He's all about the book.
He didn't have time to reload those.
But he goes out plenty of his own.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Ooh, beautiful! Beautiful timing, just as I'm talking about Wild Bill.
A lot quicker to grab another pistol than try to load any firearm on horseback.
Yep. Isn't that called a Texas reload?
Copper Owl, Mexico is sending aid for Cali. Where were they for NC? This is difficult because God's people are suffering. Also,
where were they in North Carolina? They were in California. That's what...
Also, Kamala's house about to get lit too.
Which one?
This way! Hurry up! Stay with us!
Are they at any containment on that fire yet? Any at all?
I haven't been keeping up.
Because I saw an update last night where they were still at 0 containment. But that was last night. It's been hours. All right. Okay.
This looks as good a spot as any. Gather around, listen up. Let's get as close as we can before opening fire.
George from New York gifted a sub. If you got gifted that sub, say thank you.
Gatsby!
Where was California when the West Fold fell?
Get those babies! Careful! There's innocents down there. So watch out for Mr. Gulch's cabin.
You got him good!
Mercenary X only good common sense gun control is no gun control at all.
Oh, the music. Dude, what a great soundtrack. Oh, just missed him. Just missed a headshot. Cavalry carbine, baby. Where's he at? Oh, I got him. Woo! Ooh!
Quick, let's get those hostages free.
Yeah. You've cowed your last poke.
From Gregor with love. I shall hear no smack talk about Oasis. They're the best band of the 90s, and I'm seeing their reunion tour in LA. Also,
best band of the 90s.
Noel Gallagher is the GOAT.
Best band of the 90s.
Shadow Fox.
It's like smartest guy at the Special Olympics.
As I continue to go through my DS9 DVDs, I've come to the conclusion Dax's name should be changed to EBB for everyone but Bashir.
Man, how have I not located any shotgun ammo?
Sigil Stone, a gun tuber advocating for common sense gun control, is like a city in the middle of a wildfire-prone area cutting the budget for its fire department.
Isn't it?
And dumping their water into the ocean.
Well done, Mr. Marston.
Yes, well done.
What was the policy he was shilling? It might have been national gun databases? Something like that.
Now.
Red flag laws even? I cannot remember what it was. But it was a Q&A video he did, and it caused a bit of a stir, but... Dude, Forgotten Weapons, for some reason, there's this weird, like, people just get amnesia when he says something stupid, so he never takes any damage for the dumb stuff he says and does.
This country is infested with all manner of scum.
Say that again.
Well, one other thing, Marston. Mr. Johnson, sir. It's Mr. Wes Dickens.
Ah!
He's missing.
Who?
Mr. Wes Dickens, the tonics merchant.
Snake oil
salesman. He was due in town last week.
Oh, the narcotic and bat piss salesman. Who cons housewives out of their money with promises of eternal youth.
Yes, him, but I think you're being a little unfair. He's helped a great many of the county, and many of the townsfolk are really missing him.
You hear that, Marston? We just butchered a gang of thieves, and the town is up in arms about a missing snake oil merchant.
I'm so glad to be serving such a wise and respectable people. Come on, Eli.
Why is the Marshal so awesome? Why?
Sigil Stone. There's only one good Gallagher, and he smashes melons.
It's true.
May you rest in peace. Hung Nguyen.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
A guy actually said LA is on fire because of all the gays in LA on live TV.
Who did?
Some guy.
Oh, yes, I saw that video. It's because of the gays. It's because of the gay. And it was a Mexican guy with a thick accent. This is like, and people wonder why the Democratic coalition broke down. It's because you got trans people and super macho Catholic Latino guys in the same political coalition. I can't imagine why it's falling to pieces. You have a bunch of groups that all hate each other and want opposite things from one another, all corralled under the same tent, and you're wondering why the Democratic Party is in shambles. Oh, there was TNT I could have shot there. Dude, rain effects in this game aren't bad. For the time.
Jack Steiner, God, remember when soundtracks had bright trumpets and French horns instead of FH's farting in keys too low?
Yeah, French horn
The Alamo.
farts.
Magnificent Seven, 1930s Robin Hood.
Oh, there's another one.
HD Arcade, so this game has a girl boss, just like the Old West.
I mean, I don't mind having a strong woman character in a game like this if they're treated like the aberration that they were. Right? Those existed in the Old West. There was a black female bounty hunter in the Old West. And this is legit. She's featured as a real character on Hell on Wheels, and she was a real person. But she was treated like a freak show in her own time. Because she had to become what she was because there was no government to come help her. Funny how that works. It's odd. You get more women's liberation the less the government takes care of women and children. Isn't that odd? Isn't that weird?
We brought this up earlier. Jake Stano got dozens of fire trucks got stopped before entering Cali for emissions testing as they burn.
Yep.
At what point do you just go Athens, Tennessee in Minecraft?
In Red Dead Redemption. So I got one more of these side quests, and I'm wondering...
Carzy Day, thank you for the 5.
Where do you get it at?
From Grega with love, what do you think of libertarian, anti-war libertarian Scott Horton?
Don't know that much about him. Couldn't tell you. I mean, even the most hardcore libertarian at least believes in some kind of national defense. That's a legitimate function of government. Or maybe I'm just giving libertarians too much credit. I know, for example, Ayn Rand advocated not just a military, but a strong military and strong national defense. Like, people characterize her as an ANCAP and a lulbert, but she really wasn't. She was super strong government on things that she felt were ethical. But she also wasn't really a libertarian, even though people lie and say she was.
Blow it up now.
Here we go. Gibbs! Open that. Repeater ammo. Just what I needed. Let us save. So there's a new pistol available at the gun store. I'm going to see if I can afford it. I got almost 300 buckaroos.
Creeper weirdo. You ever watched The Prisoner from the 70s? I've been going through the Blu-ray, and it's been fun and engaging.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a few episodes. I think The Prisoner is played on one of the Pluto channels sometimes. I'll catch it every now and then. It's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, it was interesting enough for Iron Maiden to make a whole song about. And for The Simpsons to do a whole parody episode. Oh. Ah! We got it. Okay, so you have to do an American Appetite's quest, and then you have to sleep. And then it'll refresh. Alright. Dude, this game looks better than ever. I can't wait to see some mods on this. What mod would you add, bro? Just stuff to, like, gameplay stuff from Red Dead 2?
Yeah. I would make it as close to Red Dead 2 as possible. And maybe just, overall, I would make the world a little bit bigger. Like, the towns could be a bit bigger.
That is true. That's the main thing that I noticed about Red Dead 2. They decompressed even this map. It is bigger. They not only had a bigger overworld map up here, or yeah, over here where this is supposed to take place, but they expanded this and made it bigger. It took longer to get between some of these places.
Let's go.
I remember traveling to a town for the first time in Red Dead 2 and being like, all right, I'm almost there. And I still wasn't there. I'm like, what is this? In Red Dead 1, I would have been there by now. And then I checked the map and I'm like a quarter of the way there. I'm like, oh, this is different. This is bigger.
Yeah.
Norm L, man. If you could bring back Shakespeare from the dead and get him to write a play, comedy or tragedy, about any modern famous person, who would that play be about?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Dude, it's got everything. It's got everything Shakespeare likes. Lurid scandal, political intrigue, and a hero that dies at the end. No, a villain that dies at the end, really, but protagonist who dies at the end. Let's put it that way.
Mister. She's gone. Who is? My wife. She's gone. She went out picking mushrooms in the hills near Hanging Rock and they got her. The stories are true. What'd the police do about it?
Why does he keep saying police?
Made me fill out a form. Beryl ain't strong, but she's a good girl. I'll see what I can do.
Beryl? Alright. So we go back to where we were, basically. Alright, let's get... There's Haitians in them hills!
The John Beck, I don't trust Vivek. The media doesn't chew on him like they do with JD and Trump.
It's true. And he came out of nowhere. His politics were almost suspiciously based, right? It's kind of like what's happening with Fetterman right now, where he goes from having a communist wife, who, by the way, was being propped up to replace him. Like, that was clearly what the Democratic Party wanted to happen. I think what might have happened is he resisted being replaced by his wife. That probably led to the relationship problems that he had with his wife. Because what happened with all that? Did they divorce formally, or what happened? Anyway.
Go.
And then he kind of went into business for himself. But yeah, it comes across as really disingenuous. Get up here. Here we go. Right up there. Yeah, rain effects are not bad. They're much better in Red Dead 2, but rain in that game looks amazing. finding a lot of shoes, I notice. I think Quentin Tarantino did this.
Sky Shrimp, if you were going to make a Western movie today, which modern actor would you cast as the lead protagonist? Personally, I'd cast Walter Goggins. I liked him in The Hateful Eight.
Man. Who would I cast as the protagonist? I would love to see a Henry Cavill Western.
Really?
Yeah, because he's a bigger guy, he's convincing physically, but he's English. I would let him play the English accent. Right? I would let him play the accent, be the fish out of water who goes to the frontier and deals with the reality of being all by yourself on the American frontier, completely fish out of water, culture shock, whatever, and everybody thinks they're pushing the wimpy Brit around. And then he trains himself how to shoot. He just wants to go out there and farm or something. Dude, I'd watch that movie. And you'd get Henry Cavill with a 5 o'clock shadow, maybe a mustache. Dude. I know a lot of ladies who would go watch it. Okay.
And let us see.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and set up camp if I can. Can I?
Lampshade,
there
think
we
of that
go.
too.
Okay, I should be able to fast travel now.
Intrinsic Dark, neo-Marxists use the idea of gender equality to force traditionally male spaces to include women.
Mm-hmm.
Men lost support and encouragement from said spaces. They didn't force female spaces to do this.
Yep. Let's go to McFarland's Ranch.
Remdog, listening to you, watching Baltimore whoop Pittsburgh, drawing a D&D themed cartoon to go up for Monday that I'm getting kicked out of. What?
Oh.
I'll tag you in hopes that you see it. Best wishes.
Godspeed. Alright, here we go.
Shayo Gens. Best thing from the fires going on, seeing Thurno bitch lose it and throw a hissy fit at all the people who don't care what happens to California. Joel, remember, only you can prevent women's suffrage.
Uh-oh.
Mercenary X, thank you for the 2 earlier. Nathan, have you heard of Colonel Jeff Cooper? Read any of his books or articles.
I don't think so.
He founded the gunsight shooting school in Paulden, Arizona. One of the most based Americans of all time.
I've never heard of him, sadly. Sounds like an officer and a gentleman. Ooh, let's do this.
Emperor Creatine. Oops.
Now that I've got a
cutscene.
A lasso. No, he's just...
Follow Charlie. He's a good one to sniff out
I'm just
trouble.
on patrol. With the
Stick
dog.
next to the dog, mister.
Oy vey, Goyam. I was gonna donate $30 to support my favorite Shabos Goy. But after that visiting...
It's Trump time.
That schmuck Herbert Moon, I can only spare $10. He donated $5. And shalom to you too.
Oh, I'm... Oh, no. Oh.
Super zippy. Well, glad I found my dad that rare 1970 Mercury Cyclone GT a couple of years ago.
Yeah?
In Altadena for sale.
Mm.
It's his 4th vehicle in his collection from a place that would later burn to the ground.
Oh, no. Let's look around.
Common J, what cults and secret societies sprung up from around this time? I wanted some inspiration for a Wild West story.
What cults and secret societies? There definitely were some. What am I thinking of? A lot of them were in Europe. I know there was a lot of paranoia about Fabians at the time. Justifiable paranoia. Oh, no, you didn't.
What the hell are you doing?
Hey! No, you don't. All right. You done a man's job, sir.
Thank you, guy.
I guess you're through, huh? All
Stealth
right, thank you,
creation.
Colonel Sanders.
So when do you think we're gonna have a gladiatorial match sponsored by Musk and Soros for the long-awaited Hassan and Sam Hyde?
Hassan and Sam Hyde? Do they have a thing?
Oh, you didn't see that? Sam Hyde had
What about Sam Hyde versus Leon Trotsky's ghost for the right to look exactly like him? How about that?
Sam Hyde had a boxing match, and at the end, when he
Sam Hyde's writer spurred out at me. I didn't even know Sam Hyde had other people write his material. But
so after the boxing match, in the middle of the ring, he just yelled out, "Hassan, you're dead!" And the ring announcer goes, "You mean in the ring?" No, he said, "In real life."
Hey, miss. I got most of the horses secure and the chicken.
Well, thank you, Amos, but it's the herd I'm worried about.
I know, they're scattered all over the valley and beyond.
Hey! Can we stop and appreciate this fierce mustache? Please!
Weather is coming in real fast.
So what do you
That's a
suggest, Amos?
proper
We leave the herd
mustache.
out there to be scattered by the storm and ourselves left here to die without a livelihood?
That ain't no penile push
No,
broom.
miss. If the men get caught out in that storm, they're gonna die.
And if we lose our herd, we'll all
If
die.
I don't grow a mustache like
Doesn't
that,
sound
I'm
like
gonna
we're left
die.
with much of a choice then. Come on, Amos. Round up your men. Let's get the herd.
This game is now about Amos.
Marston, hurry.
Oh, this is where you have to save the cattle.
I remember this one. This one was actually kind of tough.
That sky don't look good. I'm starting to think somebody up there's conspiring against me. Are you a religious man?
Not in any real sense. Sometimes
Probably
I
that
tell
prick
myself things happen
Krishna.
for a reason. Like what brought me here was fate come a-calling. But nobody made my path but me.
We all need to look for answers somewhere. Some in big old books, others in big old bottles of whiskey.
Believing in some
You
kind
writing
of
a country
divine
music
purpose
song
ain't
there,
gonna
sweetheart?
Give me my wife and kid back. Past is who we are, Miss McFarland. There ain't no changing that. Faith is a luxury I can't afford.
We have two herds out grazing in different pastures. We'll need to merge them and bring them all back.
I think we can handle that.
The cows get real ornery in bad weather. It's more work, but I'll show you how to deal with them. We're not going to be able to hear each other in this rain. Just make sure you don't lose sight of me.
There we go. Oh. Being an atheist was so unpopular in this time, Abraham Lincoln pretended to be Christian to save his political career.
Let's take them
But
over
John Marston's gonna be a dyed-in-the-dung atheist. Oh, yes.
to the
Oh,
other
yeah.
herd. We'll try to drive them all back to the ranch together.
Humble dirt merchant, mount your horse. What is this, Baldur's Gate?
This storm came out of nowhere.
No, it's a black stand-up comedian simulator, and you're on a date with Ann Coulter.
Sula Felix, do you think Red Dead Redemption was influenced by the Wild Bunch?
Yes, very much.
And what are your thoughts on the movie?
I've never watched it. I've heard it's good, but I've never sat down and watched it.
Come on.
But yeah, everything I've seen about it, it's like, oh, that's basically the plot of Red Dead. I would say Wild Bunch with a stolen, kind of botched ending from The Great Silence. They for sure stole the ending of The Great Silence. To the extent that at the beginning of Red Dead Redemption 2, which, by the way, I should mention this. I don't know if I've mentioned this on previous streams or not, but when they were working on Red Dead Redemption 2, and it was still several years away from coming out, but we were all getting hyped about it. They had released early kind of promo images and stuff. You remember with the image of the gang coming up over the hill and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I tagged one, not just Rockstar, not just whatever. I tagged like a guy I knew was a designer on the game who had been talking about it. Like, I forget if I quote tweeted him or tagged him just in a reply, and I said, if you don't put the outfit that Silence wears in the Great Silence in this game, this is not a proper Red Dead game. And then first opening of the game, you run into John Marston, and what's he wearing?
Yep.
It's the exact outfit of Silence in the Great Silence, and you never see the outfit again. I don't know if that changed it. I don't know if they even know I exist, but it's fun to think, hey, maybe Rockstar listened to their fans.
A man can dream.
Yeah, pretty cool. Did I get him? Oh no. Oh, this is the hard part.
Yep, this is the hard part.
This is the hard bit.
We have to stop them stampeding.
Because the herding mechanics do not work properly. Got one. Got one. Hope I got this one. Got another one. Another one.
I'm not going to talk during this because we really need to focus on this.
Come on, come on. No. No. Not over. Darn. I think I got him. Come on. No, you don't. Suicidal animal. And wait, jeez. Robin Williams, the cow. Get over here. Thank you. Sorry, Chester Bennington, the clown. Let's go. All right, there we go.
D-Wave.
I shouldn't say that. Chester Bennington, tremendous talent. Shame he was killed by a fan. Anyway.
D-Way got gifted a sub. Say thank you.
If you're still watching after that joke.
Ah, that was close. Right, let's round up those stragglers.
The floor is the new Linkin Park album.
I think that's all of them. Let's get them back to the ranch before this weather gets any worse.
Are you taking him? Okay. This is the hardest part. Because now they don't want to obey. Okay, come on. Get over there. Get over there, you dumb cow.
Jack Stanogod, when the Halo 5 teaser dropped, Chief was shown wearing a poncho.
Wait, what?
Halo would have been and can be phenomenal if it did a space western thing.
It would. It might, you know, in fact, if they had done that with Infinite, it might have given that game a little more flavor, because that's kind of the problem with Halo Infinite, beyond how wonky the shooting is and how Master Chief feels like he's made out of tissue paper. The game was just a little generic. Like, it didn't have a character of its own. Could have used something like that, honestly. Come on. Maybe not Western, but something else. What about Space Knight? He's already in armor. No. Now you don't. Back there, Bluebell.
Damasta, if you're ever on Archcast again, don't fall for Dev's agreeable mask. That TDS Canuck is such a status tanky, he sides with the feds at Ruby Ridge. Yeah, we heard about that. Someone beat you to it. Kent Welling, what's a good film or western where the villain wins, quote unquote? Just watch The Great Silence and wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would be. What about The Cowboys? John Wayne Western where the bad guy wins. How about that one? No, you don't. No, you don't. Get in there. Get in there. Thank you. Well, I got it the first try.
Congrats.
Come on, you loopy cow.
I just remember this being a pain.
It is a pain. It is. It wasn't
China,
easy.
China, China. I have to have my China. China, China, because China, China.
China.
We don't get that one enough.
No, we don't. Well, it's again Streamlabs exclusive. Which I should skip over to because I've been reading Rumble as well.
Yeah, have you?
Let's go to Streamlabs. Dusty Rhodes Forehead.
Boy, that's a rough name.
Just to share more with you from that JBL one night stand commentary. After Tanaka takes his third chair shot from Awesome, a clearly inebriated JBL says, "My doorman is badass."
What? Well, that makes one of you.
Game and Newfie. Man, this Mario RPG remake looks somewhat different. Looks like Nintendo is going hard on the Western theme, eh?
Yes.
Yippee-ki-yay and Godspeed.
Alright, let's see here. What is in this? Shotgun ammo, finally!
George from New York gifted 6 subs earlier.
Very cool.
On Twitch. Welcome to the new members of the Razor Force.
Yeah, Godspeed.
I never broke the law. I am the law.
Say thank you. Alright, no more Bonnie McFarlane missions for now anyway.
Super duper, what are some of your all-time favorite AOR bands you can recommend?
Yeah, Madison, Soraya, Fortune, Icon, White Sister. Yeah, there's some great ones, man. There's even some newer ones like Heat, Eclipse. Eclipse is like just this side of metal at times, but Eclipse is very AOR. And One Desire, great band. I get his. Yeah, no lynch mob is gonna be allowed to survive. No, sir.
Unless I'm the one doing the lynching.
I've seen Hang 'em High too many times, pal.
Sorry about
That's an underrated Eastwood Western, by the way. It's like Eastwood doing an American spaghetti Western. Alright. When you hang a man, you better look at him.
Storm and Norman. Hey, Dennis, have you heard about this Huckleberry Finn thing? It's a really thorny issue.
It's a really thorny issue.
Hey, paisanos!
Hey, paisanos.
You guys gotta listen to the freaking compilation. Uh-oh.
Whoa, whoa!
Look who it is. Look who it is.
Is that Wes Dickens?
Nope.
Oh, is that the man who thinks he can fly?
Nope. Way worse. I'm gonna walk over there. I'm not in a hurry. Beautiful. Everywhere you meet this man has significance.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
This guy.
Yep.
I know who you are, Marston. Hello, John. John Marston.
Do I know you?
I hope so. I seem to know you.
I'm pretty good at remembering faces.
Are you? Do you remember Hattie McCourt's face?
Who?
She was a girl Dutch Vanderlyn shot in the head on that raid on the ferry a few years back. Same one you got shot on. Pretty girl, until her eye was hanging out by a thread of tendon and her brain was plastered over a wall.
This is the coolest
Not
side
really.
quest in the whole game.
Then why would you remember me, friend? You've forgotten far more important people than me.
What's your game, friend?
I don't have a game, John. Listen, sometimes I just wish I'd known more about life. I wish I'd had better guidance. A friend of mine is drunk as a skunk in the saloon on Thieves' Landing. I think he's gonna be unfaithful to his dear wife. Why don't you head over there and see if you can advise him how best to proceed?
What do you think I am?
I know what you are, John. Just if you've got the time, friend.
Frickin' brilliant. Frickin' brilliant. That is kind of, it's kind of that style of storytelling I was kind of going with Ghost of the Badlands a little bit, where you sort of just outline little hints of what might be going on and then keep everything else cryptic and leave everyone just sort of guessing.
Are you the devil?
Are you maybe Satan? Who is this? Oh. Oh, that was just a straight up ambush, was it?
Whoa.
Oh, they left me a treasure chest.
What you got on you, friend?
Shade Boom, thank you for subbing for 20 months.
Hey, Godspeed. Welcome to the Force.
Well, he's been here for 20 months.
You should.
Word is...
Welcome back to the Force.
Word is Patrice Couleurs lost 2 of her 3 LA mansions.
Patricia Hullers.
Oh.
Colors.
Colors?
Patricia Colors.
Oh.
The trained Marxist, her own words.
Let's go.
Consumed
The
by
trained
Flames.
Marxist who was the head of BLM.
Right, I read about that. I didn't know her name.
Yeah.
Got us all boo-hooing here in Cali.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It
She
brings
took
a tear to my glass eye.
all the fucking BLM shills. Oh, donate to BLM. Hey, you bought those mansions for her.
Yeah. If that's true, I don't know. I've heard tell that's a fake story. Who knows? I wouldn't doubt the part about her having 3 mansions, though. I do know there was a story a few years ago about her buying a new mansion, and that was legit.
Yep.
I remember that vividly.
Let's go.
I forget if it was a $3 million mansion or a $6 million one.
Let's go.
Jovan, thoughts on the late pastor Roger Spradlin?
I never listened to his stuff. Oh, R.C. Sproul, too, is great. Absolutely brilliant. He only died a few years ago.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, prayers for John MacArthur, who's a fine preacher. Catholics aren't big fans of him. And he's not a big fan of Catholics. But a really, really good preacher. And apparently he's back in the hospital. What gentleman?
S Serpent 21.
Go.
Barbara Streisand is blaming the California fires on climate change.
Oh,
If
no.
she's still leaving the U.S., could she move
What
to
is
Germany?
this? Kidnapping women is my former gang's job.
Could she move to Germany and sit in the middle of the road and block traffic?
Thank you so much.
That's all right. He won't be
That's
trouble
all right,
with
lady.
nobody else.
Sorry about your face.
I wish that the women who get kidnapped in these games would just, like, for once, walk up to the person
Yeah,
you
kick
tied
'em.
up and kick them.
That does happen in 2. What?
No problem if I just
Excuse me, mister.
Yeah, what the hell do you want?
Look, don't ask how, but I know what you're about to do. You don't want to do this.
The hell are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, mister. I'm just here to say I don't think you should go through with it. Your wife, she loves you.
Shit, mister. I don't know who or what you are, but I guess I'm grateful. Guess you're right. I was raised better than this.
But
Mention it.
begone
Go on,
thought. Begone thought redemption.
I have a question.
What's up?
The multiple times this has been brought up, not only here in this game, but in the sequel too.
Yeah.
John Marston can't remember what happened on that ferry. Did he hit his head or something?
Come on.
If this guy is John Marston's apparition, you haven't played far enough into Red Dead 2.
Okay.
But if it's John Marston's apparition, then Arthur's seeing him too.
Oh.
So there's a little more to it than that.
Oh, interesting. Mercenary X, the head of BLM, still has her Englewood home. I lived next to that house. I recognized it the moment they showed it on TV.
I bet. Elegant suit. I love the elegant suit. It lets you cheat at cards.
Hug Nguyen. Is that... In that hair metal video, there's an argument one of Pantera's 80s albums should be on the list.
Hi there.
Imagine if they had been successful, how different this timeline would have been.
Right? Elegant suit, Baller gang scrap, Walton's gang scrap. Okay, so I guess the deadly assassin I don't have to buy a scrap for. This is the tailor. All right. Hi ho, Sarah Jessica Parker. Away! All right. Oh, no, no. Ah, there we go. There's gotta be... American Appetites. I think I can finish this quest now, and I'll get my cool outfit, which I am getting by the end of this stream. I am bound and determined.
This is probably wrong, but Cosmonaut. Razor.
What's up?
Have you heard of Mitsuo Fuchida? That sounds familiar.
That does sound familiar. Look him up.
Sounds very familiar, actually. Let's see. Captain Mitsuo Fuchida, architect of Pearl Harbor attack.
Ah!
That's why it sounds familiar.
Why would anyone remember that name?
Leading the first wave of air attacks on Pearl Harbor, yeah.
Alright, there we go.
Oh! That guy!
That guy! You know, the more I hear about that fella, the less I like him.
Jonathan saw the Rogan Mel Gibson podcast, and wow, I'm anticipating this follow-up to Passion, where he wants to adapt the fallen angels to the death of the last apostle.
Yeah.
This will be epic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Hey.
It'll make a nice counterpoint to The Chosen, which is kind of Mormon propaganda. Are they in here?
I got a nose for balls.
Who is this?
You okay, lady?
My husband's missing. These bastards won't do anything. But he's a good man. He don't drink nor lay with whores.
Yeah.
And he's been missing for 3 days.
Just lay with him. Just lay next to him.
Yes. You went missing up in the hills?
How did you know, mister?
Just a guess. If I find him, I'll bring him back to you. But people seem to go missing up there.
Oh my God. If he's gone, then what'll I do? We ain't got much money. And I'm in the family way again.
As I said, I'll do what I can.
In the family way. We need to bring back that expression.
Serpent21 who wins best mustache? Burt Reynolds, Raleigh Fingers, Bronson, or Tom Selleck?
Raleigh Fingers by a mile, dude. Raleigh Fingers is the greatest mustache to ever grace an upper lip. And a fine, fine picture, by the way.
Jonathan, today I took that firearms class for beginners and got to fire a 22 rounds with a Glock 44.
Ah.
I felt like Bronson nailing punks to an early grave. Can I get a Godspeed?
Godspeed! That's awesome to hear, man.
You consider yourself any kind of shot, mister? I'm the best shot around here. Nobody better, and I'll put money on it.
All right.
Oh, this guy.
Yourself, mister.
Okay.
Yeah, the shooting birds minigame or
The
something.
Rootin' and Tootin' challenge. I can't look up high enough. Come on. Yo! Oh, there it is. There we go.
See? That's how you do it.
You beat me, mister. Nobody ever done that before.
Mercenary X, thank you for all the donations. I will read the first 8.
Jesus.
I'm glad you're enjoying the game I got you. Oh, he got this for you?
He may have. He may have sent it to me.
Anything that makes people happy makes me feel better because right now I'm dealing with fire starters in San Diego. It's crazy. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, gosh, it wasn't even that long ago that San Diego almost burned down. Seems like every few years somebody tries to burn down San Diego. I don't know why. It's one of the only tolerable places in California.
It looks like the final update on the leg hole, it's starting to look like the skin is finally grown.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm glad your leg's getting better. I have to disagree with you on your video about leaving California. They're passing laws now that retroactively affect you with taxes, and they can issue warrants across states. Remember how long it took Gary to leave California? My parents found out if they were to move, the state would levy over $1 million tax on them.
He broke my leg. Some city fella. Guy got kind of creepy on me, and then he got violent.
He got fresh.
When?
Just now. He ran off that
He was
way.
all handsy. He was like George Michael in a public restroom.
If I find him, I'll bring him back this way.
Thank you, mister.
This guy got a hole in his leg, too?
Yep.
You're all crazy!
And I'm
Somebody
glad...
order Uber Eats?
And he says he's glad Pacific Palisades is gone. I feel for the people who are innocent, but there are more of them who are not. It was a hub of human trafficking.
That is true, actually. That is 100% true.
And I will keep repeating this until I am dead. There's always going to be 200% voter turnout here in California.
All right.
This is a nightmare.
No, the nightmare begins once I set you down.
The cheating here is insane, and people here
Don't
are
take me back to that man.
getting to the point
Please.
where frontier justice
I'll
might
do
take
anything.
place.
Greedy son of a bitch!
All right, here we go.
Can't you see I'm in pain?
Drop him.
Oh my good lord! Please get that man away from me.
Hey, fella.
You broke this poor fool's leg, mister.
This maniac tried to eat me.
John Marston is spectacularly dense in this cutscene.
Like cannibals in these here hills. Please help me.
What?
Please.
Fella's gotta eat now. Fella's got to eat.
Ah!
Save me from this freak, please. Please.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Nuh-uh. All right.
It's a cruel world, ain't it?
This guy, when he gets up, should shank this dude. All right, I think I got the deadly assassin. All right, no, this guy's a cannibal. That's enough of that.
Yeah, cannibalism is something you don't overlook.
That's quite enough of that.
Cosmonaut, his story is actually really fascinating. After World War II, he converted to Christianity and even traveled with Billy Graham.
Yeah, cool.
Are we still talking about the guy who bombed Pearl Harbor or someone else?
Come on.
Maybe the Pearl Harbor guy? I'm not sure. Japan, not big on Christianity. Not big on Christianity. Go look up what happened to the Christian missionaries in Japan during the feudal era.
And the last of his first 8, that's Mercenary X, is my family's home is up in LA. They are still standing, thank God.
Yeah.
But there are reports of FEMA forcing people out of their homes.
All right. Sorry to hear that.
Well, FEMA's gonna FEMA.
McFarland's Ranch, let's save now that I got a different outfit.
Lagarticus?
And we'll get the eye patch going. I believe this has an eye patch.
Yeah.
I think it does.
What a coincidence! I just finished my playthrough of The Tragic Tale of John Marston last night. Starting Red Dead 2 today.
Oh, nice.
Godspeed. And
Give Revolver
forward,
a spin. It's not bad, and it's backwards compatible on Xbox.
and looking forward to seeing more of The Ghost.
Nice. Ooh, yeah! Oh, this is the coolest outfit by far. The coolest by far. He's got the bolero hat. He's got the eye patch. We are cooking with propane, my friends. I love it. You know how much I love half-crippled gunslingers, folks.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. Now, we gotta help Nigel West. Actually, first, we gotta peruse the new firearms. Because we unlocked some.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Super Zippy. The cannibal got to do the twist. What the fuck?
What? There we go.
Dusty Rhodes' forehead. Why was Edge pushed so much? He looked like such a tryhard. He was too puny to do a convincing Goldberg spear, and he was a terrible shill.
Handsome guy, that's why. He's a handsome guy. That's literally it, man.
I mean, he's also tall as fuck, isn't he?
He was tall, good looking, had a decent moveset. I mean, I liked his moveset better when Chris Kanyon was doing it 3 years before he did.
Yeah, the man's 6'5".
Which Chris Kanyon was a tall guy and a good looking guy and whatever, and then he got to WWE and they dumped on him.
I got
They destroyed Chris Canyon, who's like Edge but talented.
Hello, sir.
There you go.
Oh, Winchester repeater. Oh, Winchester repeater.
Now, John Beck, Tim Keller of New York Redeemer Church, opinion.
Not sure. I never seen any of his stuff. I'm sorry.
He seems scriptural,
yeah,
but seems to soft pedal it.
I don't know.
Sky Shrimp. I was raised Christian. Not really Christian myself, but I always find it a little funny when people try to say Jesus and God are peaceful hippies. The Bible says otherwise.
No.
Show them the part where Jesus chased all the Jews out of the temple.
Yeah.
He like whips them.
All right, what's he got?
You won't find anything
It's great
Jewish
comedy.
made in this establishment, sir.
Good timing on that, Herbert Moon. I wonder why this dialogue isn't subtitled. I wonder.
Hope you enjoy that.
Go to another store. I want to know for sure if it's just Herbert or just store clerks.
Oh no, it's Herbert Moon.
Oh really?
Yeah, I just got back from the gun store. He didn't say anything like that.
No, but what was the guy subtitled?
Oh, I see. Yeah, let me. I don't think he is. Yeah, see, he's not subtitled.
Okay, so it's just store clerks.
Yeah, for some reason.
It would be great if it was just Herbert Moon.
For some reason, incidental dialogue is not subtitled. So, I wonder if that's a setting or. I don't think it is. I think it's just subtitles. Yeah, there's no. Ooh, saturation. Dude, I could turn this game black and white if I wanted to. Pretend
How does it look black and white? Check it.
I don't know. Let's see.
It's not one of those things where it's going to make it reload the game, right?
No.
Careful.
Nice!
It's not bad.
Yeah. Although, there's still a little color to it.
I feel like it could use a little higher contrast.
Yeah.
It looks like a really old.
Yeah. Oh, you could bump up the contrast. Let's see. That's a little bit better.
It's not bad. You want to do this for a while?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
It's nice that they keep the HUD still colored.
Dude, if somebody makes a Ghost of the Badlands mod for this, like, this is how you gotta play it.
Howdy. Well, hello there.
Nick Hero.
Hello, sir.
There we go.
Thanks for introducing me to Blaine Pardoe. I found the Land and Sea series he writes for, and now I'm immersed in humanity fighting off aquatic alien invaders with big stompy robots.
Nice. Dude, he's a great writer, super productive, knows what he's doing. He's been writing professionally for years. So, of course, you know, yuck, we don't want that guy around the Battletech franchise. No.
Money?
Who wants any of that? Somebody who's reliable, professional? No! No. Let's cancel him for a passing socio-political fad that if we continue to devote ourselves to it in a time of whiplash where it's basically moving in the other direction, it'll take our entire company and IP down with it. Yeah. Brilliant strategy, Catalyst. Let's see how that one works out for you.
Come on.
Brilliant!
Yeah. Let's sell our IP to a new audience that doesn't exist.
Come on.
Here's one I missed earlier. Calamity Guy.
Hey!
Thank you for that 75.
Hey, Godspeed.
A pittance for the things I've learned from you over the past couple of years when I found you. You stick to your guns. I've come to appreciate it so much. God bless.
God bless and Godspeed. That's the thing, I'm not always right. But as long as you guys know my biases...
Somebody clip that for my own personal collection.
Oh, stop that. I'm not always right, but that's the problem with... I was just talking to someone about Alexander the Great.
There's some errant wrongdoers down the way seem to have eluded us. Round them up or shoot them down.
Oh, hello. Alexander the Great, famously,
Sorry about this.
out of nowhere, after freaking conquering half the world, went ahead and fired one of his military advisors, and he did it because he realized, hey, wait a minute, you've never contradicted me. You've never told me I was wrong. You've never had one bad word to say about anything I've ever done.
Shit, mister.
So he fires the guy because basically the only way that someone can tell you what you want to hear all the time is for them to lie to you. This is my problem with a lot of the cultural commentators is they don't really have a perspective. They have the public's perspective. So even when I'm wrong, it's like, at least you understand where I stand so you can position yourself appropriately, right? You'll at least know where you stand in the hierarchy, like, positionally on a given issue. Okay, I can return him. The other guy's not that far, so I should be able to return this guy. Wonder if I can just walk him over there? Or... No, I wouldn't want to. What is this?
That's a kill.
Suddenly coyotes.
I know.
Matthew Hammond. Would Japan have accepted Christianity after World War II?
They have to a degree. Oh my god. What is this, an anti-piracy measure? What is this? This isn't pirated. Alright, there we go.
You get smelly
In a way, they have. A lot of people don't know this about China, the WWE women's champion, and, you know, she died tragically a few years ago of an overdose after having a lot of mental problems and stuff, but she was multilingual. She was multilingual, and in fact, there's an episode of Raw you can watch where she speaks, like, fluent Spanish to the Los Boricuas and stuff. Like, that was legit. That was, she could speak all kinds of different languages. So because of that, she went over to Japan and taught English. And she did that on a Christian mission. She converted.
Got one alive here.
So it's out there. Like, it's definitely out there. I would say that, though, that the Mormon church is more active than some denominations of Christianity out there, in my experience. Mormon church is big in Japan. But that said, the pastor of the church that I grew up in, he and his wife met in Japan. They lived in Japan for years. It was funny. I would go over to their house and there was a picture. He's like a bald white guy. And it's him and his wife in traditional Japanese kimonos. It's like the weebiest pastor photo I've ever seen.
Fine here, son. I get going.
Not a problem, sir.
So, I mean, there's definitely some Christian missions going on there. Whoa! Shotgun justice! Let's see here. What we got here?
Let's see. Game and Newfie. I remember playing a lot of Call of Juarez as Gunslinger, and they had some good duels as well. Godspeed.
They did. They did. I do think I still prefer the duels in 2. And Bound by Blood. Dude, the Coyotes... The Coyotes right now are a clown show.
Do coyotes typically attack horses?
No kidding. Only if their name is Jorge.
Ah. Uncle Russ.
Oh, this little lake with that... I think there's a side quest out there. I'm not going to shoot that. Out there? At that cabin? I think?
I told the preacher I met this week I wasn't a fundamentalist. He said it's about a relationship with Jesus, not fundamentalist. They gave me something to think about.
It's tough with a... Fundamentalist is such a loaded term, it's a tough one.
Are you a homosexual? devil!
That too. It's a tough one because fundamentalist has been used to describe everything from a Christian who believes in the literal Bible and adhering closely to Scripture to Jesus Camp. Remember that movie? The Bill Maher caricature of Christianity. The Westboro Baptist Church.
Excuse me, sir. You need help?
So it's like a pejorative rather than a
Mister, you
descriptive,
alive?
which is the problem.
Fuck, God damn it. Good heavens.
Excuse me?
This game looks good in black and white,
No,
actually.
I'm
Or
not
black
okay.
and
Do I
white-ish.
look like I'm okay?
You look pretty good for a corpse.
Praise be.
Move up, mister. Time to get you to a doctor or an undertaker.
Real men
Whichever
wear
you need
black
once we
leather
get to
gloves, I'm just saying.
Peter, open up them pearly gates. I'm coming home.
Come on, mister. Come on.
Hurry, sir. I'm bleeding like a badly butchered hog.
You'll be fine. Just focus.
And pulled
You
off
better
his
take the reins.
carriage?
I don't think I'm
Oh,
strong
it's
enough.
Wes Dickens.
Yeah.
I'm finished. Done for.
Just sit up straight, will you?
He looks like the Wizard of Oz at the beginning of the movie.
Head for Armadillo, friend. You're killing me. Get back on the damn road.
I am on the damn road.
John Marston. Oh, good God. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Excuse me.
How many outlaws can a man encounter in one day?
You must have me mistaken with somebody else, friend.
Wow.
The Pollard twins, Walton's gang. I know who you are.
Word sure travels fast around here.
Good Lord. It's those scoundrels once again.
Ooh.
You got them all.
Winchester
Get me
repeater.
to a doctor.
The gun that won the West.
What the hell happened to you?
Bandits, hoodlums, the scoundrels robbed me blind and left me to die.
I can see that.
Once again, a victim of my own success. They see a man in a well-cut suit and this happens.
Do you know who they were?
No idea. I'm not the kind of man who has enemies.
You do now.
There's so much and still they take. We live in an uncivilized and graceless world, friend. Our makers a funny sense of humor sometimes. Still, at least I met you, the good Samaritan in wolf's clothes. And forgive me, pain is playing rare havoc with my metaphors. Look out, dogs! More of them!
Let's go. I do miss first-person mode a little bit.
Please hurry.
That's a mod I'd like to see.
Is that Armadillo? Come on, hurry!
Alright. Up there. Up there.
Yep, I embrace you.
For Christ's sakes, man, you're gonna be fine. We're nearly there.
Into your arms.
This is it. You're gonna make it.
Oh, where the devil are we?
Please,
Armadillo.
you got plenty of padding.
Safe, you'll be happy to know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're a gentleman and a true man of honor.
Coming from you, I doubt that means much, but I appreciate the civility.
I owe you, sir. And I always pay my debts.
This dialogue's not bad.
Yeah.
Jesus. But if I die, I'm sorry for it. If not, I'll be your man for...
Let's get you fixed up first. Then we'll decide what you're my man for.
Question for you.
What's up?
Maybe Rockstar does a different kind of game. Do you think John Marston's son would serve in World War I?
Jack? Not with how things end up at the end of this game. He'd probably be on the run. I should think.
Yeah. Fastest escape would be to fake his identity and get shipped over to Europe.
You know what it kind of reminds me of?
What?
In World War I, are you aware of the what was it? The werewolf in World War I?
No.
He was a serial killer in the First World War in Austria, I believe. I believe he was in Vienna. And murdered all kinds of people and basically used the war to cover them up.
Oh, wow.
Crazy story. Crazy story.
Hey, partner.
There you go. Guess that means I'll be busy. I'm thinking that we're mutually beneficial.
Ooh.
That'll be all. Thanks.
A lot of people just saying no, he wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think so, because the way it ends here with him, I don't think he could do much except run from the law and probably get gunned down eventually.
Help me! Help me!
I can't say I envy you, friend.
He was awful rough to me. Why can't all men be like you?
Because you're a
Glad to be of service to the
prostitute.
oldest profession.
Glad to be of service to the oldest profession. Alright. Explore New Austin. Oh, wait, bounty. Bounty, bounty, bounty. Bounty.
Yeah. Sí. Hola.
¿Cómo está?
Who is it? Harry Dobbing, Ballard Twins gang at Mescalero. I don't know where that is, but I'm about to find out. Let's rustle us up an outlaw. Where's my horse?
Come on.
Where is this? Oh, he's not far. Mescalero is all. Why does that sound familiar? Because I played this game before. That's why.
Come on. Yeah.
Darren?
1 second. I'm just catching up here.
Did we get the mod thing taken care of, by the way?
Yeah, Stefan's over there, and so is Hobo. He was actually under a different name, so I had to set him up.
Okay.
Let's go.
I read that one. I read that one. Crossfire. Thank you for the combined 20. Speaking of girl boss characters, what is the earliest you remember seeing this annoying stereotype?
Oh.
It started in video games. I wouldn't count Lara Croft, would you?
No. I mean, maybe new Lara.
Oh,
Lara Croft.
definitely new Lara.
Yeah, but she was a reaction to a trend. So I don't know. Horizon Broad really irritates me.
She's certainly not the first, though.
Ellie.
Come on.
Beyond Two Souls. Ellen Page's character in that. Freaking, I don't know. What would be the very first example of it? Strong, independent women who don't need no mans. There were some GTA characters that would fit that bill.
That's tough to think of the very first one, though.
Yeah, I don't know about the very
It feels like it's within the 2010s.
I mean, and the problem was we eased their way, right? Because there started to be this genre of movies where there was a action hero chick, and clearly it was playing to a mass audience because it was like, okay, the guys, I guess your coomers get to look at the girl in a tight outfit and, you know, whatever, and maybe women are more willing to watch it or something. Like Resident Evil, all the Mila Jovovich movies, Underworld, that kind of stuff. So that kind of eased its way to girl boss land. Because then you just gave a twist of socio-political commentary to that, and suddenly Boom. Right? Like, the antithesis of this would be Pam Anderson in Barbed Wire, where it's like, never call me babe was one of the lines she said in that, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's like tough 90s chick kind of... It's not really girl boss mode. It's like the transition to girl boss mode.
Somebody said the chick from Remember Me.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, cause
Mirror's Edge chick a little bit.
A little bit. At least that one had the decency to like not have kind of like direct like shootout fighting combat. Like she disarmed them and then she ran.
Not the second one.
Not the second one. Heavenly Sword.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
It still had sort of the barbarian woman kind of feel, but it was very... I mean, just being able to lift the giant sword kind of felt like a bit much.
Yeah. Is there anything to loot here? Feels like there should be.
Continuing on.
They're literally hanging out in teepees out here.
I've been getting into some older favorites of mine recently. Started a new playthrough of Killzone.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Where did you come from? What was that? They came from lazy game design land.
And tried out Contrast from back in 2013.
Sorry, partner.
Last one tonight, a bit more lighthearted. Thoughts on Jim Varney. Shakespearean actor, comedian, and everyone's favorite dunderhead.
Yes, Ernest.
Ernest.
Have you ever seen his not Ernest, but like his gun safety and hunting videos?
No.
He, on behalf of like a gun club, or what was it, Cabela's or something like that, he did this series of VHS home videos that were actually educational about gun safety, and then he, as this retarded FUD hunter character. Honestly, this was the birth of the FUD. That's what it was. The FUD caricature was Jim Varney playing this character, and I'm blanking on what the name of it was. They're on YouTube. Go watch them. They're great. And he's like being stupid and he's lasering himself and looking down the barrel of the gun while it's loaded, and like that was where the comedy came from. But it was an instructional like safety video, and he turned it into a comedy video.
The Misadventures of Bubba.
Bubba, yes. Bubba was the original FUD.
Let's go.
Ernest deals firearms.
Yes.
Jim Varney's serious role in The Expert, where he says 2 cuss words.
Oh!
Yeah. I hope you got money for a funeral.
All right, there we go.
Come on.
Keep going, keep going.
Ernest P. World.
Yes.
Know what I mean?
Let's go.
Generalissimo Liberty. Inspiring. What's inspiring? Oh, I want to send you money and Razor for inspiring me to finish some fiction I've worked on and off with for 30 years. It will rock.
Oh, sweet. Always great to hear people are creating. That's what I like to hear. All right.
Come on.
Mercenary X, I truly miss Ernest. He was my hero.
We all miss Jim Varney.
Yeah. He died not... Like, he was kind of young. He was, like, in his 50s.
Yeah, he died of lung cancer, I think.
Yeah. I knew he was taken early by something.
He's a big old chain smoker, I believe.
Ernest goes to 1930s Germany.
Yes! Ernest joins the Wehrmacht. All right.
Mr. Reese. Thanks to you, Razor, I've been...
Ernest, Auschwitz Tower Guard. I mean, what?
I've been watching reruns of Have Gun Will Travel. It's a great show.
Oh, it is, bro. It is.
Just finished reading Shadow Pulps, The Green Hoods, and Silver Skull.
Oh, I've corrupted you horribly.
I also got...
Ooh, duster coat.
A donation idea, a Ghost of the Badlands notification, since you have a trailer.
Yeah, that could work.
And thank you for the 40.
Hey, Godspeed.
Oh, sorry. I mean 80.
Oh, wow.
Have you ever noticed when crap politicians die, like Jimmy Carter, H.W. Bush, and John McCain, the media always label them good men?
Yep. A good man, but a bad president. If they can even admit they were bad presidents.
Recently watched the movie Hang 'em High and enjoyed it.
It's a great movie.
Also, on a side note, California is gay. Both figurative and literally.
Charlie. He's a good one to sniff out trouble.
He's a good one to sniff out trouble. Just lay some cocaine on the ground. I mean, what? Sorry, that... Charlie the dog, not Charlie Sheen. No.
Crossfire. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I just hope that you, Taryn, and all the rest of the force had a wonderful erection day this past Monday.
Ah.
For me, it was a raging good day.
Yeah.
Lampshade, Dan.
The game looks pretty cool in black and white-ish. I have to say. I'm gonna have to try Red Dead 2 in this.
Lampshade, Dan Forden could be screaming, "Toasty!" in the middle of the fist fight at the center of Acid Room in Mortal Kombat, and the Israel-Gaza guys would still find a way to be less subtle? What?
I was talking earlier about how somehow every single thing you talk about now these days online, it is turned into, so who's your side on Israel and Palestine? Like, hey guys, I bought some new socks. Yeah, were they made in Israel? Like,
what?
Like, it's literally that ridiculous.
Generalissimo Liberty Saxton is great writing music, by the way. Oh, great writing music. Music to write to.
Oh, okay.
Hung Nguyen, that reminds me, since Jimmy Carter just died, I wonder if he liked Sabaton.
Yeah! You wonder. I mean, Sabaton loves a good war, right?
And
I'm kind of rooting for a new war just so we get a new Sabaton album.
What do you hear?
I root for World War III just for the Sabaton concept record, honestly, at this point. What? Another horse thief? No! Oh, he got that guy. He deleted that dude.
Be quiet! These folks can't hold me!
Sky Shrimp, I'd be more willing to practice Christianity more if most modern Christians weren't so spineless when it comes to being attacked for their faith. They seem to have forgotten how to defend their faith.
It's true.
When I say practice, I mean go to church. Most churches seem to want more people rather than the right people in their church, aka people who don't believe a thing in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what you're describing is the syndrome of seeker-friendly Christianity, which was a great cancer on the church, and we're in a point now where it has become so worldly. It is so watered down. My favorite, I mentioned A.W. Tozer's sermons as someone you should watch. Sermons that are great to listen to on YouTube. They really, really are. But one of the great quotes from A.W. Tozer is, modern, and he said this in the 70s, mind you, early 70s, while we're at it. Modern Christianity has been watered down to such an incredible degree that if it were medicine, it would not cure you, and if it were poison, it would not kill you.
Hello there.
But it's true!
Thank you, kind.
And that was all the way back in the 70s. He was reacting to the early hippie churches, right? how hippies kind of infiltrated the church and did Jesus was a communist kind of thing. The thing that Dirty Harry 3 makes fun of.
Sorry, don't arrest me.
And that, of course, was one of the sources of modern-day evangelical Christianity. A lot of people don't realize a lot of the non-denominational churches were kind of hippies from the 60s. And then they just got their own churches and sort of, they straightened up. They became boomers in the 80s and 90s. They got a little bit more conservative. And now today, they're just the lefty boomers. And they're all running the churches today. So I get it. I get it. It's one of the reasons I was drawn back to liturgical Christianity. Look, if the church that I came from was still the church that it was back in the 1890s, when D.S. Warner died, I'd be in that church. But it's not. I wanted something liturgical that actually had some connection to the original church, and so I went Lutheran because I have a family history with Lutheranism anyways. Plus, I'm half German. I think it's the law.
Solid State Citizen, yes, thank you for reminding me.
Howdy,
I
mister.
noticed that just now. We are going to have to cut this a little short.
Look how beautiful this is. Things a Moyle says at a bris. Sorry.
Jack the Outcast. Hail guns.
Nothing!
How's it feel? Anyway, when I wished for Hollywood to burn, I meant the movie industry, not the whole damn town.
Right.
Godspeed, chants and prayers.
Godspeed.
Lazarus Long. Palisades fire 11% contained, according to Newsweek, but still spreading east. No reasons. I have seen Nosferatu last night and enjoyed it. Following this, I would like to see a more accurate adaptation of the Dracula novel as a less tragic companion piece.
Pretty cool. I'd like to see... Man, I think Nosferatu shows that the appetite is there for period-correct, expressionist gothic horror. The appetite is there for true gothic horror. That's what the success of Nosferatu demonstrates. It had a budget of $50 million. Only a few weeks after it came out, it's already made over $100 million. It's massively profitable. And for a horror movie, that's huge. That's gargantuan numbers.
Not Alfarius and Super Bear, thank you for your $10. Let's see.
So I'd like to see more gothic horror, like return the Phantom of the Opera to his roots. Do a gothic horror Frankenstein.
Director, thank you for the 10.
Yo, yo, yo. Oh.
With the regs to build homes in California, 2 to 3 years for permits, I hear the U-Hauls fueling up for more folks to go to AZ, Nevada, and Texas. Well, does God hate us as well?
Right.
Omega Blade, thank you for the 5. I cast Knife, thank you for the 20. And I think I read that one.
Play a little poker.
That's how you play 'em.
Read that.
14,
Gunslinger.
do I...
Gunslinger, I'm reading your joke, finally. Dutch.
Right.
John, you have to breed Bonnie.
I'll stay in to see what's on the table.
John, if you have to continue the McFarlane bloodline, John. She's talking about getting cats, Arthur. She named one Arthur Murgen.
Your choice,
What?
my friend.
5 and a 9. There's nothing on the table that's going to help me. Fold.
And we're going to have to end it there.
Okay, gang. Before I lose at poker, I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap this up. Thank you guys for watching us here on RazörFist Arcade Live. If you liked the simulcast, we were everywhere tonight. We were on Unauthorized, we were on Rumble, on X, whatever. If you liked that, let us know. We'll upload this whole stream over to the RazörFist Arcade VOD. After this, for Terengel, I am Desperado Fist. Godspeed!